Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way to your seats. Our program will now begin.
Well, good morning, everyone. That was almost good, right? Let's do it one more time. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Perfect. I'm Mark DeCourcy, the Senior Vice President of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation. And we want to welcome you to our 13th annual Building Resilience Conference. Can you believe that? 13 in a row, guys. It is going well, right? We're making progress. I remember the first one, way back when I actually didn't work here. I actually worked at the American Red Cross. And DHS and FEMA and U.S. Northern Command and the Red Cross and the Chamber thought, we should do a conference like this. And we did. And for those of you who have joined us throughout the years, thank you. And for those of you who this is your first event, thank you. Thank you for coming. And you may not know a lot about the Chamber Foundation if this is your first time here, but we really exist. Our purpose is to harness the power of business to create those solutions for the good of America and for the good of the world. And we take those business solutions and we really put them into practice with partners like all of you. Like, we know that communities are strongest when they develop resilience to events like natural disasters, public health emergencies, and humanitarian crises. That's why we host signature events like this. But we also work closely with our partner network of businesses, both large and small, nonprofits, government at all levels, and also importantly, our state and local chamber network of over 2,000 chambers who represent about 3 million businesses. We work with all of you year-round. Before disasters strike, we provide small businesses with education, and on-demand resources to prepare for disasters and build resilience so they can get back to doing what they do best in serving their communities. We do this through tailored guides. We have one-on-one expert advice. We offer financial assistance through our R4R program, our Readiness for Resilience program, our Disaster Help Desk, our Resilience in a Box program. All of these different tools that we have for small businesses to help maintain their resilience in our communities. During moments of crisis, we collaborate with businesses, NGOs, governments, at all levels to provide that timely information. Many of you have been part of those coordination calls or now Teams or Zoom meetings to do just that, to learn how you can best help when disaster strikes. A few examples of what we've done in a big way. Back during the height of COVID, we purchased, we deployed, we transported, and we trained hospital staff in India, and we put in 1,000 Medtronic ventilators into those hospital systems, and they're still there today saving lives, even now that COVID has passed. After the catastrophic earthquake last year in Turkey and Syria, we brought together the business community to work with the State Department, with AID, with the embassies both here and in Turkey, to help figure out what is needed the most and how to get it there the fastest. And we had Secretary of State Blinken convene a bunch of our CEOs here at the Chamber to do just that. And even more recently, we sprang into action after those wildfires in Maui, where we provided resources of the private sector to the local responders. But we don't stop at just response, we also focus on recovery. So just a few weeks ago, we launched the Maui Small Business Recovery Fund with American Express, where we're helping 100 small businesses in Maui, a lot of them in Lahaina, with cash and business recovery coaching, and that's just the start. So we do big events like this, we do big programs like I just mentioned, and we have other programs here at the Chamber Foundation that maybe many of you have participated in, whether it be through education, workforce, or civics, or health, but we also have our annual conference in October, where we do our Corporate Citizenship Awards, and we hope that all of you will consider joining us for those, because it's a great celebration of all the good work that all of you do throughout the year. And one of the best parts about events like this is the networking and the relationship building. That comes out of you getting to know each other, whether you've worked with each other before, or this is the first time you're exchanging business cards. And we hope a lot of that will happen. And in order for that to happen well, you need to trust each other. And that is the special focus of this year's conference. It's on building trust. We think it's so critical, and it's the glue that makes all of this work. Because if the public doesn't trust what you, the experts, are saying to do, either before a crisis or during a crisis, we've got problems. And we need to figure out how to make sure the public trusts us and we can trust each other. So it takes all of us to come together to prepare for and invest ahead of these crises. And in order to do that, you need good partnerships. And we have great partners. You see them on the screen. I do want to mention them by name because they're so important. Our federal partners, DHS, CISA, FEMA, NOAA, SBA, and USAID. But we also have corporate partners that make events like this and also our programming possible all year long. And I would like to mention them as well. They're Allstate, FedEx, the UPS Foundation, Walmart, Amazon, the Syncora Impact Foundation, Prudential, Procter & Gamble, Shell, T-Mobile for Government, Copperleaf Technologies, Infinite Blue, the Medtronic Foundation, the MITRE Corporation, and Zurich. It's a lot. And speaking of our partners, you may have noticed out front, T-Mobile brought a special visitor today. It's their emergency response vehicle. And this truck is a fully self-sufficient mobile cell site that brings that rapid connectivity for first responders and for communities. And we really want you to go out there and take a look at it. I know, the rain might be a little daunting, but it's going to stop. You need to check out this vehicle, because what T-Mobile does during disasters is really remarkable, and we couldn't be more delighted that they're here. So, with all that, let's get started. So first, we're going to see a brief video, and then I'll be back on stage with our first panel of experts to really talk about that concept of trust in our world of escalating disasters. So, thank you.
Since 1951, The UPS Foundation has been delivering help where it's needed most, anywhere in the world. The global reach of one of the world's largest companies, galvanized by the passion and skills of UPS employees, has become a force for change. We're delivering health and humanitarian relief, equity and economic empowerment, local community engagement, and planet protection. Moving our world forward by delivering what matters.
Okay, here we have a first panel of experts, and when I say experts, that's an understatement, right? I mean, these people know what they're doing. I want to invite them to say a few words, but first, it bears introducing them so you get to know a little bit about them, and then we dive into the conversation regarding trust. So to my left, Tom Sivak. Tom is the Regional Administrator for FEMA in Region 5. That encompasses 6 states, Indiana, Illinois, Michigan, Ohio, and Wisconsin and Minnesota. I got that right?
You did.
All right. Not bad for a guy from Massachusetts, right? So the Great Lakes states, Tom is in charge of all FEMA activity in them. To his left, Nikki Clifton. Nikki is the head of social impact at UPS, and she's also the president of the UPS Foundation. And then we have Dr. David Messington. David is the executive assistant director for critical infrastructure at CISA. And all the way down at the end, Nicolette Louis-Saint. Nicolette is the senior vice president for policy and strategic planning at the Healthcare Distribution Alliance, or also known as HDA. So, for our panel, we're here to talk about trust. And what does trust mean to you in the context of resilience and disaster response and crisis management? Tom, why don't we start with you, and we'll work our way down the row.
Excellent. Thanks, Mark. Thanks for having us here today, too. You know, when we start looking at trust and we start looking at what resilience means, one of the things that we look at is, more so importantly, what I call the 4 R's. Risk, readiness, relationships, which truly activate the resilience component of what we can do. Disasters are happening on a regular basis. Last year, we had a disaster declaration of some kind every 3 days. And that alone is showing us that the world's changing. And as that world's changing, we have to be thinking about how we build resilience within the communities so they don't have to respond to the shocks of what a disaster takes place, but really respond to the stressors of what can happen so they can rebuild. But that takes a whole community approach. And the most important thing that we can do today is build that trust and build those relationships so we can make sure that we can build resilience throughout the communities that we serve throughout the nation.
Thanks so much. It's great to be here, and thank you all for attending the conference today. So from a UPS perspective, trust underlies everything that we do as a service provider, and it naturally extends into our work in disaster resilience. We are going to celebrate 117 years of being in business in August. And if you think about UPS being in every zip code, serving more than 220 countries, all of those folks that live in those contiguous areas and around the globe are our customers. And so when you think about the trust that we have to establish, not only as a service provider, but also as a community citizen, as a corporate citizen that has a vested interest in making sure that we do our part to build back strong, resilient communities. We don't do this alone. And so part of the how do you build trust is about understanding partnerships and really making sure that we are careful in selecting our partners, but also that we know the skills and capabilities that we can bring best to the table. And so we are very grateful for the partnerships that we have. Many of those partners are here in this room today that help us to serve those communities, to establish that trust, because the trust really is the currency that we trade and that we use with our customers every day.
I'm David Mussington. I'm probably the least well-known person in this room, but I'll say that, for CISA, trust is foundational because every day we have to convince people that we're from the U.S. government and we're here to help you. We are not FEMA, but we want to be FEMA when we grow up. We're 5 years old. We have the same regional construct, 10 CISA regions or 10 FEMA regions. And trust is basic to our business proposition, which is that public-private partnerships allow us to empower risk remediation, risk reduction, and resilience at scale across the country for stakeholders that depend on us, the American people, and critical infrastructures that we're charged to support. So that means showing up. It means providing value in terms of risk remediation, best practice guidance, and being a trusted partner in executing projects. So we're operational. We are over 1,000 people in our field force, represented 40% veterans from all walks of life in each and every one of the communities represented here, in each of the industries represented here. So we're building trust, and protecting confidences in order for us to deliver services that add value and protect the American people and the critical infrastructures that they depend on.
Yep.
Thank you for having me. It's good to see you all out there today. So when I think about trust and the healthcare supply chain, which is the segment that I represent, I think about the fact that for healthcare distributors, we have about 39 healthcare distributors across this country that connect to 300,000 sites of care on a daily basis, moving somewhere between 10 and 13 million products a day. And most days, we don't even think about it. It's not on the front page of the New York Times. It's not something we talk about. It just happens. And when we or our loved ones go to the pharmacy counter to fill a prescription, we trust that that product is going to be there. And so for us and our segment of the supply chain, trust may mean often that our capabilities, when they are working best, are fairly invisible. It may also mean that when there is a strain, it is on full display. And so for us, an understanding of capabilities and having an enabling environment where we can both be able to articulate what those capabilities are in times of calm, but also the areas where they may be strained and where we may need assistance or partnership to be able to maximize those capabilities in times of disaster.
And Nicolette, let's stay on that for a second, because you said something that was really noteworthy around, we expect the medications, the pharmaceuticals, to be there when we go to the counter.
Yep.
There are, FEMA often says, there are blue sky days, and there are gray sky days, and there are dark sky days. Having medicine not where it's supposed to be, when it's supposed to be there, can turn a blue sky day pretty dark fast. Mm-hmm. And I'm not talking just at the community level, but at the individual level too.
Absolutely.
So could you just elaborate a little bit about what happens when that trust breaks down, and how do you fix it?
Right. So I think one of the more interesting parts about my role is that if I sat here 8 years ago and said, I work in the healthcare supply chain, people would be like, okay, cool, who cares? Since COVID, the interest in the supply chain, the awareness, and some of the self-appointed expertise in the supply chain has evolved in a way that I think has been helpful to trust in some ways and harmful in others. One of the challenges with what happens at what we refer to as the last inch, that patient at the pharmacy counter, that individual in the hospital, is that is an interaction that is not necessarily reflective of all of the other components of the supply chain that may have caused that disruption. The reality is that there are dozens of small, mid-sized disruptions that happen all the time that get resolved in the supply chain. A facility may have a challenge, there may be a local tornado or something of that nature that creates a shuffling that the supply chain is normally able to absorb. So when these issues happen at that last inch, the first challenge is that the average patient, the average individual, really does not understand or has had to understand the supply chain to know what happened. How did we get here? How did we get to a point where my script can't be filled? The other place that it shows up as a challenge is from the physician or the provider perspective. That pharmacist, that physician, the person who has to deliver that news is also going to see a severing of trust, because now they are in the position where they are not controlling necessarily the disruption, but they now have to figure out what the alternatives are for that patient. And so at the end of the day, what you end up with is not just a breach of trust, but a gap in understanding. And I think that's actually the more dangerous part, because if you don't understand the system and now it's failing you, now the natural response is anger, but it's not like you had trust in it to begin with. It's that you did not really know that it existed. We all kind of take some of these things for granted. And I could probably say the same thing for other sectors, the grocery sector, as one example, the energy sector. But I think that's the real challenge that we have, is that in a multi-sectoral system that we operate in, there are so many different places where things can go wrong or things can go right, that we don't often communicate that part until something goes wrong, and that goes a long way in deteriorating relationships and trust.
And I think that's where we go next with this conversation around these public-private partnerships, right? Or at the Chamber, we like to call them private-public partnerships. Right, Nikki? Okay. But there's a lot of in-betweens, right? It's just taking healthcare as an example. You have the manufacturer, right? You have the manufacturer who produces the product, who needs to use public infrastructure to use organizations like UPS to get it to the next place in the supply chain, all the way to the pharmacy or the hospital and to the consumer. Nikki, UPS needs to be able to trust on both sides of that equation, right? And they need to be able to trust you. How do you build these partnerships and these trusting relationships, both with other private companies, but also the public entities that control a lot of the infrastructure? And I think this is a question for everyone, but Nikki, we'll start with you.
Yeah, thanks so much for that. I think first of all, it's building those relationships before the disaster. And we've talked a lot about sort of lessons learned and things that we would do in the rearview mirror. And I think it's really understanding who needs to be in the room and who are those partners that you have to start communicating with in advance so that you're ready. But also it's listening. And I think that from a private partnership standpoint, when you look at the private sector, from the business standpoint, while we know how to move goods, we may not be the experts in understanding at the very local level what those needs are. And so we have to rely on our nonprofit partners or rely on the business or on the public partners to tell us what's needed, where are the gridlocks, where are the things that we can best source our information channels. And so I think that listening is super important. We also really take advantage of our scale, scope, and reach to be able to think about our whole ecosystem, because we're global, and we have to understand who those experts are in the room so that we are making sure that we're developing those relationships early, but then also understanding the funding that needs to come along so that the nonprofit partners and the public sector can coordinate together at scale. And I think that's where the business community comes in, is how do we scale some of those solutions?
And I think you do it so well here, right, in the US. But there are so many places around the world that have these needs that you are stepping up and delivering product there too. and you're building essentially relationships from nothing. Can you just elaborate a little bit about how do you start from zero to get to where you need to be to actually get the job done?
Sure. For example, I can really elaborate on is during the pandemic when we were working with ministries of health in countries like Malawi, countries like Rwanda, countries like Ghana, to really think through what are those needs from a communication standpoint. How do you get the local community folks to understand that they can trust the vaccine that's coming in, that they can understand that this isn't something that's going to be harmful. And so it's really coming in and having those conversations at the local level and doing the listening, but then also bringing in on time and using the resources so that folks understand that this is something that's going to be supportive and helpful for them.
Thank you for that. And David, from CISA's standpoint, particularly as you look at critical infrastructure, so much is dependent on it working for any of these other things to be successful. Can you tell us about how you work both with your other public colleagues, but also with the private sector to ensure that continuity of infrastructure, really?
Well, sure. I guess first I'd like to say how dependent we are on the capabilities of the UPS and UPS's partner entities in the private sector. After all, we are a coordinator, not a deliverer of service at scale. So what we need to do is make sure that we can marry up the capability that exists in the ecosystem and the economy with the need and the demand signal as we see it. Now, for us, because we're CISA and we're not FEMA, we're focused on critical infrastructure viability and integrity. That means that we're interested in making sure that infrastructure services are available to the consumer and to communities that depend on them. And to borrow a phrase that you used, gray sky days and dark sky days are what we tend to focus on, and we focus on perpetrators, not just natural hazards that disrupt supply chains and critical service delivery. From that standpoint, we try and make sure that we have enough data, because we're very data-centric, through assessments and continuous assessment programs of critical infrastructures and the interdependencies to make sure that we understand failure modes, so we understand fallbacks, and we understand when critical infrastructures will be able to ride things out, be resilient themselves, and when we can add that additional coordination and cross-sector situational awareness to make sure that, again, we can be a value add when we need to intervene. Now, there's a whole set of contingencies where we want to intervene, where we think that the generators of disruption are nation states or domestic terrorists or combinations of those sorts of uncertain generators of disruption. In those cases, we have a specific role coordinating the interagency. After all, we're a national coordinator for critical infrastructure security and resilience, which means knitting together the capabilities of different agencies into a consolidated federal value add to the private sector as we deliver more viable services. So just to reiterate the point, in order to do that, we need to develop trust relations with the critical infrastructures in advance on a day-to-day basis. And we have a set of relationships through sector risk management agencies, which are agencies that are aligned to particular critical infrastructure sectors, in order to foster continuous engagement. It's those relationships, that knowledge, those interpersonal relationships as well. After all, a lot of our folks worked in critical infrastructure in the past and will do so again in the future. So that continuous relationship building and situational awareness on risk, wherever it comes from, is what allows us to intervene in a consequential way when the situation warrants it.
Yeah, and Tom, please build on that, because FEMA has such a responsibility, particularly when it comes to national response. And there are frameworks out there, there's plans out there, and FEMA kind of sits atop of many of them. How do you, particularly with all these federal agencies, kind of round up the troops on this when bad things happen?
When you look at disasters specifically, one of the challenges that are faced is that there's an expectation of the people that were affected. There's an expectation of the residents that government's going to be there at all levels. And if we're not coordinated, then the community will see that. And the community wants to know and have trust in government. The community wants to know that we know the partners ahead of time. One of the most important things we do is make sure we have everybody around the table and respect the boundaries. I would say one thing, we have a fantastic relationship with all of our partners. Why? Because the communities expect it. And so when I think about our partnership with CISA, it's so strong because when we look at the impacts of critical infrastructure, we need to get that back up and operational as quickly as possible in the aftermath of a disaster so the community can start seeing some kind of rebuilding. The resilience of the community is that infrastructure comes back online. How many of you have experienced a power outage in the last year? Basically the whole room, right, puts their hand up. But they have a power outage and they expect the power to go on in a certain amount of time. And what happens if it's days or weeks? And the challenges that are faced, that's all relying on the critical infrastructure. And it's making sure that we have contingency plans and those consequence management plans to be able to build on that. And most importantly, what our administrator has always said is this: for disasters that take place, our role, our responsibility is to ensure a led coordination. And leading coordination is one point because we have to have the subject matter experts around the table. We have to challenge ourselves to say, who are we missing? What are we missing? And most importantly, what does success look like in the aftermath of a catastrophic event? And the last thing that we have to do is make sure that we are thinking about every kind of component that could come into a situation. I'll give you a prime example. After disasters take place, unfortunately, there are people out there that want to take advantage of those that have been impacted. They want to take advantage of the situation. We have to be thinking about that now. We have to be thinking about having the right people around the table to make sure that we can make sure that the services that the residents that were affected or the communities or the survivors that have been affected, we have to ensure that they have every single resource to be successful to get back on the road to recovery. And that takes a whole of government approach. Nikki, I like what you said about making sure we get down to the local level. Having local level partnerships today on a blue sky day is so vitally important for us to make sure that we have those relationships. Planning is everything. And it's about getting the right people around the table. They're not going to read the plan that's this thick. I don't think I've ever read a plan that thick. But we're going to find those parts. And the most important thing is we know the plan because we've exercised it, we've trained to it, we know the partners that we brought to it, and we can educate on the fly. So when there is someone that gets a seat at the table and they're talking about the resilience of a community or talking about rebuilding a community, then basically we can help make sure that they have the resources to be successful too. And that builds the trust. Actions speak louder than words for us. And if we're late to need, we fail the communities that we serve. So we have to rely on the partnerships that we have. We have to rely on the relationships we have. And most importantly, we have to be flexible. And in being flexible, one of the things I can say is this: there are traditional and non-traditional partners throughout the entire country at every level of government. Private sector, public sector, nonprofit sector, foundation sector, about talking about how we make sure that we can build resilience within the communities so they don't have to respond to the shocks of an event, and we can make sure that they are ready for any type of incident that could take place.
So what I think is so smart about the regional system is it really deploys forward, FEMA assets, FEMA talent, FEMA's presence in the field to work with the state and locals. And building trust with them and them with you is critically important for all the reasons you just said. Can you just explain how you go about that? Because you have, not before FEMA, you were at the City of Chicago and also at Cook County, so you've been on the other side of the table and you know what good looks like. Tell the audience a little bit more about how those come to be.
Yeah, absolutely. Before these events take place, we have the power to convene at every level. That's most important. When we can bring people around the table, one of the most important things we can do is have a conversation. We need to understand what the risks are of the community. We need to understand what the needs are of the community. And most importantly, who are those that we need to serve fastest? Who are the ones that are potentially disproportionately impacted by the disasters? And most importantly, understanding what that community is all about. At FEMA, we rely on those local, state, tribal, and territorial partnerships to make sure that that can happen. But most importantly, it's being able to sit at a table and say, okay, we've got all the agencies represented that are outlined in the plan, but we also have that ability to say, let's bring in someone new. The disasters that took place in the last couple of weeks, it has been horrific. the number of tornadoes that have taken place, especially around the central part of the country. Our administrator said we have to be thinking about having our traditional, non-traditional partners at the table. And one of them is community development. And one of them is making sure that we have a strong partnership with that community development component before that disaster happens. And it's being able to go to the local level and making sure that we understand what community planning agencies are available and what community planning partners are available. But it's also making sure that we can build that on the next part, which is, of course, the state level partnerships, and then our federal partnerships as well. And so, I could say this, not everybody gets a seat at the table sometimes. And when that takes place, that erodes a little bit of trust. But being able to be transparent and make sure that we focus on our mission, which is helping people before, during, and after disasters, that's the same mission that most every jurisdiction deals with today. So the opportunities we have are to identify and figure out who's not at the table. And then we need to educate them on the challenges that we face and the risk that we have. And then most importantly, we need to make sure that we cultivate those relationships. Actions will always speak louder than words. And that's how we build resilience in the trust ahead of time in preparation for those gray and dark sky days.
Yeah. And Nicolette, with the Healthcare Distribution Alliance, with 32 members, many are competitors. How do you get them to trust each other when everyone needs to be around the table?
It's easier than you think. So when I think about our now 39 members,
39.
Can you imagine? So it's interesting because I think when most people think about healthcare distributors, you're lucky if they can give you 2 or 3. They may be able to give you 4. So when we talk about the fact that there are 39 distributors across the country, the reality is that many of them are regionally focused. So what is interesting is having conversations between members where one is talking about what's happening in the Appalachians, whereas another is talking about what they're thinking about for the Deep South before hurricane season. But what is always true across our members is that the mission is the same. So while there definitely is a business environment that they are navigating, one of the beauties about a trade association and working within partnership is that even in blue sky, there's an understanding that continuity of care and serving the patient is the core focus. And so for us, that makes it very easy to have certain conversations where I think one of the challenges that we have is when we're having conversations on behalf of our members with government partners, the assumption may be that competition makes it impossible for us to speak on behalf of all of our members. And sometimes that erodes trust as well.
I really love what you're saying about the piece with having one mission. And as a member of the private sector, I can think of countless areas where we have joined hands with our competitors to make sure that at the end of the day, our communities were safe. And there is enough work to go around. And so we rely on trade associations like you all to be able to not only help get us on the same page, but also create an environment where we can share our resources, because not everybody is as effective in certain areas. And it gives us an opportunity to really work together, but also to demonstrate that in the face of disasters, we're all on the same mission, and that we're putting the self-interest of business aside, but making sure that those communities are really resilient and that they can show up as safe.
Yeah. One of the things that I think about a lot is during hurricane responses or just a natural disaster response, it's very common to see distributors, 3PLs and the like sharing routes. So they'll say, I went through and this was how I was able to get in, and they will share that information with everyone. And you would think that that's like a competitive advantage in a disaster, but that's not what's happening. It's, we've got to get this truck through, and I want to make sure that everyone that needs to get a truck through knows how to do it.
Yeah, and Nikki, I'm glad you brought that up, because I have this vivid memory of after the earthquake in Nepal several years ago, that UPS and FedEx were delivering each other's things. And just the picture of that and the pallet and the plane was really remarkable. And kudos to you and the team, and kudos to FedEx and the team for being able to work through those types of issues, because at the end of the day, those people who needed the help, they don't care who's.
They don't care how it gets delivered, and it happens more often, than you think. And at the end of the day, it's really about making sure that that customer is served. And if the customer comes to rely on the logistics industry, right, then the other pieces will work itself out. And but at the end of the day, it's making sure that those lives are put first.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So bringing it up, right? You mentioned industry, right? And when you take a look at some of these reports that have come out, the Edelman Trust Barometer, the Global Risk Report from the World Economic Forum, over the years, there's been a degradation of trust in institutions writ large, whether you're government or your industry or even the nonprofit sector. I mean, we're holding steady somewhere in the 50 to 60%, but that's not that great, right? How do we collectively kind of build that trust with the public so they can trust the institutions? And we know that a lot of that trust, where it's going, is peer-to-peer trust, which I think is okay as long as the peer that you're trusting has the right information, because if they don't, and they're not the expert, and we know this through the lens of social media, how that can spread like wildfire, right? It's not going to help anyone. So I think the question for all four of you is, how do we build trust in institutions writ large? And Tom, we can start with you.
Sure. It's not complex, however, when it seems so easy, there's complexities that are associated with it. And as you're talking about trust and you're talking about building communities, we're all around the table right now. But it's not that, like, if the communities could see that we're coming and we're having conversations and we're really diving deep into these, somewhat challenges, this is our goal, is to make sure that they know that there are people in a room that are talking about this, that there are representatives from every single aspect, from government to private sector to nonprofit sector to foundations, that are actually looking at these complex challenges. Our world is changing every single day. Disasters are getting worse. Disasters are happening all over. I was at the Wildfire Congress last week with our fire administrator, and with the countries that were around the table, and there were over 50 of them, and they were all from the fire service, they all said they are starting to see disasters they'd never seen before. Brazil said that they were a fairly climate neutral country. They had some, as Nikki and I were just talking, moderate risk, but then they said we are dealing right now with the worst floods in our entire history. So history's writing itself. A gentleman from Romania said they had a tornado, but they didn't have the warning capabilities because they never had tornadoes. So the world's changing. We've seen catastrophic events that have taken place. And the ones that are challenging are the smaller events that are taking place that aren't on the news. It might be on the local news, or it might not be at all. But those are still communities that are impacted. So our communities need to know that we're around the table having these hard conversations. Our communities need to be able to take that component and build on it and understand that we can have hard conversations and talk about that. We might not be able to get to everyone at once, but make sure that we are ensuring that the people that are in need, the survivors that are in need, are going to receive those resources in as rapid amount of time as possible, because we've built this relationship. And the other thing too that I would say is that the community members that are out there, we're all part of a community. What are we doing within our communities to make sure that they know that there is someone sitting around the table, that someone has a seat at the table to have important conversations about building resilience and readiness within a community? And last thing I'll say is this: as we are part of communities, we can talk about and lift up what resilience truly means. We can talk about that resilience is an aspect of trust. When we start showing that the communities can bounce back from a disaster, when we can show that we have partners around a table today, it builds their trust. But then we have to maintain it. And we have to make sure that we recognize that. And we have to be uncomfortable at times being uncomfortable, and have those conversations with the community members and make sure they know the risk. If we're not doing that, the challenge that we face is that then we can't make sure that that last, and Nicolette, I loved how you said it, the last deliverable inch We always said last deliverable mile.
We say
And
last mile too.
I'm trying to figure out how many inches are in a mile. So, but like that's what matters most. And so if we do that today, we are making sure that we're preparing for tomorrow, which is most important.
I also think one of the aspects of building the trust is communicating how we have come together. And so a lot of times we can use our local nonprofit partners also to share information in local communities about how the government agencies, how the nonprofit partners, and how the private sector band together in times of need. And so I think after the disaster, communicating to those communities, here's how we work together to make sure that you are safe. I think from a preparedness standpoint, a lot of times we'll use information that our nonprofit partners are distributing to make sure that, so UPS has 500,000 employees. If a disaster is on the way, we want to make sure that we've got information either through our partners at South Asian Army or our partners at the Red Cross, our partners at the St. Bernard Project, SBP, to make sure that they're giving us information that we can then share with our communities and our employees so that they know, oh, someone's paying attention to us. Someone sees that this is coming our way, and they've given us information that we can use both now and in the future to make sure that we're armed in the course of, of a disaster, whether it's big or small. I think that's super important.
CISA is an unusual agency on this panel, I think, because we are both the Cyber Defense Agency and the coordinator on the all hazard side. So I think that delivery of outcomes from our standpoint, because we're new, is important. Being the source of information that's actionable. So especially to groups which are, as our Director Easterly puts it, are target-rich, resource-poor, groups that are targeted, communities that are targeted, critical infrastructures that are targeted by those who want to take advantage of them. Exploitation is the word. This is purposeful behavior that seeks to leverage vulnerabilities against those who depend on those key services. So think of schools, think of hospitals, think of those who are victimized by ransomware, think of those whose expertise on the applications, the IT that they use, is less than the perpetrator of harm. Those are the people that we have to be there for, that we have to be there with best practices, with guidance, with risk advisories, in plain language, though, not in KEV lists, known exploitable vulnerabilities lists that nobody knows about except people at CISA. We need to explain to people how they can protect themselves, how they can avail themselves of free scanning services, such as the ones we provide, so that if you have a computer that's connected to a network in a hospital or a school or in a water and wastewater treatment plant and you don't know your risk exposure, we can help you understand that and then help you know what to do about it, because you are being targeted. So I think delivering that outcome, which is reduced vulnerability, is a key way to deliver trust. It's tangible, it can actually save money, and it can save you from being victimized or your partners and customers from being victimized. I think transparency about what we're doing and about what risk conditions are is a good way to build trust as well. So when we say that foreign countries are seeking to target US critical infrastructure and implant malware in critical infrastructures to place those critical systems at risk in both supply chains and service providers. And when we name those countries are named Russia and China and North Korea and Iran. When we name those countries and we talk about what they seek to do, how they seek to do it, and we give you advice on how to avoid being victimized. Mm-hmm. And then we follow up with a field force that can show up at your place of business or your house of worship or your school and tell you what that 20,000-foot warning means in terms of your real systems. And then we show up again to help you implement the guidance that we publish. I think that builds trust because, again, it's showing up, it's being there, being part of the communities that you seek to serve. I think that kind of focus on risk to stakeholders and communities is what gives us or helps us to build credibility as we're new and we need to build credibility. We have to do that at two levels, though. We have to do it at the levels of ordinary Americans that purchase products, use services, and as has already been stated on the platform, they trust that the services and products that they consume have already been vetted by processes of government and private sector integrity. And while that works, trust is not at risk. When those systems fail, trust can be undermined, and then that trust collapse can be further exploited by adversaries that want to do us harm. So I think explanation is really important. And last thing I'll say at this point is, I don't know how many inches there are in a mile, but there are 5,280 feet in a mile. So if we can do the 1 foot at a time, we'll all be better off in terms of letting communities know that we're obligated, everybody on here is committed to making people better able to make decisions for themselves, to protect themselves against risk. Not doing it for them, but empowering people to help themselves.
Thank you, David. And Nicolette, before we go to you, one of the things that David and I talked about backstage that was a real-world example of what he's talking about is, if you all remember back in February of 2022 when Russia invaded Ukraine, and there was a mass exodus of Ukrainian refugees across Eastern Europe, even many came here, and the nonprofit community really sprung into action to provide humanitarian assistance wherever these refugees were. There was a real concern that whether they were state actors or at least working with the Russian state, that the nonprofits who were providing humanitarian assistance could be targets to take down your systems, to cause problems, so because they thrive on chaos over there, right? And the Chamber Foundation, working with our National Security Division here at the Chamber, we took the unprecedented step that we actually had a private briefing with CISA and the nonprofit community to figure out how you can be better with your shields up. Now, thankfully, we didn't see a lot of consequence for that, but that was then, and this is now, and it could still happen again through any of these other conflicts. And I think a lot of you know what I might be talking about. So my message to all of you, if you're a big company, you've got resources, you've got asset protection teams in place, you have cybersecurity teams in place, you're working with the government, great. If you're a smaller organization or a nonprofit, the opportunity is still there to partner with CISA to protect your systems. Because I think FEMA would agree with me on this, that in terms of response and humanitarian assistance, whether it's here or around the world, you are part of the critical infrastructure. Mm-hmm. We need you to be able to do your jobs, and you can't do your jobs if there's interference, whether it's from a state actor or just people trying to cause problems. And coming from the Red Cross, we saw that a lot, where different, I would say essentially petty thieves would try to take advantage of the situation and get assistance when they didn't deserve it, or pretend they were us when they really weren't. That continues to happen. But the people on this stage, your federal government, your state and local government partners can help you. So please don't hesitate to reach out because they're there for you. So sorry for the long monologue, Nicolette. Back to you, and we wanted to find out more about raising trust, institution-wide, what your thoughts are.
So I think we have to start with what we know, which is that the world does not look the way it did 5 or 10 years ago, and so there have been strains in understanding of the role of institutions, but also the stability of institutions that have happened across a range of different faces. So we've seen COVID, we've seen civil unrest, we've seen geopolitical conflict that's also been reflective of destabilization of government, we've seen natural disasters. That's just in short order. And so the idea that there would be the same trust in institutions actually, to me, is deeply flawed, right? It makes good sense that a citizen of the globe would challenge whether or not institutions would be able to do the things that we might have taken for granted that they would have done in the past. But I think the other part that's true, and I think we have to be very intentional about this, is the difference between the informed stakeholder and the uninformed stakeholder. And I think some of what we've been talking through is appropriate to build trust with an informed stakeholder audience, and that is important and that should happen. But it will not go all the way to the uninformed citizen who does not have the time, interest, energy, resources to sit down and learn about what we do all day, nor should they. So I think we first and foremost have to think about what it looks like to treat both of those as important but different audiences. We have to think about, to me, it's not really transparency, it's visibility. It's not so much that I think the informed or uninformed stakeholder wants to see every flow of every product in the supply chain. You think you would, and then you do it for a day, and it's not as interesting as you'd like to think it is. But you do want to have visibility in how it works and understand what the different levers are that allow it to work. But for the average citizen, it's more about education to say these things are here. Here's how they come together. Just so you know, this is what we're thinking about and talking about, and how we need to have a better understanding from you about how these systems serve you. I feel like we started to get there in 2020 to really think about what we were then calling equity-focused conversations. I think we've embedded it in some areas, but in others we've really pulled back. And that, again, will be that deterioration of trust, because at the end of the day, trust in institutions is rooted in a belief and understanding that, A, the institution sees you and understands you as an individual and as a community, is prepared to be able to support you in areas of need, and is working in your best interest. And if we're not consistently thinking about how we are making sure that we are communicating these things, but also differentiating the populations, again, in terms of the audiences, we're not going to be able to restore a trust that's been understandably broken after what we've experienced over the last few years.
So let's stick with that for a second, Nicolette, because I like where you're going. We're talking about, in some respects, that the messenger is part of the message.
Right.
Does anyone want to elaborate on that and how you see that really moving forward, and what is a best practice is that? Because Nicolette, you're right. I mean, if the messenger is not connecting with the audience, it doesn't matter what the message is, right?
I think that goes back to the local approach, and I think it also goes back to the listening and understanding who is your stakeholder, and what are the information points that your stakeholder needs to hear, and from whom. So are you picking the right communicator, but also do you have a strategic communications plan so that that message lands with intention? And sometimes the messenger may be the CEO of the company. Sometimes the messenger may be a local pastor. Sometimes the messenger may be a government administrator. I think understanding that communications chain and being really thoughtful about that is also important. It's also reminding people of the positive, right? And so sometimes when trust is broken, if you sit in the part that is negative, that's only going to reinforce the aspects of mistrust. But you also have to lead, I think, with a positive reminder of that at the end of the day, our institutions are trying, they're doing their best, a lot of times on strained resources. But if you find those stories and those opportunities to lift up where I think we can continue that positive narrative, I think that's also important.
And Tom, backstage we were talking about the fire service at FEMA, which is a little known part of FEMA. Most people don't know much about it. Can you explain how you and the administrator at FEMA are now looking at the fire service as one of those messengers?
Yeah, absolutely. So part of FEMA, we have the United States Fire Administration as well. That's a part of FEMA. And this last year, I had a chance to go on the fire service one-stop tour with the fire administrator. Really it was a lot of focused on making sure we can get the message out about home fires and how many deaths there have actually unfortunately been. But another part of it was actually lifting up preparedness campaigns and lifting up readiness. In the aftermath of those conversations, though, we sat around the table with leaders from across the fire service and fire administration and local communities. And it's 100% right. being able to sit there and understand what their challenges are. And you know, one of the things, and it came down to anything from public safety hiring to challenges with, you know, disaster, basically resilience within communities. And being able to watch the interaction of what took place and knowing that you can sit around a firehouse table and have some hard conversations and the community members know who's at that table is huge. And so we have to lift up those partnerships. And another part that I was thinking about is, as Nikki, you were talking, Mark, as you were building the question, is that the listening thing is so vitally important. We don't have to be the first ones to speak. They want to know what we're doing, which is important to get it out there. What are we doing? What are we planning to do? What's happened? That's all important. But at the same time, the one thing I always listen for is, you're not listening to us. When I hear that out of a community member, or when I hear that out of a community, we have to double down on that and ask more leading questions in the most respectful way, knowing that that community could have been impacted or is impacted after a disaster. And when they say that, we have to understand what that means so we can make sure that the right resources, the right people, the right messengers are at the table. Because in the world right now, it's immediate information, and usually the immediate information that takes place is wrong. And then we have the adversaries that potentially could take advantage of that situation as well, and we need to be able to double down and make sure they know what we're doing, when we're doing it, and making sure that it's a whole community approach. The local level, you know, we always say disasters start local and then local, and it's all of the entities that come together in that entire component all the way up through the entire federal family that make sure that it's going to recover, and it will be different. And the community will adapt to it. But we got to make sure that that they trust that we are going to do what we say we do when we do it as well. And that's most vitally important. And transparency. Transparency is everything.
So we're almost out of time. And what I always like to do when I'm moderating these is give each panelist the last word, their last word, in about 30 seconds of the leave behind, the one thing that you really want this audience to remember about your perspectives on trust. So Nicolette, we'll start with you and come back this way.
I would take going first. So first off, thank you for having us and for facilitating this conversation, Mark. I would say the last thing on trust to leave behind is that we all have a part to play, but in playing that part, think about what parts of the system are invisible that we need to shed light on and educate. And thinking about how we really maximize the opportunity to do that in not just the blue, but also the gray skies.
Just a word about those gray and dark skies that CISA often talks about. There are 3,200 people at CISA now. We've increased quite a bit in the last year, every one of which are mission focused, and that mission is to protect critical infrastructure and the services the American people depend on. It's one of the things that makes the agency such a real pleasure to have a leadership role in. And yeah, we're almost 50% veterans. That infuses into our culture a focus on service. So you've got 3,200 people who have your back. I'd say that to everybody in this room in terms of critical infrastructure services, leveraging our partnership with FEMA, and reach out to us, use our services, especially to the nonprofit representatives here who want advice, want facts, want information, want visibility into their own risk experience. CISA.gov exists for you. We all have these great jobs. There are some of the best jobs you can have, though, I promise you. Because we're mission focused and we want to make your risk experience better than it was in the past. That goes from school safety all the way to cyber defense, protection from ransomware to protecting healthcare supply chains.
I think the final word from UPS is that, you know, we recognize from the business community that we are trusted in communities around the globe, but we also recognize that that trust can be easily lost, and so we have to be consistent. We have to continue to show up. We have to listen and collaborate with our partners because we don't take the trust for granted. And we want to make sure that we continue to be that fabric of the community, both as a service provider, but also during times of disaster, so that we can build more resilient communities that can continue to ship and continue to thrive and continue to be strong businesses.
after hearing the entire panel, and we are so thankful that we had a chance to talk with you today, Mark, and with the panel and with all of you. The most important thing I can say is it's all about collaboration. Collaboration is what has helped me understand that in any disaster, or before that disaster, during that disaster, or after that disaster happens, it's the collaboration that actually is able to have people build that trust. And when they can say, well, I trust you, we have one chance. Should've, could've, and would've are all words that we cannot say these days. Why? Because when we have partnerships, when we have the right people in the room, and we look at that collaborative partnership, that's everything. Because I know we all do better together than we do apart. And when we can come together and we can put hard problems on the table, we can build that trust within the communities, and it can be within anything, from readiness to understanding the risk, to coming up with innovative ways of how we're going to all respond to the challenges that we face. But most importantly, it's bringing that collaborative element around the table so we can build the resilience within communities we need today. The world is changing, and as the world changes, the most important thing that we can do is make sure that we leverage the subject matter expertise, leverage the mission sets that every one of us have to make sure we do what our residents and what survivors and what the communities across this nation expect. And that's the most important thing that we can do today. And so we're very fortunate that we look at collaborative partnerships and make sure that we look at traditional, non-traditional partners. And most importantly, and a challenge to all of you, is to make sure you build relationships today. So we're not handing the business card out during the disaster, but most importantly is making sure that we can know and connect with someone. In the technology world, it's very simple today more than ever. And sometimes it's cold emails or cold connections on a social media platform that might allow us to be able to make sure that we can build a relationship today in preparation for tomorrow.
How about a hand for our panel? Okay, we're not quite at the break yet. We have a very special guest, and we're so pleased that he's here. He is truly one of the world's great experts on climate and resilience. Dr. Richard Spinrad is the Undersecretary of Commerce for Oceans and the Atmosphere, and he is also the administrator of the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, or as so many of us refer to it as NOAA. He leads NOAA, and there's 12,000 people who work for NOAA worldwide. Dr. Spinrad provides strategic direction for NOAA's products and services to address climate-related events. He fosters environmental sustainability and economic development. They go hand in hand, and ensure all communities have access to NOAA's resources. He's a recognized leader around the world. As I said, he has experience in both academia and the private sector, and now the public sector. And we're so thrilled to have him here today to join us. Please welcome Dr. Richard Spinrad.
Well, thank you, Mark, for that warm introduction. And thank you to the Foundation for this opportunity to do two things. What I'm going to do today is I'm going to share a vision with you. And if you'll oblige me, I'm going to brag a little bit on my agency. We've got some really incredible things to talk about. I want to get right to the facts. So let's start with the first slide, which will show you something hopefully many of you have seen. And it is a depiction of what's happening in the country right now. So just this week, for example, I was in Minneapolis yesterday where they had an air quality alert in early May because of the forest fires going on in Canada. We have flooding going on in Texas right now. We also had a G5 geomagnetic storm, a solar storm, last week. We call that set of events in NOAA Wednesday. It's an example of what's going on around the country. We can't blame the solar flares necessarily on climate change, but a lot of what I'm going to talk to you about is a direct consequence of what's happening around the globe. So what you have in front of you is our classic annual billion-dollar weather and climate disasters chart, and I'll say a little bit more about that in a moment. But I want to spend this time talking about building resilience in the face of climate change, and it's critical. It's something that has been described as existential. We're seeing raging wildfires year-round. We're seeing extreme flooding throughout the globe. Heat waves in the winter. There's no denying that climate change is here. This product, which comes from our National Centers of Environmental Information, or NCEI, was one of many that we put out. We just put out global stats yesterday that showed that April of this year, 2024, was the Earth's warmest April on record. That's the 11th consecutive month of record global warmth. Let that sink in. What can we do about it? How do we prepare for what's coming? How do we ease the impacts? How do we let people know what to do to become a more resilient society? It's going to take engagement, education, workforce. The slide that you're seeing right now depicts the 28 events, billion-dollar disasters that we saw last year. These are going to affect and be dependent on critical infrastructure. These kinds of events impact every individual, every community, every industry. From the most vulnerable, think about flooding in low-income neighborhoods. Think about impacts on health, heat risk, for example, which I'll say a little bit more about in a minute. Successfully mitigating the impacts of climate change is going to rely heavily on innovation in science and technology, and this is something that we do well at NOAA. I'm fond of calling our agency an environmental intelligence agency. It's more than the data. It's more than the charts. It's more than the flat files of temperatures. This environmental intelligence concept is one I want to play out a little bit in some examples I'll share with you. And so let me just start by setting the scene with a couple of those examples about how climate change is impacting storms in the U.S. and how we are working to better prepare communities for more events this year and in the future. So let's start with Superstorm Sandy. This one is a little bit personal for me. Back in 2012, my then 96-year-old mother was living in a rent-controlled apartment on the east side of Manhattan. She got flooded out. She was never able to go back to her apartment as a result of Superstorm Sandy. So for me, there's a particular personal aspect. When you look more broadly at what happened there, it's a really fascinating story. First thing I want to point out is we predicted the storm, and we predicted it well. Where it was going to hit, when it was going to hit, how big it was going to be. During the storm, we provided those timely forecasts, warnings to help communities prepare for storm surge and evacuation. And my mom was one of the beneficiaries. She was able to evacuate before the flood hit. We were also able to provide real-time data as the storm progressed. Now here's the really interesting thing. When you look at the storm, and what you're seeing on this slide is a number of our products. You're seeing the track of the hurricane component of the superstorm. You're seeing products like the estimates of how much rain was going to come. You're seeing estimates of what the storm surge would be in the lower right. And any of you who survived that storm, lived through it, know that storm surge was the real damaging factor. But because we were able to get these products out in a timely manner, those entities, industries, organizations, communities that were dependent on supply chain, think delivery of fuel, food, water, were able to determine that the commercial shipping ports in New York and New Jersey just were not going to be operable. And so consequently, we were able to help re-vector a lot of the supply chain through other ports, through Baltimore, Savannah, Charleston, Boston. And if you think about the timing on this happened right around Halloween, late October, early November in 2012, right about the time that major suppliers were providing all sorts of stuff for the holidays. I like to argue that NOAA saved Christmas that year. Nothing was disrupted in terms of supply chain. A lot of other things were disrupted. But it didn't stop with the forecast. A lot of people think, oh yeah, NOAA puts out these products to tell us where the storm's going to hit, how much rain we're going to get, what the storm surge will be. We also conduct a number of activities that are directly tied to, for example, insurance and reinsurance needs. What are the recovery costs associated with flooded homes? How can we assess the environmental damage? What was truly attributable to Superstorm Sandy, so that when we had to look at insurance settlements, for example, the post-storm analysis, the surveys that we did with our aircraft, and the on-scene characterizations of what damage was done were really critical. Bottom line, key sectors impacted and benefiting from these kinds of environmental intelligence products, obviously shipping, reinsurance. Let me give you another example, Hurricane Harvey. Hurricane Harvey hit in 2017. My bumper sticker on Harvey is, this is not your parents' hurricane. Hurricanes are different. A lot of people talk about, okay, well, they may be stronger, we may be seeing more of them. This was the wettest U.S. storm on record, causing historic floods in Houston. Climate change did intensify Hurricane Harvey. We know that. Warmer ocean waters, differences in atmospheric moisture, stalled weather patterns resulted in 60 inches, 5 feet of rain. When I was a kid, we didn't talk about how many feet of rain we were going to get from a hurricane. That's where we are right now. Again, for us at NOAA, a lot of folks think, oh yeah, well, that was the Weather Service, you put that product out. It was, but it's in all of NOAA activities. So our involvement includes, in addition to the storm predictions, we have a Center for Operational Ocean Products and Services that provided the real-time observations, for example, in the Houston Shipping Channel. The National Geodetic Survey provided aerial imagery for recovery. The Office of Coast Survey, if any of you are boaters, you use our navigational charts. OCS provided the offshore surveys to allow the recovery, to allow shipping to continue back in Houston as soon as possible after the storm hit. We had to be concerned about pollution management, pollution dispersion. So our Office of Response and Restoration was there as well. And obviously storm surge data, real-time monitoring from other parts of NOAA. Bottom line on this one is, you can think about the sectors impacted. Obviously, transportation was one of the key ones we cared about. But the main point is we're going to see more of this. We're going to keep seeing this, massive storms and moving slowly, dumping feet of water over days, huge, massive structures to these storms. What are we going to do about it? Well, we like to build tools. We like to build tools and provide services. Our tools and the resources we develop are playing a crucial role in helping communities build that resilience that I was talking about to climate change by providing that environmental intelligence in this form. I spent the early part of my career working for Navy. We did a lot of work with what you might call more traditional kind of intelligence products. These are very similar. These get incorporated in other decision matrices and allow people to make smart, well-informed decisions and to take the kind of proactive measures well ahead of time to adapt to changing environmental conditions. So what are you looking at here? Well, for example, in the context of what we're trying to build, and what are we trying to build? We are trying to build a climate-ready nation, a nation that is resilient, knows how to adapt, take this intelligence. So one of the tools in the upper left is the Climate Mapping for Resilience and Adaptation tool, or CAMERA tool, that allows you to go in and look at a census tract level of specificity, of resolution. Try to determine what are the projections for your community for all sorts of things. If you're a coastal community, it's about sea level. If you're in the breadbasket of the nation, what are the kinds of threats for drought and flooding that we're going to see in the future? And where do I get more information? So CAMERA, which we built with our colleagues at Esri, is probably one of the most important tools that's come out. We've also got a sea level rise viewer shown on the right. If you haven't played with it, you're a little bit geeky, play with it. It's pretty cool. It does show you what the projected sea level rise models indicate for where you live. What are you going to see in 10, 20 years in Miami? What are you going to see in Baltimore? Take a look at that. Now imagine that you are a city planner. Imagine you're an engineer. Imagine you're responsible for building codes in Hawaii, for example. Sea Level Rise Viewer allows you to visualize potential sea level rise scenarios and assess the impact on coastal areas. And it's going to help with things like shoreline protection, land use planning, infrastructure improvement. But wait, there's more. We've got historical hurricane tracks tool. Now, even though I told you that the hurricanes are changing and different, knowing where the tendencies are for these hurricanes to go over time is extremely useful, in the same way the sea level rise tool was for planning purposes. The coastal flood exposure mapper is helpful, again, for adapting to and becoming more resilient to sea level rise, to increase probability of storm surge. We also, on the bottom, you see SICORA, that's the Southeast Coastal Ocean Observing Regional Association, one of our regions where we have developed a capability for collecting local data. So it's one thing for us to put out broad national perspectives and forecasts and projections, but thanks to some of the money we received through the Inflation Reduction Act, we're going to continue working with communities to, if you will, downscale that prediction, the projection, the observations of things like sea levels, ocean conditions, in a way to contribute to decision making. Effectively, what we're trying to do with these tools that I've shared with you here is be the, I call it the one-stop shopping of climate adaptation and resilience, kind of like the Ace Hardware, Lowe's, and Home Depot all wrapped up in one for climate tools. Let me talk about some of the other elements, though, because it can't just be the tools. It can't just be the data. Working with partners is a critical element of that. Now, obviously, our partners in the federal agencies, from FEMA to DOE to NASA to EPA to Interior, we work very closely to make sure everybody who's got some skin in the game can bring their equities. In the case of DOE, enormous high-performance computing capabilities. EPA's got strong responsibilities for regulatory activities. Our friends at FEMA help us establish requirements. How far in advance do you want to have an accurate prediction of where landfall is going to occur for this hurricane? What do you need to mobilize or demobilize? So working with partners is critical. But it's not just the, if you will, traditional federal partners. We just rolled out a new product called Heat Risk. It's a partnership between us at NOAA and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. We're really good at telling it, you know, Chicago is probably going to have a lot of days of extreme heat this year. We're not really good at saying, what does that mean for vulnerable populations, elderly, kids, pregnant women, folks with respiratory diseases? So we teamed up with our colleagues at CDC and said, let's build those layers so that communities can now say, okay, if we've got a 5-day forecast that it's going to be 110 degrees in the south side of Chicago, what do we do about it? So those kind of partnerships are really critical. And that experimental heat risk tool that I just alluded to was rolled out. We'll see how it works this summer. I'm quite confident that it's going to be the start of even more kinds of partnerships with our colleagues at CDC. Partnerships with non-federal entities. I signed an agreement a couple of years ago with the American Society of Civil Engineers. ASCE is the body that's responsible for providing professional guidance for building code. The building code standards that were developed 50 years ago don't apply anymore. So how can we work with ASCE to say, all right, what's climate going to do with respect to what you need for bridges, what you need for highways in the future? We also need a workforce. We need a focused, dedicated workforce. Addressing the climate change issues that I talked about requires a collective effort of each and every one of us, and creating opportunities for high-quality, high-paying jobs centered around building climate resilience is going to empower not just individuals, it's going to empower academic organizations, it's going to empower the employers, many of whom are in the audience, to contribute meaningfully to this crucial cause. Think as you are involved in hiring, as you obviously care about climate and climate resilience, what kind of employees do you want in your organizations 5 years from now, 10 years from now? We also want to make sure that we build that workforce and provide these services in the most equitable manner possible. And I couldn't be prouder of the fact that we just rolled out last month our Equitable Climate Services Action Plan. This is something that this administration has emphasized, and I've got to tell you, embedding equity into our climate data, into our information, into our science. Think about the heat health example I just cited. 10 years ago, when we talked about how hot is it going to be in Chicago, we didn't recognize that there's differences of as much as 10 to 20 degrees between different neighborhoods, a lot of times tied to the socioeconomic status of those neighborhoods. So what can we do to make sure that our forecasts and our products and services are cognizant of and reflect those kinds of variations that you're going to see in an urban setting? And more importantly, advise local communities, mayors, city councils, as to how they may want to make changes. I heard from the mayor of St. Paul, Minnesota yesterday that they've made some fundamental changes in how they build their bus stops based on that information, providing more shelter, planting more trees in certain areas. So the issues of equity in terms of our products and services are paramount. I want to take just a minute and also point out that this is part of our core. Doing this kind of work is part of our DNA at NOAA, regardless. And our ability to do it has been force multiplied by the addition of the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and the Inflation Reduction Act. I could literally spend the next 6 to 8 hours telling you story by story by story of how those resources are making an impact. Two very quick stories. Rye, New Hampshire. It turns out that there was a culvert built years ago in Rye, New Hampshire that resulted in extreme flooding for several hundred homes, a decay in the wetlands in the area, and dramatic change in the biodiversity of that wetland. With BIL and IRA money, we were able to bring the community together, State Department of Highway, State Department of Environmental Quality, the engineering firm, the local academic partners, and invest in a project that is ultimately going to protect well over 100 homes, also ensure that there's better water quality in the estuary for a $2.9 million investment. It's going to pay back 100-fold. Similarly, Ecorse Creek, just south of Detroit, we have a project being undertaken where, in this case, a $1.8 million creek restoration investment will directly impact the quality and, I would say, the survivability of almost 20,000 homes, 200,000 people, 20,000 homes and businesses, and also ensure access to a natural environment that these folks did not have before. That one, $1.8 million. So the point I'm trying to make is the Inflation Reduction Act included resources for adaptation and resilience. We're seeing that impact on the ground. We're seeing it pay off by orders of magnitude. And here's the kicker. For these adaptation and resilience projects, we have seen as much as 30-to-1 demand signal. For every proposal we can support, there are 29 that we cannot. So I want to close with that thought and share with you that, yes, we are at a critical juncture right now in our collective understanding of how we're going to deal with climate change. Climate resilience involves actions at the individual level, at the corporate level, at the community level, at the institutional level. We at NOAA stand ready to help, to provide the understanding, the tools, the information, and the environmental intelligence that you need. My hope is one day major insurance companies, for example, will say, we're working with NOAA to lower your premiums. By investing in climate resilience, by building resilient communities, we can mitigate risks, safeguard lives and livelihoods, and ensure a sustainable future for generations to come. It's for that reason, oftentimes I close by saying, I am a climate optimist because I am a climate realist. Thank you for your time and your attention. Thank you.
All right, hello, hello. I don't know who's overwhelmed by that last presentation. Thank you, Dr. Spinrad. I feel like I need to jump into action and do the FEMA thing and start making decisions because there's so much risk, right? There's so many obstacles that we're having to navigate. And so this is a conversation where we're gonna take that really big, deep dive in all the risks that we have, all the threats that we have in the landscape, and have a conversation with these phenomenal leaders around what do we do about that? How do we actually take the charge and lead our organizations in assessing that risk and understanding what those impacts are? You know, first it's understanding, right? Just understanding your risk and evaluating that risk. But unfortunately, we don't have the luxury of having it stop there. We have to move the system forward into a direction of taking action to do something about that risk. This is a top priority for FEMA because of Administrator Chris Well, who came into the agency top of mind thinking and forwarding us the charge of looking at future risk. How do we prepare our communities, prepare our systems, grow the capabilities of our local leaders and ourselves for that future risk, and really making sure that we're thinking about that risk in a new, thoughtful way. That's really the conversation we're gonna have today, is understanding how public-private leaders across sectors, across issue areas are thinking about risk and taking that big conversation we just had and turning it into action. And so as a communicator for FEMA, I'm also thrilled to have this conversation, to ask the questions that I want the answers to, being in a place where I have to take the leadership and the expertise of folks like you have here on the stage and translate them into a way that can build trust, because we're communicating how we are explaining to the public what we're doing to protect them. And so without further ado, please help me welcome our panel today, which includes Robert Watkins, the Associate General Counsel at State Farm, Vanessa Escobar, the Senior Scientist and Policy Advisor at NOAA, Lisa Leftwich, the Head of Sustainability Services at Zurich Resilient Services, and Mike Thomas, the Lead of External Learning and Development at GAF. And so to kick us off, I'm gonna start with you, Lisa.
Hey, I'm ready.
Ready. Then we're gonna go to Vanessa, Bob, and come back to Mike. And please give a little context about what you do at your organizations and how you lead your organizations forward through this first question, which is, why is risk assessment so challenging?
So, some of you may know Zurich as the holder of the Zurich Classic, the golf event, right? The insurance side of the house. I work on the risk consulting side of the house. So, we help companies identify and address these risks. And climate, and we're all here because we know this, climate has emerged as one of those major risks. How do we get ahead of it? How do we think about it? To the question of why is this such a big challenge, there's a couple of reasons. One is one of my least favorite things in the world, and that's change. Right? The climate patterns are changing, weather around us, right? I think the conversations have teed this up really well. That means our systems have to change. How we think about risk has to change. In the insurance space, if you looked at this 20 years ago, many companies said, I'll just cover it with insurance, boom, done, risk transfer, right? Given that we're seeing these escalating costs, escalating number and frequency of events, that's not as accessible as an option, right? It's more pricey, more limited capacity. So companies are having to think about this risk question in a different way and be more proactive in tackling it, right? So that's one reason why it's challenging. The second reason is something else that I don't like so much, and that's a budget, right? Regardless of where you are in the world, billion-dollar companies, everyone has a budget. And when you're talking about risk assessment and mitigation, it requires funding, and we're competing with other types of expenditures. Maybe it's investment in expansion or people, right? And we have to be able to paint a picture of what this risk is and why it's a worthwhile investment. And I will say, as we think about climate, 20 years ago, that would have been a harder story. I think as we look at last year, the hottest year on record, who had on their bingo card orange days in New York because of Canadian wildfires, right? This climate threat and the issues that we're seeing are a lot more prevalent, and so these discussions are becoming more pressing.
Thank you for that, Lisa. Vanessa, over to you.
Thanks, Lisa, that was great. To respond to that, Vanessa with NOAA, Dr. Spinrad gave us a fantastic introduction to why all of this is important and why risk assessments are challenging. My role is unique. I get to be a social scientist and physical scientist inside of NOAA. I get to look at satellite observations, but I'm also on loan to the National Center for Environmental Information, which looks at climate data. So being able to combine those two perspectives and look at risk, I spent 14 years in the military as an emergency operations director, and so when you have the opportunity to look at data and recognize how much information is needed for understanding risk, it's fantastic to have both the immediate observation and to have that long-term planning data set for climate. Now, with risk assessment and being able to provide data, we have a lot of it. But we have to understand what kind of information is needed to address the specific risks of our partnerships, of our different sectors. And without the engagement, without the communication with reinsurance, with roofing, we don't have that visibility. We don't have a reach into all the sectors. So beyond data, beyond the curation of the data and the tailoring, it's really the engagement and the communication. And our previous panelists were really great about talking in terms of trust and communication and engagement. We're very good at NOAA having uncomfortable conversations and uncomfortable environments about why information is not being used effectively or efficiently. And resilience is getting through that barrier. How can we have a conversation about why it's not maybe readily available or accessible? How can we digest information more easily? By working with our sectors, particularly reinsurance, architecture, engineering, and retail. Those are primary sectors that we're working with through the Inflation Reduction Act in our proving grounds. And by working with them, we're understanding how we can make information more digestible and hopefully reducing that challenge with risk assessments and filling in the gaps the way that we're intended to do with both climate observations and satellite.
That's fantastic. And continuous, Bob, over to you.
First of all, thanks for having me here. And I work for State Farm, which is the largest insurer of homes and autos in the United States. And I work in the government relations space. So because we're as big as we are, there's a 1 in 4 chance that anytime I meet a government official, 1 in 3 in some places, they're going to ask me, why is my insurance so damn expensive? and this is one of the reasons why, obviously. We have an increasing amount of frequency and severity of catastrophes in a variety of ways, and as a result of that, the risk is changing dramatically. With that, we've also seen inflation and many other things. People are seeing the value of their homes go up, and as the value of your home goes up, if you don't keep up with that, if you have a severe loss, you're going to have a difficulty getting enough paid to hopefully recover from that disaster. So with that, we have a new environment, and as a result of that, we used to worry about hurricanes and earthquakes and floods being solvency threatening events, and now we're seeing severe convective storms, be it hail or tornadoes, also potentially be solvency threatening events. The category 5 or 4 tornado went through the Chicagoland area because Illinois is our home state. We have a large concentration there. It would be a severe blow to our financial stability. So it's a challenge, but one that we are working hard to address, and I'm looking forward to talking about how we do that.
That's great. Thank you, Mike.
So I'm with GAF, the largest roofing manufacturer in North America, and so I'm kind of the back end of some of this stuff, kind of the reaction side of it. Do we have the products and materials? In my role, I lead a portion of our training to the contractors that are helping communities rebuild after this takes place. From my perspective and thinking about how we try to have the right products in the right areas in the time of need, the reason I see it so hard to kind of assess the risk is through the graphic back there, the $1 billion events, right? We see 2022 had a large number. You had 3 hurricanes and 3 hailstorms on that map. In 2023, you have 1 hurricane and 5 hailstorms with limited overlap. And so it's hard to assess the risk. We know it's there, we know it's a target, but it's a moving target. The weather doesn't have boundaries. And so with the struggles that we go through making sure we have the right products in the right places, we all agree it's an increased risk. It's just how do you target it to do it? And there's not an easy answer because you're not just going to solve it by having everybody adopt the same resiliency standards going out there.
And as all of you answered, I think what comes to my mind so drastically is that whether you're private sector or government, you're having to navigate a lot of different sets of information, resources, a lot of opinions, I would imagine, on this idea of risk assessment. But yet, you are also the champions of this urgent priority within your organizations, as I'm sure many of you in the audience are as well. Otherwise, why would you be here? And so you are leading this effort for your organizations. And on days like today, when we're thinking about risk, it's impossible to talk about risk with also talking about political will, cost, access to capital, going from a system as it exists today to a system that needs to become completely different for tomorrow. And that feels scary, the idea of change, expensive, have and have nots. A lot of consequences are birthed from this idea of what do we do about risk? But yet, as leaders of your organizations who are advancing this perspective and doing this work, it seems like there's an opportunity to include these risks and conditions into the strategic planning within your organizations and your enterprise to help them better serve customers and the public before something happens. And so I want to hear from each of you on what are the ways that our risk models can adapt to increasing frequency and severity of these natural disasters fueled by climate change to help people and organizations better prepare and build systems and cultures before a hazard hits that is more palatable for the organizations that we're at. And Vanessa, let's start with you this time.
So this question's fantastic, and we were talking about this in the back room, where NOAA feeds so much of what we already do in risk and disaster management and resilience. In the late 90s, there was a commercial, BASF, we don't make anything, we make everything better. And so we make things, and we make the resilience and the models and the CAP models and all of our assessments better because we have not just the historical data, but we're working on blending our historical information with future outlooks. So we're trying to get that future perspective with a lot of our climate data. We've been working with the sectors, and as you heard Dr. Spinrad, we have a lot of close relationships, and a lot of what we're doing is listening. People have different challenges, different needs, and they scale quite differently. We have different budgets that we have to apply. And so by understanding the user's needs, by understanding how the economy is really needing to adjust and adapt and be resilient, we've responded through several projects. We are making data available in the cloud, for example. A lot of that is moving out with the Inflation Reduction Act. Making our data available in the cloud, working through API in the cloud, that makes it available on our user community's timeline, not necessarily ours. Also making formats more digestible. Scientific formats are fantastic. I'm a big fan of HDF5 and NetCDF, but not everybody either likes it or even knows what those are. And so when we're looking at raster files or GeoTIFFs or even KMZs, and in emergency responses, when you have an image that tells the story, it's much easier than having to labor through large data files. So by making digestible formats for our users, we're also trying to reduce the time it takes to ingest the data. Online tools, so you can go ahead and assess and interrogate the data yourself and give yourself a timeline, whether you want to see the immediate response or look at the long-term impacts of climate information. And we're also co-developing products by working with both architecture and engineering, by working with reinsurance. We're looking at hail climatology, which is very important to that sector. We're also looking at wind, not just wind for the direction of fire, but we're looking at wind in that straight direction and the most damaging to our buildings. That information is then being taken by architecture and engineering. We're looking at how the information and the codes for building our future buildings and infrastructure, how those codes can be modified and be climate ready. Are you going to have shingles? Are you going to have roof tiles that are resistant to 130 knots? Well, you need the climate information to do that. And so by working our climate information into these future models, by blending the information, we work across all NOAA offices, the Office of Atmospheric Research, we're working with National Weather Center, we're working with all of our NOAA partnerships to make sure that the information is blended, but also that it's tailored to the needs of the user, and to the timescales, and to the cost. There's going to be a trade-off. How resilient do you want to be? Are we looking at 2050? Are we looking at 2070? And what is the cost of that? To be in a conversation, to understand the budget, the value, and the return on investment is critical. And with NOAA at the table, we're able to provide those products that speak specifically to each sector challenge.
That's fantastic. Thank you, Vanessa. Bob, over to you, and then Mike.
Yeah, just to, first of all, Vanessa makes a really good point that any approach to this is going to have to involve all the different aspects of society, be it government, private industry, and the work that NOAA does in terms of giving companies like mine the data that they need to assess risk is really, really important. So one of the things that, I think we would all concede is that there may be people in this audience that know or have some ability through technology their company may be sitting on to change the weather, but most of us don't think that that's something we can do. So we have to focus on what can we control. And one of the things that we're focusing on, and much of the insurance industry is focusing on, is how do we make the built environment more resilient. So that would be both the existing built environment, which is kind of the big kahuna because we've got an awful lot of structures out there that are already built that perhaps are not to the level of protection that they ought to be from a resiliency perspective. The other is what can we do as future buildings are constructed. The insurance industry has funded an institution called the Insurance Institute for Business and Home Safety, which is kind of the homeowners insurance analog to the Insurance Institute for Highway Safety. You probably have seen them crash cars and things like that. Well, the IBHS has a really big lab where they can literally build buildings and burn them down or subject them to a wildfire or hailstorm, and the research that they do has just been phenomenal in terms of developing some standards that hopefully will make the built environment, both from new build as well as retrofitting, more resilient. And they have for wind and severe convective storms and hurricanes, they have what's called their fortified standard, both for the whole structure as well as for the roof. Mike and I were talking about that right before this. They also have for wildfire a guideline called Wildfire Prepared Home. One of the things that's great about IBHS, and is similar to what Vanessa was referring to, is that essentially everything that they provide is open source. So any builder, be it a Lennar or a local smaller builder, could access and learn how to do fortified construction. And we're not talking about adding huge amounts of money to the cost of the construction. It's simple things like taping the roof decking, picking the right materials for the roof, all of those very simple things, the clips that we learned about after Hurricane Andrew that prevented the roof from flying off. The roof is kind of the key to keeping the structure together and resilient after a storm. So the research that the IBHS has done is just phenomenal, and we're proud to be a supporter of them and work with them, as well as Allstate and Farmers and Zurich and some of the other companies that are here. So that's something that we're doing in this space.
Love that collaborative spirit. Thank you for that. Over to you, Mike.
Yeah, I, of course, echo the endorsement of IBHS and the great work they're doing. That's where our modeling isn't probably the same as yours, right? With the science, it's having the products that are available when something like IBHS and the fortified system or Class A needs for a wildfire prepared system are out there. Do we have the right products? So it's more for us is trying to be proactive rather than reactive with the right materials available to evolve as the world goes forward with those resilient things. A recent example of that is our announcement of a new plant which will increase our availability of impact-resistant shingles. They may write all the checks, but we come in behind with our contractors and that use our materials, and we have to have the right stuff there for them to comply with the more resilient standards. And so that's how we kind of serve this side of it. How do we help our contractors be set up for success? Even if we have great products, we have to make it easy for them to install. And so little things like taking where the targets are, where you put the nails on the underlayment under a shingle, if we can make it line up with what Fortified needs, our products will actually go on, and they will work as they're intended to and comply with these standards. And so it's all about having the right products, but then making them easy to use. And then as being an external trainer, it's the education. And so what we do in this space is I'm part of a large team, 45 trainers, that make sure that our contractors, when nature does call and the insurance company comes through, or even preventative stuff like grants, to where our contractors need to know these standards, they have the products, they have the knowledge, and they have the education, so that our products that we stand behind and that people trust to protect what matters most are able to produce the outcomes that they need to when a storm does strike.
I have a question that we didn't talk about before, but to jump on the education piece,
okay.
When you're in the fields working with those contractors, having that conversation to educate them on a different system, what types of things are you getting back? Is there any resistance? Is there any questions around why we're doing this? I'm just wondering what the barrier might be on the ground level.
Yeah, so the barrier to it is there an increased cost to comply with it? Is it going to be harder for my installers? Is it going to be a headache for the homeowner or the business owner to have to go through this process? So solving that with us being up to speed, we have a codes team and a supply chain team that watch the weather daily to make sure stuff's in the right spots, the materials are available, the education's available, and then through the success, through some of the programs out there, the safe home type stuff and Fortified stuff, there's grants out there. So that reduces sometimes significantly the financial burden that is on the homeowners that want this more resilient material and resilient building structure.
Awesome, thank you for that. And then Lisa.
I'd like to answer this and transition to one of the other topics we talked about.
We're here for you.
We're free flowing up here. But I think this discussion about how do we take this data and how does it help us then adapt our approach to resiliency. And I told Vanessa beforehand to get to be on a panel, awesome panel, but with NOAA, right? I told her, I use your data all the time. It's awesome. But thinking about in the insurance space, and again, I work with the risk consulting arm. Risk engineers are kind of, working in a world that's very black and white. This is how this works, this is how it doesn't. And when you are assessing risks based on historical information, as we have done for most of our time in the industry, that's a very straightforward process. But because of this lovely change in climate patterns that we're talking about, it's not as straightforward as it was. So taking data like NOAA's, right, we're able to use forward-looking climate patterns. And this is a change in some ways as we assess risk and think about what does this mean in 10 years, 20 years, 50 years out. And then taking that data and using that, right? The magic of data is when it informs action. How are you using this data to inform which materials you use, right? What coverages you provide. And so equipping customers with this information so that they can make more informed risk mitigation decisions. And so one of the ways that we use data, we do use forward-looking climate models. We don't have a crystal ball, I wish we did, but these are, right, the quality of these models has really improved over the years. So with that, companies can look at what kind of scenario do I want to apply? Am I really optimistic about how we're progressing with greenhouse gas emissions, or am I looking at a worst case scenario here? Right? Companies can kind of determine that level of risk themselves. And then they can take a look at their portfolio, their property portfolios around the world to say, what are the implications here, right? There was one company we worked with, hospitality company globally, lots of oceanfront locations. You probably want to have a good sense now of how sea level rise is looking in 30 years as you make these types of investment decisions, right? How does that then, we talked before about cost, being able to make the case so that you can get access to resources to mitigate these risks now. Again, it's more on the top of mind for a lot of leaders with some of the regulations we've seen coming out, SEC, the state of California. Yes, this is America, there's things happening in the court system, but things are marching in that direction. And some of those do include these material climate risks. So this is more on the radar of a lot of company leaders. How are we taking advantage of that opportunity to bring this mitigation into the discussion, to bring plans, right, data-based mitigation plans, reflecting company priorities, so that we do get action and traction and making those investments now so we are in a better place in 10 and 20 years down the line.
You know, taking that and jumping over to our other colleague on the panel from insurance, you know, anything else you would like to add about how you're taking those risk models and looking at the frequency of these disasters to make decisions that's moving your company forward?
Well, the sophistication of the models, it continues to evolve and continues to get better, and a lot of it is with the input of NOAA and other sources, and that's important. But to kind of take a step back, sometimes because we have a regulated product, especially not in the reinsurance space, but in the primary insurance space, there are some states that actually regulate what sort of assumptions you can use in pricing your product. So California, for example, is attempting now to change their rating models to allow the use of models that look forward, because their current regulation requires you to look only to historical backward data. Well, we know that given the amount of people that are building in wildfire urban interface areas and other things like that, the risk is changing, and you can't rely on historical models to assume that. So getting the price of the product correct is important. Nobody likes to pay higher prices, but it's good to at least have a product available. And if you can't price the product appropriately, you get market dislocations, and we're seeing some of that in certain places. So the models are important. The ability to use the models is extremely important, and we're glad to see that there seems to be recognition of that and some changes in areas that have not allowed that in the past. And we would favor the ability to use the best and most accurate data, of course, to price the product accurately. It's a competitive market, and we believe that competition works. So we would prefer that companies be able to use whatever types of data is available to price their product appropriately.
And thinking about insurance and the core element of insurance, both people and structures. Jumping over to you, Mike, on thinking about you know, those actual people and structures. You know, this month is National Building Safety Month. We're stressing the importance of modern building codes, top priority at FEMA. And today, 31% of hazard-prone communities have adopted current natural hazard resilient building codes, which means there's a huge gap in communities that have not. And so I want to hear from you on your work as, you know, North America's largest roofing and waterproofing manufacturer. What do you see as the key what is key to adapting to these disaster resilient environments?
Sure. So to us, the power we have is the power of our product and the power of our people. Whether that's going in and helping be the resource when they say who knows how to put on these products in a code compliant way. We have our contractors available. We go into communities such as New Orleans, where we have a commitment to help rebuild an area that's kind of keeps getting kicked while it's down, and bring in our resources to put on 500 roofs and set them up to be code compliant and eliminate as high of risk that may happen through the next event. And so, not to just keep beating the IBHS drum, but one of the things that they recently did that's awesome is the rate the states. And it's not so much that they're trying to upset people, because with the report and where they rate things, they then roll out a roadmap to help people improve. They've got some success stories, I believe recently with Virginia, that climbed the ranks through the cycles. And so for a manufacturer, we have to keep a pulse on the whole country, even into Canada with our products, on what the codes are. Are we compliant with them? Again, are we easy to use? And then are we using our reach and our contractor network to be resource available when a community needs help? implementing something, and then at the same time, making sure those products are available. And so it's kind of full circle of using our resources to help influence, help comply, and then help implement, kind of lead by example. You can take an area that doesn't have the strictest things and help them improve by putting boots on the ground.
No, appreciate that. And so final question for everyone. Vanessa, I'm going to come to you first. You know, this idea that this is a conference around public-private partnerships. Government can't operate alone. The private sector can't operate alone. It really is going to take all of us working together, despite how challenging that might be sometimes, but to work through it to make sure that we are listening to each other, that we are offering each other the right perspectives and nuances that we alone don't see.
Yeah.
And so if we want any hope at getting through the risks that are before us, it's going to require that partnership. And to help shine a light on where we may need to evolve some of the decisions, the workflows, the products, you know, talk a little bit about where we need to continue to lean forward on efforts to both increase awareness of risk and the impacts to address it.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've been covering a lot of it. We've been saying codes so often, and we've partnered with the American Society of Civil Engineering, and so we're working to update those building codes. We're also partnered with retail. So Home Depot, for example, is looking at climate data and trying to be resilient for the customers. You have the architecture being resilient for the buildings that we're putting out, but you also have the retail side looking at resilience. Not just where is the next source of material to continue developing, you know, continue producing jeans, but what kind of materials do customers need in preparation for a storm? And we've talked about shingles, we've talked about the hinges that are, you know, resilient to 130 knots. So Home Depot as well, looking at what do we need to do to help the customer base. But we have so much information out there. We produce 200 products or so for climate, and another 200 products that look at coastal and oceans. And those products went into that billion-dollar disaster map over there. We're looking at the sub-billion. What does sub-billion look like? Because not everybody reaches that. The whiteboard in the other room has how can we be resilient together, and small businesses, private, commercial is in there. And it's looking at what's in between. We're filling the gap, but it's not just the data, it's not just the observations, it's the communication. And we need the engagement with the sectors, with the community. I would love to know how an amusement park director prepares and looks at resiliency. How do you keep your customer base safe when you have these huge rides? What does that look like? We don't have reach into that sector. So the more we engage, the more we communicate with the public, the better we understand the challenges. Not just we can't find it, we can't access, we can't absorb it, but how do we apply it, and what does it look like with the trade-offs that we have within our own business structure, and what does that mean at the end from the traceability side for the consumer? What is the cost of that, and is it sustainable? When we can have those conversations and be at the table, we're really able to impact resilience and move down the path together. So I encourage communication and engagement and the co-development to continue, because along with these sectors, I see a lot of other sectors coming to the table where we're able to provide that service to them.
Thank you so much for that. And we're nearing the end of our time together, so I'm going to actually go from Lisa to Mike, and then Bob, you're going to take us home.
Alrighty. So codes is where I see it. My prior life before GAF was catastrophe insurance claims. And so I'm going to pick on a very specific example of where there could be unity amongst codes. You've got manufacturers who make products that say put them onto our specs, and you've got contractors that say I need to put this on to comply with building code, and then the adjuster from State Farm or otherwise calls and the code official is, don't worry about it, not a big deal. Until there's unity across all three parties, they're willing to pay for it if it's enforced. But if there's unity across all three parties, then all the work that's being done in this room and in the communities to roll out these changes will actually be put into play, because the contractor will know I can put it on the right way, the manufacturer knows that they're going to comply with code, and the adjuster can feel comfortable that this is something that they're not just lighting money on fire, and this is going to protect the businesses and individuals that live in those structures going forward.
Awesome. Lisa.
To this point about resilience, so often we think about property. I'm in insurance, so property comes to mind. But the people implications here are huge in how we think about that. Think about the heat wave in the EU a couple of years ago. You had tens of thousands of people who literally died, right, because their infrastructure was not prepared for this. Because of that, we've been working with the city of Madrid. They've been doing climate resilience assessments to look at what are the impacts of heat waves on school children, right? So kind of bringing the expertise and the needs together. And one of the examples or the resiliency actions, for example, is do we look at the length of the school day? Right? Do we make an adjustment there? So then you have us all working together to figure out positive outcomes. I think we have that potential here in the United States as well. I think we're seeing it again on the heat topic as you look at industries that have a lot of outdoor workers. Governments coming in, requiring, California is one of those, looking at, are there, once you hit a certain temperature threshold, do you have required breaks? Do you have required watering? Do you have other components that are designed to protect people in the midst of this? So again, I think a great example of how all of us can continue working together to get creative and stay ahead of these risks.
Fantastic. Thank you, Lisa. And Bob, take us home.
Well, the human aspect, Lisa, is the most important, obviously, and a good reminder that we can talk about the material aspects of things, but ultimately it's all about preserving life, and so I think that's a good thing to think about. With respect to codes, I think that it's great that codes are developed. They need to be enforced, and a lot of municipalities don't have the bandwidth to do the enforcement, so there needs to be continued training, education with contractors and others so they know what is expected of them. I think everybody wants to do the right thing. I think we just need to make sure that they know what they need to do in order to do that. So I think continued working together on those issues is really going to be helpful. We do need to continue to adopt codes in certain places that don't have them. There's a lot of states, including my own home state, that does not have a statewide building code, which is surprising to a lot of people. It's very locally enforced. It's very spotty. So some of the ways to get to town include having sort of self-enforcing through education of builders, creating expectations and partnerships with builders as to what they need to do to build resiliently. All of those things and everybody working together is going to help us get to a stronger and more resilient built environment.
I wouldn't be a communicator if I didn't acknowledge that through everyone's comments, you heard a lot of references to people, you heard a lot of references to communications, engagement, whether that's with partners, educating on the ground, building the collaboration. And so I would be remiss if I didn't also mention that FEMA is hosting on June 10th in Washington, D.C., for the first time ever, a national summit on crisis communications, risk communications, and community engagement to bring together public-private partners, all levels of government, our VOADs, our businesses, our foundations, philanthropy, to really bring together the communicators who work for all of our organizations to make sure that we are having a conversation that goes deeper around so many of the topics that were brought up today. Very rich, dynamic information that communicators across the board and all of our organizations need to make sure that we are understanding what is being asked of us so that we can help those that are leading the charge in the risk communication space be more effective in helping to communicate with our partners and the public. And so there's a lot of FEMA people running around. I'll be here for a while. Come find me if you're interested. We'll make sure that you get an invite to attend. But any last thoughts? We have about 1:15 left. I'm going to ask each of you to end with a call to action for the room here of where we need to go and evolve our thinking. What's next in the risk communication space? One idea to present to the crowd. What's next in the risk, not communication space, excuse me, the risk assessment and planning space? What is next in the risk planning and execution space? Mike.
So for us, it's to follow the lead of all the great work that's being done amongst you all. As these things roll out, we have to be right there to follow through and make sure that the people that ultimately put things together have what they need to do it to comply with all the great partnerships and assessment going on.
Awesome. Lisa.
Connect in organizations try to ensure sustainability and risk management offices are connected, right? So often risk management is focused on what's the next term for coverage for insurance, right? Sustainability is looking at that longer term strategy. Let's make sure that the short term and the long term strategies are represented and connected.
Vanessa.
So through the Inflation Reduction Act, we are continuing and we plan to strengthen and deepen relationships beyond retail, reinsurance, and engineering and architecture, and continue to be bilingual. And what I mean is not only speaking science and data, but speaking what the sector needs and applying it to their areas of risk. So continue the collaboration, the co-development.
Love that. And Bob.
I would just say to everybody in this room, thank you, and continue to do the great work you're doing. So many of you help our customers at their time of worst need. We're there on the back end to help write checks, but a lot of you are there to help preserve lives, and that's really the important thing. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's give them a round of applause. That's all the time we have. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Des Alexander, and I am the Senior Coordinator for Global Resilience with the Chamber of Commerce Foundation. At this time, we will transition to our working lunch breakouts and roundtables. Foundation staff and signage are available in the hallway to direct you to your appropriate rooms. Lunches are staged in the room, so please pick them up once you arrive. Please refer to the screen to get your correct session title and location. And if you have not already, please visit the T-Mobile response vehicle parked outside the front entrance. This year, we are asking conference attendees that instead of filling out an end-of-conference survey, we are adapting and using the QR codes on your table to engage with you on the topics of the day. There's not enough time and space on the stage for all the expertise in this room, and we want to hear from you as we consider where we can strengthen our networks, improve resilience, and learn what should be addressed in next year's conference. At the end of the event, we will have a panel discussion to reveal the results and other takeaways with trusted voices in this space. So we hope that you take this opportunity to pick up your phone, scan the QR code, share your perspective, and stay tuned for the results tomorrow afternoon. Thank you, and we will see you in your lunch breakouts at 12:30. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way to your seats. Our program will now begin.
We're in the readiness business and we're in the access business. Our job is to create the platform that gets companies to a point of readiness to do business at the next level.
We're making these entrepreneurs smarter about how they go to market, thinking about supply chain sooner, and then giving them the tools to exceed.
When you support small business owners, you're really providing jobs. You're really empowering the Black community. It gives us legs to continue to grow our business.
Well, hopefully you're enjoying your working lunch. We're going to do some of the working, I think, at first, and then we'll hear from you all in a couple of minutes. My name is Rob Glenn. I'm the Vice President for Resilience at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation, and I'm joined by a few experts. And what I'd like to do is turn it over to them to do some quick introductions for them and their organization, and then I'm going to provide a few framing comments, and then we'll also have, in turn, some updates either from SBA, some latest on research, as well as hearing an update from our disaster help desk. And then we want to hear from all of you as well, because you're all experts in your own right, and I think we're really examining how to help small businesses navigate the complexity of disasters. So with that, I'll turn it over to Deidre to introduce herself and on down the line, and I'll provide some additional comments.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is a delight to be with you. I'm most grateful for the walking music. I felt very energized and good to be here. I am the Senior Advisor to the Administrator at the Small Business Administration. Isabel Casillas Guzman is our Administrator. She's the 27th Administrator of the SBA, which is your cabinet level small business representative. She is often proud to say that she represents the 33 million small businesses across the country. As her senior advisor, I have the opportunity to serve as a liaison for several of our program offices to the front office. Two of those offices are critical to this conversation today and are served by two incredible leaders. The first office is the Office of Disaster Recovery and Resilience, led by Associate Administrator Francisco Sanchez. Some of you may know Francisco. And the second is the Office of Entrepreneurial Development, led by our Associate Administrator, Mark Madrid. Some of you may know Mark as well. So this conversation today seems to be taking place at the intersection of those two offices, and I'm delighted from my position to be able to see and have a lens into the vision of both of these leaders and what they're doing for the SBA. So thank you so much. Turning to my colleague.
Hi, my name is Jason Boxt. I am a partner at the RXN Group, which is a strategic communications and research firm. I've worked with the foundation and the chamber now for a number of years, and I was most recently brought in to work with the foundation to better understand small businesses, how they think about disaster and resilience and preparedness, how they maybe don't think about disaster and resilience and recovery, and then to maybe share some thoughts on a recent survey that the chamber released with MetLife around, which is a small business index.
Good afternoon. My name is Ines Pierce, and I'm Chief Executive of Pierce Global Partners. We're a business continuity and emergency management firm. I also head up a nonprofit disaster-resistant business, because that's so long, we go by DRB for short. And we're a unique nonprofit in that we focus on small businesses and nonprofits, mostly from an education, planning, and training standpoint. We saw the need about 20 years ago after an earthquake and have been working in that space since then. But today, my capacity is going to be as the senior advisor to the chamber in developing resources and solutions to help small businesses.
Well, thanks for introducing yourselves. And I just provide a little bit of context, and I'm going to tell a story as well. So I think we all know small businesses are under pressure to compete all the time. And they're grappling with a combination of limited resources, lack of knowledge, and how to be prepared for disasters. If you think about the map that Dr. Spinrad showed from his organization, it's a little daunting and overwhelming, and it's only May, and we have a number of months before the end of the year, and certainly we're going to be hearing from NOAA next week on the outlook for this hurricane season. So there's a number of different threats and hazards that small businesses are facing that are climate-based, certainly from a marketplace standpoint, and with the research that Jason referred to, you know, the small businesses comprise a significant portion of our local economies, our national economy and GDP, as well as where they're physically located. If you look at the FEMA National Risk Index and you look at the overlay of natural hazards that confront those communities, there's an overlap between many small businesses and also the frequency and severity of some of the natural disasters as well. At the Chamber Foundation, we have a number of tools available to small businesses. We have Resilience in a Box that we partnered with UPS Foundation on. It's a good resource and scalable for small businesses as they mature and they grow. We want small businesses to grow. Can't do that if you're out of business, and that's why resilience is so important. We also have our disaster help desk, which Inez is going to talk about, I think, a little bit more deeply in some of her recent interactions over the last year as more disasters have occurred. We also have the Readiness for Resiliency grant that FedEx started, and also Allstate and American Express are also contributing to as a way to incentivize preparedness for small businesses. A little bit later on this afternoon, we'll hear more about how the grant for small businesses in Lahaina and Maui, how that is going to be helpful to those small businesses get back on their feet. So I told you I would tell a story, and actually it wasn't until this morning that I decided to share this, because I don't think I've ever told this story. So my mom had a small business, and she ran a fully sanctioned bakery out of her home when I was a kid. So she had, you know, mixer, a lot of product. She had cake pans. It's a wonder, like, I'm, you know, able to, you know, I was a runner in high school, so I think I was probably able to kind of keep off the calories as much cake as I ate as a kid. We had a really, really bad flood. So all of her material gone. You know, it was just a very traumatic time, both for my family, traumatic time for my mom as a business owner. And oh, by the way, her dad ran a toy store in town, also suffered damage in the same kind of flood. So when I think about the job that I have now and the opportunity I have now to help small businesses and businesses of all sizes to become better prepared, for me, and I think probably for many of you that have had impacts either directly or indirectly, the things can be very real and very motivational. So it's both a personal and a professional aspect that I bring to this job every single day to drive an understanding of why small businesses are important for homes, families, and certainly communities and individuals. What you see on the screen, I referred to this just a second ago. This is some preliminary work that Esri is doing to really show that intersection between the threat, the risks, and the hazards that are national by category. And I know it's a little bit of an eye chart, and it's color-coded at the bottom, and I really can't read that either. But when you look at the median National Risk Index numbers, you can see the density of small businesses and where those hazards are. So when you think about the bright blue, that's really what we're going to be talking about. Certainly, in a number of states, they're a little bit less populated. They may not have as many small businesses, and they also may not have as many hazards that have been identified and tracked. But that doesn't necessarily mean that they're not valid if you also consider the map that Dr. Spinrad also shared. Earlier this spring, I was invited to participate in a discussion with Francisco Sanchez from SBA and a number of SBA leaders to talk about how the SBA is making strides to better serve small businesses really before, during, and after disaster. So really fortunate, I think, for Deidre to join and share a little bit of perspective around that. And then Jason is going to talk in terms of the MetLife survey, and then Inez is going to provide a little bit of a framing for what she's hearing from small businesses and disasters. So first, I'll turn it over to Deidre, and then as we're working our way through this, we do want to hear from you, and I believe Will Powell from my team is going to be running a mic here shortly. So as you have need or desire to interact with us, we want to make sure that that happens, certainly as you're wrapping up your lunch. So Deidre, over to you.
Thank you so much. So my position was really a product of a major disaster. I am not a disaster, but my position was a product of a major disaster. I came to the Small Business Administration as the senior advisor for COVID programs. So worldwide pandemic, the response to the COVID pandemic was run out of then our Office of Disaster Assistance. It is now the Office of Disaster Recovery and Resilience. So you see the result of the first lesson. It's not about assistance, it's about recovery, and it's about resilience. SBA had to really pivot from being and I quote, and I've heard it several times over, in and outside of the building, the best kept secret in the federal government. A resource that some folks knew about and some folks didn't, and those who knew really could exercise a great deal of agency for their businesses, scale, grow, survive disaster, so on and so forth. COVID launched the SBA into a really public space in responding and what systems were in place. I'm really proud of the work that the entire SBA team has done, led by Administrator Guzman, to really rethink the way that we do things. It forced us, and you hear it all the time, to break down silos. And then really, you know, if you talk to a couple of folks in teams, they're not really working together any better than they did before. The meetings are just kind of called something else, and they're usually voluntary and half the people can't make it. Not so. What we adopted was a whole of SBA approach to our work. And I may bounce back and forth a little bit. I've been given permission now to be sort of iterative and tell stories and make connections as we have this conversation. So what does that look like in a whole of SBA approach? If your first introduction to the SBA is because something horrible has happened, a bridge has collapsed in the middle of the morning in the dark hours, your entire environment is on fire, you are literally underwater. Oh, okay, maybe no snow has happened and folks don't understand that that means it's a drought. Or the crayfish, real disaster here, are not going to be ready for Mardi Gras. Oh my goodness. So we have disasters of all kinds of magnitude, and all of them impact the economy. And all of them impact our businesses. But that's a moment. That's a moment in time, and it's our responsibility as the federal government, and particularly as the SBA, to come in and make sure that your business can survive. But beyond the surviving the moment, how do we position you to exist a year later, 5 years later, 10 years later? As a matter of fact, how do we make you better? And how do we use that as a first opportunity to introduce you to everything else the SBA has to offer? How do we make it the lifetime of your business and interaction between the two of us? That is what the whole of SBA approach means. And I can tell you what it looked like. It looked like a day-long conversation with every single senior leader around a table being led by Francisco Sanchez, and having a conversation about what they bring to bear. So how in that moment does a conversation around access to capital matter? Is it too overwhelming to start thinking about things other than disaster loans? Or is it the right time? Is it okay to have conversations about mitigation so that we can think about this differently the next time? Or is that too much for folks to bear? What are the real issues? What's the difference in a very rural, even rural frontier community? What are our responsibilities to hard to reach places and places that are hard to navigate for the business owners? And it was a real conversation. What trainings from the Office of Entrepreneurial Development can we provide to get people capital ready outside of the disaster space? And that this could be an opportunity for folks to come back better than they were before, to almost not be able to recognize themselves for the right reasons after a disaster. I like that. I think that deserved a little bit of applause. I mean, we want to not recognize ourselves for the right reasons after a disaster. And so I, like I said, have the pleasure of serving as a liaison to both the Office of Entrepreneurial Development and also the Office of Recovery and Resilience. So then what does that look like? Why does that matter? Keybridge, I went to visit on Friday. So part of our job is not to forget once the cameras leave. Not to forget, as it seems like things are slowing down and we may be winding down. I had the pleasure of visiting with not only Francisco, but also with the head of our Office of Access to Capital. And we got there and we started having a conversation about how things are working with one of the adaptations that we've made recently called our Unified Lending Platform. Trying to limit the number of doors that you have to go through to get to the SBA. The number of times you have to enter the same information to get maybe a different product. What if it was all in one place? What if you entered your information once? And what if you had access to various and sundry products at the same time? And so the only way to ask, how's it going, is to be there on the ground and ask those questions. So we're doing a lot more of that. I want to speed up now. But on the ground, we noticed something. When we asked the Business Recovery Center staff, what are some of the challenges they're finding, particularly with the Unified Lending Platform, which they know we're really proud of. It's like, yeah, we're proud of it, but it's not like talking about our personal baby. You can tell us what parts are ugly, what parts aren't working, like we're fine with that. And they said, you know, for seniors that come to the center, whether they have a business, but if it's a home issue, a disaster and a home issue, they don't have email addresses. And so to use the Unified Lending Platform, which is entirely digital and requires an email address, is really difficult. Okay, and they're like, and we can make them an email address, and we spend some time doing that, not a problem. But when every checkpoint requires you check your email in a digital system in order to respond to issues about your loan, there's no way to make sure that they will have access and the ability to do that. So then we realized, I'm there with Disaster Resilience and Recovery, and I'm there with the Office of Capital Access, but the answer is going to lie in our Office of Entrepreneurial Development, that we need private partners, like the people in this room, that are specifically tied in to the elder community to help understand that they're going to need help tracking their loan. We realized there was a hole in our partnership matrix around disaster. And so it was really kind of this morning that I got to tell the leader of the Office of Entrepreneurial Development the readout from that visit on Friday. We're trying to do these things in real time and really listen to our staff and listen to communities. Last thing I'll say is it's from the top down. The administrator, when she was last in Baltimore, did a roundtable with the business owners. Listening to business owners has been almost revolutionary, and it shouldn't be. But the roundtable she did, it wasn't like with the mayor and the governor, it was with the truckers. It was with the private operators, the owner-operators, to be able to sit with the administrator and tell her what the challenges are and what they're going to need in order to build and build well and survive. So some examples, I don't want to not let you have an opportunity to hear from my colleagues, but welcome to talk about more when we come back.
I appreciate that, and just this plug for future programming. So this afternoon we will hear from the SBA administrator as well as the president of the Chamber Foundation as well. When we're thinking about how do we better understand, and you're talking in terms of actually talking to small businesses, that's something else that we do a fair amount. There's probably a better job that we can do at the foundation, and that's one of the reasons why we're actually having this conversation today, and that's why we're engaging Jason as well, is really try to dig into the details of, is it access to capital, is it lack of resources, is it time constraints? Some of the, and I'll steal one stat before you talk, one of the findings from the quarterly survey that was just released is that essentially 25% of those small businesses that were polled say that they're one disaster away from going under. And I can tell you, my mom's business did go under. And so was that access to capital? Yes. Was it maybe didn't have a business plan? Yes. And there are a number of other things like that just propagating around a number of other disasters over the years too. So Jason, I'd like to hear a little bit from you on how you've assessed the survey and also maybe some of the recent conversations you've had with chambers about their interaction with small businesses too.
Sure, thanks. I think that number's low, by the way. I think that they say the 25% say that they're one disaster away, and I think small businesses are often like 22-year-old guys that they just kind of think they're invincible and they don't really. That's why they're so uninsured. Well, first of all, thank you. This is some important work that I'm really happy to be a part of. I'm not happy for why I have to be a part of it, obviously, but it's you're all here, I think, because you all understand that small businesses are incredibly important. I don't think people really understand how ubiquitous small businesses are. They're important enough that we should know more about them than I think we do. As a researcher, I do a lot of work with doing small business research surveys and focus groups and what have you. I spend a lot of time thinking about how they perceive risk and how their beliefs then translate into action. I think the question that we have to ask ourselves in a room like this, everyone here is committed to supporting small businesses at the time they need it most, whether we're talking about preparedness or we're talking about response or recovery. Is what we know or what we think we know about small businesses, does it actually line up with those beliefs that small businesses have? The MetLife survey has, I think, some relatively jarring data in it, and I'd love to talk about that a little bit more, but I just want to actually ask a question. I mean, I'm a pollster, so that's what I do. Just by a show of hands, how many of you believe that small businesses are concerned about natural disasters? Just raise your hand if you believe that they're concerned. Okay, so that's about half the room. For those of you who think they are concerned, would you say their concern about natural disasters is higher or lower than their concern about an act of terrorism? How many of you think their concern about natural disasters is higher than an act of terrorism? Oh, this is going to be great when I get to show the data later. Excellent. So that's my first question. My second question, which might be more pertinent, how many of you believe that small businesses are prepared for natural disasters? Raise your hand. All right, this is clearly a knowledgeable room. They get it. So I'd love to go over, the survey is not mine. I'm a researcher by training, but I spend a lot of time looking at other people's data. This is a survey that comes out quarterly by the Chamber and MetLife. It's called the Small Business Index. They ask a range of questions, some of which deal with disasters, more about risk and the things that businesses they're concerned about. So as you can see, the first question here is, when thinking about your business, how concerned are you about the following things? And I think most of you probably would have guessed that cybersecurity is at the top. That's a relatively new phenomenon, as is anything with the word cyber in front of it. As you can see, natural disasters are pretty far down, and if you guessed higher or lower, I guess if you want to talk about margins of error, then everyone was wrong. Small businesses assign the same level of concern to the threat of a natural disaster, and I think we can probably, particularly in light of Francis Scott Key, I think any disaster kind of falls into this. I think they look, smell, and sound the same. They assign the same level of concern to a disaster affecting their business as they do an act of terrorism. That alone is not necessarily concerning, but if we go to the next slide, they are then asked, well, how prepared are you for each of the following threats? And there is this incredible gap here, sort of a false sense of security, perhaps. 77% of small businesses say they are prepared for inclement weather, and 61% say they are prepared for a natural disaster. You can see the gap here, 32 points, 22 points. There's this, I think, false sense of confidence that small businesses assign to how prepared they are. If you've done any research in this space, you know that most small businesses don't have any kind of contingency or succession plan. They think about it, they say, but very few actually have one in place, and there's pretty scary data behind that as well. We know in the room that that sense of preparedness is misplaced. Rob, not to call you out, but it's actually 27% of small businesses say that they are one disaster or threat away from shutting down, and yet when you look at the actual data, and this just to me is so shocking, according to FEMA, 40% of businesses do not reopen following a natural disaster. That's 2 in 5. And another 25% fail within a year. Now, there's an outstanding question of what are the characteristics of businesses that fail after disaster? Are they the same businesses who might fail year over year? We know that something like 20 to 25% of small businesses fail within a year of their opening, but are there similarities between those? This last number, the 90% of businesses who are affected by a natural disaster fail within 2 years. So you can see here, there is really very little alignment between the sense that small businesses have about how prepared they are and what actually happens. And Rob mentioned we've begun a program of speaking to local and state chambers who are sort of dealing with this, and I don't want to steal your thunder, but the chambers readily admit, the ones we've spoken to anyway, there's no plan. No one really plans for this. When you are a small business owner, and I am one, you're thinking about finding customers, you're thinking about managing that relationship, you're thinking about your supply chain. If you think about this stuff, you're probably reluctant to do anything about it, and there's a whole range of reasons, mostly because of capital, but also this sense of, well, it's not going to happen to me. Again, I'll refer to the 22-year-old guy who thinks he's bulletproof. The last slide, which I think when I first saw this, when Rob first sent it to me, I think this is the one that actually grabbed me. Fewer than 2 in 5 small businesses have disaster insurance. That, to me, is as much evidence as you need to the fact that they just don't understand, or there are barriers that we do not yet understand that are preventing small businesses from behaving in a way that would seemingly be in their best interests. It's not an indictment of small businesses by any stretch, but it's simply an acknowledgement that as people who are committed to supporting small businesses, not only in the recovery phase, but in the mitigation phase and actually being prepared, that we need to do a better job, and this is what I do for a living, better understanding what they think and why they think it, and how we can change that environment. What are the inputs and the stimuli that we can inject into that environment to get them to change their behavior in ways that are in their best interest, whether they like it or not. And I am done with that portion.
So I just a quick reaction before we go over to Ines, because I do want to hear, some of the, every disaster is different, right? And so sometimes there are moments where the disaster help desk is exceptionally quiet, and then there are other times where Inez and her team are completely overwhelmed, which is not too different than any kind of other operations center. Just thinking about when I was running the National BEOC over at FEMA. So Inez handles a lot of different kinds of questions and is a small business owner herself. Mm-hmm. So she and I have had this, honestly, I think a running conversation probably for the last year or so about how do we dig deeper, how do we better understand the pain points for small businesses? How do we improve what we do? Is it a toolkit? Is it an online resource? Is it a grant program? So over to you, Inez, to kind of share a little bit behind how the help desk works, what some of those conversations are like. And then we want to hear from you, I think also as a reaction to some of the survey data that Jason just shared as well.
Thanks, Rob. So with the help desk in particular, it's a unique resource. It was started in 2007 during the wildfires in San Diego area, well, in Southern California, but specifically in San Diego was the hardest hit. And it was designed to be a place for small businesses to reach out to ask for help, because there wasn't anyone in that time frame where they could go for assistance. As Jason mentioned, the chambers typically never thought of disasters prior to COVID. And they didn't see a role for themselves in how to guide their business members. So unfortunately, the small businesses were kind of left to their own concerns and not really sure where to go. So the help desk provided a place for them to call and to say, hey, this is going on, this is what's happening, what do I do? Now, I'll tell you that, as was mentioned, looking across the country, there are all kinds of different types of disasters, natural hazards and others. And for most small businesses, they don't think about this. I can tell you with 100% certainty that every single business that has called the help desk says the same thing. I wish I had done XYZ in advance. They've all said that. Not one has said, oh, I'm prepared, I've done a lot, or I've done 3 steps. They've all said, I knew I needed to do something, or I wish I had, consistently. So we know they're not doing it. That's unfortunately the aftermath, though, is that when they call the help desk, they're usually overwhelmed, and it's that trauma aspect of they hadn't thought about this and they're overwhelmed with what do I do now? In the time that they call, many times they haven't even reached out to their insurance company if they have insurance, but they haven't even thought about a next step of even contacting their insurance company to make a claim. They are looking at mud in their restaurant and how do I clean it, but it's that overwhelm. I don't know what I should do first, second, and third. So the idea of the help desk is to give them a perspective, is to give them things they can do that are actionable, that could help them moving forward so that they continue moving forward towards recovery. That's the idea behind it. And we have helped in many communities, and some where we would expect to see a lot of calls, we haven't gotten calls. And again, it's because of that overwhelm aspect. They don't think of our phone number until someone puts it in front of them. Now, obviously, with internet searches, we get a lot of phone calls from businesses, even sometimes 2 years after something's happened. But we will take them wherever they are. I think the biggest thing for small businesses is that it's that entrepreneurial spirit. I can do anything. I've had my business for 2 years, 5 years, 20 years, 50 years, and I've never had a problem. And they use that logic, and I don't have to have insurance. I don't need to do anything else. We've weathered any storm. We're fine. Unfortunately, that's not the case. They are not prepared. They are not resilient. They don't know how to think clearly in times of disaster. In fact, they make really bad decisions in times of disaster because they're not thinking clearly. When the economy changed in 2009, there were a lot of small businesses that created products like widgets and things that worked for John Deere company. A lot of small businesses support John Deere. And at the time when the economy was changing, these small businesses were talking about having to lay people off. Well, how were they going to do that? Some were thinking, you know, last hired, first fired. Some were based on whether they had families or not. Not one of them thought about strategically who would be the most missed by those businesses if they were to be let go. Not one. And so fundamentally, they were all making decisions based on emotions. Not one of them were making strategic decisions based on what they needed to continue the operations, continue their business, to make sure that they survived. And that's, at the root of it, that's what's challenging for small businesses, is they're not thinking about recovery, they're not thinking about sustainability or just how to keep the doors open. They're just thinking, I don't know what to do. They're overwhelmed. So we use this opportunity to talk about next steps, to give them the tools, as Rob mentioned, resilience in a box, to talk through things, to give them actionable steps, and I'm a big fan of the SBA. We always direct them to the SBA and give them an understanding of what is there for them. Because again, these are all tools and resources to help them move forward. And the idea is that there's not one way every business needs to go. It's very much customized to what their needs are, because you could have two credit unions, but how they approach the disaster or what they need is going to be very different. It also depends on their employee population. It also depends on their community and what's happening in their community. So it's very specific to the individual organization. That's what makes it a little bit challenging, in that there's not a cookie cutter approach that fits everybody. But you know, prior to COVID, I would talk to groups and say, 99% of the businesses in the United States are small. And everyone's like, oh, wow. Now people get it. Since COVID, we all understand small businesses are the basis of all our communities. They're the basis. Government relies on small business. We all rely on small business to be functioning. And if they're not prepared, if they're not thinking about these things, they're less likely, as Jason just showed, to be able to be, to take those shocks and be able to keep their doors open. So that's kind of an overview of the help desk. I don't know if I answered any of your questions.
I don't know if there was a question there, other than just give us an idea as to kind of what that really looks like. So I know Will Powell is in the back of the room, and if you've got a question or a comment, we'd be glad to hear them. But Jason, I think if you can, you've got the magic clicker. If you can go back maybe, and there's one slide that, and maybe you can't do it because
they can put it
up that way. But so I'll just ask this question. In the data that you looked at, it seems that there is a disconnect between a sense of being prepared, the risk awareness or risk assessment of small businesses, and even what wasn't in the survey. When you think about the global risks report, extreme weather and natural disasters occurring more frequently were like in the top 3. But we didn't see that in the small business data. Do you have any kind of insight as to like why there is that disconnect potentially?
Well, as a small business owner, I can tell you, if you'd asked me the 5 things that I was worried about going into any of the last 5 years, disaster's not there because I've got a business to run. I think it's really important to recognize, and as a consultant in DC, I say this all the time, I have these Fortune 10, Fortune 50 clients who just miss what I believe to be some of the most obvious things, and the reality is they are very good at what they do, and the things that I do, they're terrible at, which is great for me because that's how I make a living. Small businesses are very good at what they do. What they don't do is prepare for things that they can't possibly predict. And so as people in the room who are focused on supporting them, I think it's really important to understand we're only going to be able to get small businesses to focus on things that they can't see so much. And then what we have to do is surround them with the support. The key to that is understanding, what does that journey look like for them? What do they see as the opportunities for investing in something that they can't necessarily define or articulate in that moment? And what are the barriers to getting them to do those things? I'm not shilling here for more research, but I'm shilling for more research. We need to better understand. I'd say one other thing. A lot of the data that we have is incredibly outdated. The FEMA data that I showed you, and obviously you come out of FEMA, I think FEMA is great. That data is almost 12 years old. In a post-COVID landscape, I think we still have a lot of open questions about how do you elevate the importance of things that you can't see to somebody who is not focused on that, they're focused on running their business, and then where that gap exists, how do we better understand where we can connect with them in their journey? Because they're not coming to us. We have to go to where they are. And that's just communications 101.
So I have some thoughts based on what you just shared. We learned that as well. We go where our businesses are. The administrator spends a lot of time on the road because small business owners can't come to her. They don't have time. She has to actually go to their businesses. And so check there. We have to go where they are. But I liked the conversation you were having about they don't know what they don't know, and they don't know what they're not ready for, and they don't have time to be concerned, but they're on a journey. The SBA has been a part of the small business journey for quite some time, but I think more now than ever. So during the Biden-Harris administration, we have seen 17 million new small business applications. So the stat that there are over 90% of businesses are small businesses, that's not going to change. And if it does change, it'll be more than 90% of businesses are small businesses. And if I were to use the exactitude of the administrator, I would tell you it's 17.2 million small business applications just in the last 3+ years. Small businesses are still feeling encouraged, still want to be in this space. Our resource partners that are run and in partnership with our Office of Entrepreneurial Development, that means America's SBDC, it means our SCORE chapters, it means our women's business centers, it means our Office of Veterans Business Development. Being able to wrap disaster preparedness into those resource partners. So at the time that you're saying, is my 2-page business plan sufficient to help me get a loan to expand my business? And you are told gently and lovingly, no, but we can help you. Part of that conversation, now that we're using this whole of SBA approach, is do you have a succession plan? Have you thought about what would happen if? Unfortunately, in almost every corner of this country, there's a disaster we can point to that they can relate to. That also means there's success stories we can point to that they can relate to. The businesses that survived Hurricane Sandy, real case study, the ones that did some mitigation, and when they rebuilt, put those electric plugs 3 feet up the wall, put their storage not in the basement, but in the attic. Next season of storms, we're sitting pretty, unfazed, and didn't miss a day of operation because they used that moment. So how do you tell someone that's afraid of capital? Like, we're dealing not with just sort of pretty glossy things, access to capital is queen or king, but instead we're saying, we know you're afraid of debt. Right. And to be resilient, it may mean taking on a piece more debt, but what will it do in the long run, and why would you do it, and helping folks work out the business case. We're finding that has been a real offering into the space. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. I think we've got a question or two.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Jose Gil Montanez, I'm a Federal Coordinating Officer for FEMA. So thank you, SBA, for being a loyal partner.
You are such a great partner. Thank you so much, FEMA. I should have said it earlier and more often, but you are a strong partner. Thank you.
No problem. So just a couple comments to some of the things you have referenced. So when you're talking about data and you're talking about failed businesses, I just wanted to know, using the word fail, are you talking about businesses that completely went under and they are no longer looking to create another business? Because I know, for example, COVID, a lot of businesses might have started up a new business and they changed their business plan and recreated themselves, or especially with disasters, they're displaced. You know, so if you no longer are going to have a home in Louisiana and now you live in Tennessee, you don't have a business in Louisiana. So you've shut that down and now you've created a new business in Tennessee. So I think understanding that word fail would help me understand in the field, how am I supporting small businesses? So I don't know if you want to react to that before I go through the rest of my list.
So it was a FEMA study, not a me study. But what I would say is I interpret it as fail in the way that you might interpret it, that it simply goes away as a business entity. But as a small business owner, I can tell you we are miserably addicted to doing it over again. So I am fairly certain, actually, that of the 20 or 25% of small businesses that fail every year, that a good number of them probably get right back up and start all over again, because that's simply what we do as small business owners.
May I say, just to speak into this, communication is everything. And then really marketing success so that people understand using the tools is a good thing. We just celebrated National Small Business Week, maybe it's the middle of May already, so maybe 2 weeks ago, first week of May. And one of the first awards we give is called the Phoenix Award. And that's to a business that has survived a disaster and like a phoenix, risen from the ashes of what could have been the disastrous end or failure of their business. This year's winner was a coffee shop in Selma, Alabama, who after the floods and tornadoes and horrible things in Selma, not only was she able to reopen, with our help, and she was teetering, they actually opened a second location at the base of the William Pettis Bridge. And so now they're running and operating 2 locations. They're in the heart of the community. And what I was on the ground there for something else. One of our SBA disaster staff from out of Atlanta who does a lot of work with FEMA said, you got to go to Miss Jackie's Resilience Coffee for a coffee. And I walk in and we start talking. Miss Jackie's daughter has bought the building up the street with SBA loans. So we're talking about now, after a disaster, 2 locations and a multi-generational approach to the business in rural, economically disadvantaged Selma, Alabama. Okay.
It's genetic, see?
And there is some genetic small business gene research on that later, yeah.
And I appreciate that example because one thing you talked about early on, you were talking about the access to the application, you know, that some of them didn't have emails. And in working in some of the areas I've been in, for example, like New Mexico, it was more than just emails. It could be reception. Like, there are communities that do not use any internet devices or anything. And for me, I mean, it was astounding to see that, but I see it with all my deployments. There are different variables to really understand the customer base that we look to serve. And so that's why, you know, I hit on that word fail, because we need better understanding of what that word means. And, you know, especially working with SBA, so we can have a better product and access for those individuals. Talking in that same lane, SBA, I would like to know how you're developing relationships with Department of Commerce and EDA, because that's another source for small businesses. I know during COVID, I was responsible for COVID recovery in my region with the states and tribal nations. And having those 2 work together, especially with some of their state offices to provide business plan support, I think there's a lot of enhancements that can happen between SBA and Department of Commerce in that disaster assistance realm.
So thank you. So Alejandra Castillo is a great partner to SBA who runs EDA. And I think there's more work to be done. The one thing I will say is that Francisco has been so very, and it's not a cult of personality, but sometimes it is. You have to have leaders that are at once permissed to make partnerships, and that's at all levels. and then are visionary enough to go out and do it and have hard conversations. We've been able to have conversations with FEMA about the order of declarations, like what SBA is able to do early, and what do we even call it? Like our ability to do a rapid declaration before a presidential declaration. How do we then sync up, instead of having to wait for FEMA to say, no, we're not going in, you can go now, being able to go and plan that if FEMA does go, like how do we organize the funds and the money and make sure somebody isn't accused of double dipping? Like we can work through those problems, and we did. And so the same process with EDA, and we're in those conversations now. But I would be interested in, after this, if we could just sidebar and get a couple of your reflections from your time in the field to take back home and make sure that conversation happens.
Definitely, and I just one last point, but in regards to looking at declarations, Illinois 2019 floods, really interesting, and we'll talk, yeah, get that pen. Because SBA and USDA declared before FEMA did. Very unique scenario, so I'll share that with you. But my last comment is, and this is just a best practice for everyone, when we talk about failed businesses after disasters, and there was a statement that was made earlier in the event about disaster response and recovery starts local and ends local. So working with the governor's office in Louisiana, we talked about, okay, well, a lot of business, a lot of networks happen and they thrive after disasters because a lot of the federal aid that comes in. So you don't just have the Stafford Act dollars that come in through the Disaster Recovery Fund, but then you also have like CDBG-DR, the Community Development Block Grant funding that comes in through HUD. You might have other appropriations. A lot of those large funds that come in the gate, they come through the state level.
Yeah.
So the governor's office wanted to know, okay, a lot of times when you have those big bucks that come into the state office, usually we'll procure with these larger companies. And then they have the freedom to decide how they're going to subcontract down. How is it that we can get the procurement to get those big dollars, parse it up so it goes directly to some of the small businesses? So once again, if we talk about disaster recovery starting and ending locally, how can we say disaster assistance funding can go to those locals so that they can actually have proper ownership of their recovery, because they best know their community. They know the cultural norms. They have the understanding of the governance and how it works in those small areas. So we worked on an executive order from Hurricane Ida in Louisiana in order to start to parse out those dollars to get to smaller businesses as an equity mission. So I just wanted to offer that.
And we've seen that in some communities also with the recovery aspect is buy local, is so that they try to instill that in the economy. One point about research, or about business failure and research, is that with, and this is an opportunity, when you look at businesses that are already having financial struggles before the disaster happens, it makes it really difficult for them in deciding what they need to do next. And a lot of times these business owners, they don't want to give up. And they just throw everything. They throw savings, credit cards, they take loans out, family, friends, and they're throwing money at something that was already failing to begin with. And they don't have the perspective to say, you know what, the writing's on the wall, and that it's that entrepreneurial spirit, they don't want to let go, but the writing's on the wall that either the business isn't needed anymore, the products aren't needed, or they just can't continue it. It's a really tough question to ask. It's an even tougher question to answer, but they have to decide whether or not they need to keep the business open for their own well-being, financial well-being. As well as it does provide opportunities if they do close for new businesses to come in. But it's around that pivot. And we had, during Hurricane Harvey, we had a landscaping business call. Of course, nobody needed landscaping services after Hurricane Harvey. So the question that we asked them was, what do you have? What kind of materials, products, and things like that. And what we did is we helped them to pivot of this is what people do need. They need debris removal. You have trucks, you have equipment that could help. And they changed their mindset about what their business was to something that was needed in the community. And that's the problem a lot of times, is that people are not thinking about, they think of open and close, they don't think of change. And they don't think of how they can, out of the phoenix, how do they change themselves? In contrast, there was a carpeting business in the Northridge earthquake. Very successful business. Northridge happens, all their customers replaced all the carpets at the same time. Business was booming, everything's great. But what happened was, they failed, their business failed, because normally people change carpets in a cycle, and so they can plan that out. Everyone bought the carpet at the same time, and they had no new business. They didn't look for the opportunity to market new customers, all the other people who were buying carpets, and again, eventually they failed because of it. So again, we have to change the way small businesses think about their operations, think about the way they do business, and that change and pivoting and transforming is a part, resilience is a part of their business too.
So one of the things that's occurring right while we're having this conversation is there's another conversation, and we'll hear a little bit more about it in the last panel tomorrow, and that is, how do we really start to make the business case for resilience? And so just in thinking about the data and some of the anecdotes that have been shared up here and some of the stories as well, I'm curious for the audience, and certainly we'll hear from, I guess, our panelists first, but what are we missing to communicate when it comes to what's the return on investment, right? You alluded to the fact that maybe you do need to take out a loan in order to mitigate, and I know that there's some mitigation dollars available in some circumstances at SBA. But also, I think we also heard a little bit around messaging, right? So is it on the personal preparedness front? I think we talk in terms of, do you have a kit? Do you have a plan? Are you prepared? Do you have a go bag? That kind of thing. When it comes to small businesses, I'm not really sure we have something that rolls off of the tip of the tongue quite that way, and also is actionable for small businesses. So I'm just really curious, maybe starting with Inez, based upon your conversation, and certainly want to hear from the audience as well, on some ideas that maybe we can think about as we're going to start wrapping up this discussion before the main stage occurs again.
Like I said, cookie cutter approach doesn't work. So it has to, but that said, pre-disaster, and what I love about the way SBA approaches their loans is that 20% of the money can be used for mitigation purposes, is if we can get them thinking about their vulnerability, and of course no one wants to talk about that, generally they don't want to think about that sort of thing, but if you think about it from a sense of their structure, whether they're efficient or not, is looking at their business as efficiencies. If they have redundancy, there are two people doing something that would be better with one. If by looking at their organization strategically and looking at how they can strengthen it on a day-to-day basis when the power is on and everything's working, that's a good place to start. So thinking of the business plan, when a business first starts, they don't know enough about their business to know what they would need in a disaster. So that's not the right time to be talking disasters, but a year or 2 or 5 is a great time to revisit their business plan and then to add the disaster elements onto it. So it's because they also need to be educated about a business and how it needs to be run and what they need to be thinking about. I think if we only talk disasters, they turn off. They tune out. They don't want to hear about it because it's going to happen to somebody else until it happens to them. Now, we'll say that most of the calls that we get to the help desk, their question is, do we have grants? So funding and funds is definitely high on the list when it comes to recovery. So that's a big part of it. And how do we connect them with the resources that exist?
So I wasn't sure if I was piggybacking off of what you just said, Inez, or if I'm just going to ask my question, which kind of ties in a little bit. So the other breakout session that's happening right now is focusing on making the business case for resilience, and it's centered on the industry perspective. as I work with state and local governments and helping them develop resiliency plans, how do I convince local governments, or what are some ways to incentivize local governments to think about the small businesses in their community and not just focus on infrastructure resilience or environmental resilience? How can we get them to focus on small businesses?
So I've got a couple of reactions to that. And since I'm sitting in the Great Hall of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, I would say, should talk to their local chamber.
Yes.
And think about the businesses that are on Main Street. I think also you could take a look at just the sheer numbers, whether it's, Dun & Bradstreet, Fiserv, any kind of just business analysis to, what makes your state or city or region attractive for doing business. I mean, that to me is kind of a natural dollars and cents and data view, and then also just from a relationship point of view, I think those two can be levers to maybe talk to elected leadership or those that are appointed at that state and local level.
Yeah, the impacts to the economy are huge, and any action that's taken in advance of disaster can shorten the disaster timeline and help businesses to get back up faster. So that's important.
My immediate reaction is like how quickly we forget what things look like during COVID. Like those mental images, we have washed them from our minds with our dry cleaners and local coffee shops and the this and the that boarded up, and what it did to our economy. So I would say keep it ever before them. You've already experienced what happens to the local economy. Use the data from that time and just remind them what they were trying to recover from, and not to take that small business infrastructure for granted, because it's what keeps their local economy going. It is literally the engine of the economy. That is not hyperbole. It is exactly what it is. But you have to keep it ever before them, because we kind of want to forget. It's not pleasant to remember, and yeah. And then I would say the public-private partnerships, the U.S. Chamber, the resource partners that we are trying to build and just seed all across this country that can help you have those conversations.
We've got another question.
Hi, I'm Michelle Faison-Oldham with T-Mobile. Just as a quick question, I appreciated you sharing the data. Is it broken down by business type? And the reason why I ask is cybersecurity was like the number one thing that businesses are afraid of. So is it mostly like digital, like businesses that have some sort of a tie to digital, or is the data broken down based on business type? Whereas like from a climate perspective, I would think like if you had a small farm, you would be, more worried about climate versus cybersecurity, if that makes sense.
So I can't speak specifically to how it's broken down by industry, though I can follow up with you. But I will say a lot of the work and a lot of the research that I've done in the last 4 years has focused on, particularly in a post-COVID world, how that digital safety blanket has enabled small businesses to succeed in the face of these disasters, things that businesses couldn't have done 10 years ago. I think I hate to use the word fail now. I'm going to have to I need a better word. The disappointment rate, that's a terrible substitution. Businesses are better able to succeed now, largely because, particularly among small businesses, the ubiquity of their digital use, the digital channels they use for sales, for operations, for training. I mean, it's amazing. You're T-Mobile.
Yes, that's why I'm asking too.
So I would say a couple of things. One, it is the rare business that doesn't multi-channel sell. It is the rare business that doesn't say that digital tools are not an incredibly important part of their business. I am particularly encouraged when you look at the subgroups, not by industry, but by demographics. Actually, small business owners of color and female small business owners are some of the most enthusiastic and hyper-aggressive users of digital technology. I think you're probably right that if you look at it by industry, there are some variances, and we can go back and look at that. But cyber is universally the number one concern, because everyone now is using all of these digital tools in every part of their business.
I just want to thank you for bringing that out, because I noticed it and then sort of forgot to talk about it. I would be remiss if I did not plug SBA's Cybersecurity Summit happening in September, October, and if I didn't direct you to Mr. Preston Harge from our Office of Entrepreneurial Development, a senior advisor there that can tell you so much more about that Cyber Summit. So thank you.
Thank you
for reminding me.
That would be fantastic. Thank you so much.
And I just looked up some of the raw data, and so I didn't see a breakdown by business type, but what I did see is that it cuts across small businesses of all kinds. So there's a couple things I think I see Bob Nadeau out there. So I know later on today from CISA, we're going to talk a little bit more about Secure Our World. So I think there's a greater awareness around cybersecurity, so that there could be a little bit of a cause and effect, and also maybe even recency bias, but also, to your point, overconfidence and maybe some of the other threats that are out there too. So maybe that's something for us to take a look at.
Great, thank you. Just to add a little bit more context, so we have a huge focus on small businesses, and after the pandemic, we started an online presence called Magenta Edge, and it's to help small business owners either download kits for marketing, how to file their taxes. Again, going back to your point about giving them the tools that are needed after a disaster. So that was one of the reasons why I asked the question. So.
But it's amazing to me how many small businesses prior to COVID were not online. It's astonishing, because we had a large number of them that wasn't in their plan. They had done what they'd always done, and that it was a hard pivot for them. So you can imagine in the last 4 years how much change has happened on that front, and it's incredible. But there's a lot for them still to learn. They need a lot of help on that around.
And it's constantly evolving, right?
Yes,
There's new technologies that are shifting the way people are afraid. People like to say that people are afraid of AI, when in fact small businesses are actually not only excited about it, but reporting that AI is actually helping them grow their own workforce. So it's constantly changing. We just have to stay on top of it.
True.
Thank you.
So any other questions? Oh, see one right there. Comments? So we're doing that. Just on your each table, there's a placard, and there are a couple QR codes. There's one QR code where you can access the agenda. There's another QR code where you can access just some general survey questions, including about ROI, about small business preparedness. So as you are, tempted maybe to pick up your device, please answer a couple of questions to give us some feedback. And I think we've got the mic with the questioner.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, my name is Victoria. I work with Save the Children. I was wondering if you all could talk. Oh no. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, great. My name is Victoria. I work with Save the Children. I was wondering if you all could talk a little bit about maybe additional resources or support for organizations where the small business overlaps with an essential business. So childcare centers specifically, I know there is a session later on this, but what that looks like when those businesses don't have the same level of protection or might need additional support.
So
I have heard her whole question in my heart and soul.
So I think I'll restate in case anyone didn't hear. So it sounds to me like you're really concerned about small businesses that overlap with essential businesses like childcare or other kinds of service providers in a community, and maybe what can be better done to support them. Did you have a comment?
I literally chaired.
Do you have a comment?
I do. Thank you so much for that question. I'm going to go really, really quickly because we're on the countdown now.
You can have my time.
On the countdown.
Yeah,
okay, thank you.
yeah.
So SBA is partnering just all across Biden-Harris. There is the President's Economic Executive Order on childcare and the care economy. It's not childcare, it is the care economy. SBA is really leaning into childcare. Everything we do, right, has this whole of SBA approach, which means our Office of Disaster Recovery and Resilience is at that table. We were asked by HHS to really help think through what does childcare and this essential part of it's a part of our economy, it's a part of the care for our kids, it's a part of excellence and competitiveness. What does it look like in disaster, in the moment when somebody's trying to figure out, what do I do with the mud on the floor? But also, I have my kids and I don't know how to do both. And then also in the long term, how do we build more care into the economy? And so right now, in the near future, we are going to have some notices of funding opportunity going out, particularly for women's business centers who want to do work in this space. We now have a women's business center in every state. And the territories. And so we want to sort of lean into that. Let's talk offline about that a little bit more. Yeah.
I do want to mention one thing real quick since I didn't say it earlier. The help desk number is 888-MY-BIZ-HELP or 888-692-4943. So definitely share that, spread it around. And again, it doesn't have to be just in times of disaster. I mean, we point to the resources. That's one of the things is we point to the resources in the local community. So we also want to connect with local communities as well and help the chambers because they are advocates for the small businesses. So they also know how to communicate and what resources are available.
Please visit sba.gov. You can do /locate. You will be able to find within your zip code every resource partner in the community in which you're hoping to serve, and everything I've talked about from lending to disaster. So just come partner with us. We want to hear from you.
So with that, you can also go to the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation's website, go to the Small Business Resilience Hub, where you can find the help desk and also some other resources that I mentioned earlier. I think it's very obvious that everyone on stage cares about small businesses, as do all of you, or you wouldn't be here right now. We are still interested in what your thoughts are, so that's one of the reasons why we do have the questions. We're not really going to have a survey at the end of this conference. We really want to hear your feedback during the conference, and we're going to share some of those takeaways tomorrow in the last panel. So thanks for your participation today, and also thanks to our experts for their views and their time. So thank you.
So we thank you for a wonderful panel.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin a 15-minute break. Our program will resume at 2 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin a 15-minute network break. Our program will resume at 2 p.m.
Please take your seats. Our program will begin in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way to your seats. Our program will now begin.
Over 150,000 acres burned up here. People had less than an hour to evacuate, to get out of the path of the fire. And we deployed over 1,200 firefighters into remote areas with no communications. It was essential that T-Mobile was able to deploy mobile assets in here. They understood the dynamics of fighting a fire, what they needed to do to make reliable communications, and they were ready to do it.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to our session on navigating cross-sector response and resilience through communications. You know, communications is a really, really important aspect, both before and after an event occurs. And so, you know, when you look about the importance of communication, it's a lifeline connecting affected communities, connecting emergency services, coordinating the response, and even after the event, coordinating access to resources. And so our panel today, we have experts in communications infrastructure to discuss the unique challenges and opportunities that arise in maintaining that necessary infrastructure. When you look at communication, it is both a critical sector and a lifeline sector. And so there are 4 lifeline functions identified in the National Response Framework, and communication is one of the 4. Transportation, water, and energy are the other 3, but it's so important that when it's disrupted, it really can cause impacts to access and impacts to the flow of information, and just really slows the ability for those to understand and respond. And so our panel is absolutely amazing today. We're going to have some examples as we talk about the role of communication, whether it's in responding to the Maui wildfires, responding to the Sanibel Island being impacted by Hurricane Ian. Absolutely vital. So I want to go down the row here and introduce our panel. Next to me is Nicole Hudnett, who's an industry advisor for the emergency response team at T-Mobile. Thank you, Nicole. Love the applause. Let's keep that up. Thank you. I have Joe Ruiz, who is, I apologize, Vice President of Strategic Partnerships for Red Lightning. Welcome, Joe. The applause threw me off there. All good. I have next to him Catherine White, who's the Head of Marketing for Google Public Sector. And last but absolutely not least, Peter Kim, Section Chief ESF2 for CISA. Welcome. Awesome. So, you know, when you look at the importance of communication, as I emphasized, it can't be understated. And there are simple communication aspects. I had an example with our team where my marketing team was at an event a couple weeks ago. We were in a hotel, 2:30 in the morning. The fire alarm, what I thought was a fire alarm, goes off. You hear the warble, you hear a sound that says, an emergency has occurred, please stand by. And then we heard the alarm for about 15 minutes. And so I laughed because I actually started a group chat with my team. I said, stay away from the windows. Let's wait to hear what's going on. And we're on like the 42nd floor of a hotel at that time. And so we weren't going to evacuate unless we were told to do so. And we're communicating, and probably 10 or 15 minutes in, another voice basically comes on and says, all clear. And you're like, okay, I'm half asleep. What is this? What's going on? And so I called down to the front desk, and you know, it was the dust got into the elevator shaft and set off the fire alarm, but everything's fine, don't worry about it. I also realized afterwards the next morning that I had, of our 4 team members, I was texting the wrong Emily, who was a college roommate and not somebody who was actually the person in the building with us. So my college friend from 20 years prior was getting messages about a potential active shooter in the city we're in. Communication, absolutely critical. So I want to go down the line and have each of our panelists introduce your organization and share how you work to ensure robust communication infrastructure before, during, and after an incident. And Nicole, we'll start with you.
Well, thank you, first of all, so much for having us here today and sharing this invaluable information with you. Nicole Hudnett, I'm with the emergency response team here at T-Mobile. T-Mobile's committed to our public safety, our first responders, the lifelines that you discussed, the food, water, transportation, and our communities. And part of that commitment means having dedicated emergency response teams that are there coordinating those response efforts, working directly with these stakeholders to identify priorities for restoration in the community and get that connectivity there. We support them during blue sky and gray sky. While we are an emergency response team, there's a lot of planning that happens during blue sky. We've heard some from our previous panels, a lot of that blue sky collaboration, because that is absolutely key to affecting a resilient outcome for our communities. So from a blue sky perspective, we work very closely with our government and private stakeholders in collaborating, from FEMA regional emergency communication working groups to CISA working groups, our friends Peter at the end of the row here, to cross-sector working groups, working with power, with transportation. Without power, you don't have communications. Without communications, you don't have power. So it's absolutely essential that we develop those relationships and that we're working with them, collaborating, developing relationships on blue sky days, so that when that event occurs, we're working in parallel with each other for that restoration effort. There's supply chain working groups too in various cities that work with all of those that are part of that supply chain, because that supply chain is essential into restoring your communities. And that supply chain requires communication, voice and data connectivity. From a dark sky perspective, there's the natural disasters. There's the hurricanes, the wildfires, the floods, the earthquakes, the winter storms that happen. Working directly with government to understand those priorities when you have major impacts to the network. And prioritizing with them where our resources should go first. There's also the man-made incidences that may not be a network impacting event, but they're a critical communications event. Over the past year, we've unfortunately had things like a gas line explosion that affected a hotel. We've had an active shooter situation a few times in the last year. When those events occur, there's things that we're doing that you probably don't even realize we're doing behind the scene. There's a lot of modernization in our network. There is a lot of densification in our network, meaning we have multiple towers in your urban areas. So when events like that happen, while they're not impacting the network, we're immediately identifying the macro towers that are serving those locations where those incidences are occurring. The modernization of our network that I talked about, from behind a laptop, we can optimize a cell tower. We can redirect antennas and down tilt antennas to have that concentration of network there for our first responders and for those that are part of those incidences and for the community that is in that area until they can get out of the way. We're identifying reunification sites, hospitals that are taking surges of the patients. And again, what network areas are serving those and optimizing that network for them. From an event perspective on Blue Sky Day, there's a lot of planning that goes into play for major events. These are large mass gathering events, and communication for the safety and security of these events is critical. So we're working with our friends at CISA and FEMA and state and local emergency management when these events happen. We just had the Great American Eclipse. How many of you, if it wasn't you personally, you know someone that traveled for that eclipse? Well, they were forecasting that eclipse to be one of the largest mass travel events in our country. That said, you were expecting a lot of remote areas or very small towns having an influx of people that they had never had before. Infrastructure was going to be heavily inundated, and communications, again, is critical for any type of response that might happen. So for events like that, we're working with our federal, state, and local stakeholders to understand where they're going to expect those surges and make sure that we're optimizing network, getting standby resources into play. Things like the Super Bowl, the Formula One event, we have World Cup coming up. There's going to be multiple cities with World Cup events, and that is absolutely imperative for us to have communications planning for those blue sky events. From a network perspective, our network operations centers are monitoring and managing that network 24/7. We have made significant hardening investments at key sites, at our points of presence, and at our network switches, including Puerto Rico, where T-Mobile is the nation's only carrier that is operating in Puerto Rico. We also have community support teams. While we're working directly with public safety and our critical lifelines, we have community support teams that go out there and help impacted citizens. They've lost their phone in the flood. They've needed to get on Wi-Fi to send an email. They need supplies. They need to charge their phone because power is out. So we have community support teams, and we have an amazing accessibility team as well that is out there working with the community. The Sulphur, Oklahoma tornado that just went through 2 weeks ago, it's a town of 5,000. When that tornado hit, it's also home to the Oklahoma School for the Deaf. Many people in that community, if they were not part of that school itself, they had very close personal ties to that community. Our accessibility team, which is part of our emergency response team as well, deployed to Sulphur, Oklahoma to help provide that accessible communication support for the deaf and hard of hearing. So, thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Nicole. Joe?
Well, it's good to be back here. I've been here before, but under a different moniker. For the last 2 decades, I led the UPS Foundation's health and humanitarian relief work. What you probably don't know is over that time, I worked with sort of a silent partner called Red Lightning. And Red Lightning is the organization that I've helped to basically over the years, when we needed to go into a very remote community to solve problems, we leveraged Red Lightning and their core of skilled volunteers, whether it's from supply chain perspective or communications. Back in Haiti in 2010, after the earthquake, with the Salvation Army, one of our partners was running a 200,000 people feeding camp. And as you can imagine, chaos, people trying to get their supplies. We brought, Red Lightning brought communications technology equipment that allowed us to organize the feedings. Everybody got an ID card, we scanned. They've been with us as the pandemic unfolded. One of the things that we were able to do in partnership with Red Lightning was send Red Lightning skilled volunteers into communities in Africa to help build the infrastructure and build capacity for those organizations. They would do training. Red Lightning would train ministries of health on ultra cold chain, how to receive donated vaccines, how to get those vaccines out of the main city into remote communities. That has continued to a number of countries, and in the aftermath of the emergency phase of the pandemic, Red Lightning has been very active in Lahaina in the aftermath of the wildfires there. Red Lightning, which was founded, the founder actually lives in Maui, so it's very personal, and is working to try to make sure that everybody, that critical infrastructure had internet connectivity, distributing Starlink satellite systems to strategic infrastructure at pharmacies, at the fire department, at the airport, and other critical distribution points around Hawaii. Currently involved in trying to establish a work camp for volunteer contractors who can come in at some point, and because of the lack of available housing on the island, to help with rebuilding and reconstruction. So again, Red Lightning, for those of you who don't know, is really, it brings the superpowers of private sector, people who want to give back and use their expertise and their skills to go to places. You won't see us in Oklahoma or Houston most likely, but you'll see us in places like Vanuatu, in Guam, in Hawaii, in Puerto Rico, where it's very difficult for all of the relief and response organizations to get to.
Awesome. Thanks, Joe.
Yep.
Catherine.
Hello, everyone, and let me also offer my appreciation for being included as part of this panel and this awesome event. It's funny, I'm, as was introduced, I'm part of Google's public sector business now, but I previously worked as part of the T family and with MITRE, so I feel like I have a lens for this public-private partnerships that's kind of pervasive in terms of how do we really approach these issues systemically. And that's why I really like the way the introduction was phrased on, how do we approach things before, during, and after an event. And so from a Google perspective, and we were joking about this a bit at the break, is we're so used to the tools that Google provides that we take it for granted as it is actually a service or a product or a capability that we count on. But to be specific, we have, of course, very resilient and redundant capabilities around the infrastructure. So whether that's data centers that can withstand natural disasters, or whether that's redundancy in the servers. But we go beyond that in some of the secure collaboration platforms so that we're sharing the information, the tools, the communication, the data in advance of any type event. And then as we get into these emergency situations, these notions of public alerts, that can be, through search, through maps, through person finder. I mean, all of these tools that were very common to us, but also think of using maps from the perspective of evacuation, shelters, road closures. I mean, the lifeline that allows for us. And then importantly, I think the translation capabilities. Even if we're fluent in English, for example, at that time of crisis, we may want to be in a more natural language for us to be able to respond more effectively. And then, of course, afterward, I was thinking of, the capabilities around Google Earth, where we look at the before and after to then prepare our responses, or to use some of the data analytics for how we would then apply the resources and triage in the most effective way. And again, each one of these, I think, is made even more powerful through the partnerships that we have at each stage of this to be able to better serve those who serve, as Nicole said, but also the constituents that are most affected. So that's the way I think about Google's capabilities in this space.
Yeah, super important. I think, you hit on the fact, Catherine, when you're in a crisis, you don't want to pick something up for the first time from a tool perspective and have to figure it out, especially when it comes to, effective communications. You can spend more time trying to figure out how do I use this, but if it's a product I use every day, I'm very familiar with it, so now it's just the application of it in the crisis.
Exactly.
Which I think is really important. Peter.
Yeah, thank you very much for once again bringing me onto this panel. Looking forward to having this conversation in regards to emergency communications restoration. So Pete Kim with CISA, and I am the lead for Emergency Support Functions 2. And under the National Response Framework, CISA is the lead coordinating agency for the communications response and restoration of the infrastructure. The two co-primary agencies for ESF2 are CISA and FEMA. Under that framework, we have a bunch of federal supporting agencies that support our efforts, and they are CISA, FEMA, the Federal Communications Commission. We also have the Department of Defense that supports us, and then we also have the National Telecommunications and Information Administration. And so these are all support agencies that support ESF2 when we are activated. In addition to all of that, we have a public-private partnership called the COM-ISAC, the Communications Information Sharing and Analysis Center. This is a about 80 member organization with AT&T, T-Mobile, Verizon, Lumen, that are all a part of the COM-ISAC, where we're able to share information on a daily basis. Speaking of blue sky coordination, every Monday at 9 o'clock, we host the COM-ISAC meeting. And this is where approximately 100 of our partner agencies, industry members come together, and we discuss the communications infrastructure. If there is a hurricane that's kind of brewing out there in the Pacific or the Atlantic, we'll start talking and start beginning the coordination efforts for those response activities. In addition to the COM-ISAC meeting, we have a biweekly classified meeting where we share classified information with cleared industry members. That's so they can understand the different threats that are out there from a geopolitical perspective. On top of all of that, the third touch point that we have during Blue Sky Coordination is our training and exercise workshops. Of note, just last month, ESF2 hosted our spring training and exercise workshop in Denver, Colorado. We had approximately 150 individuals attend our training. Notably, Nicole was out there with us in Denver, Colorado to exercise a Cascadia subduction zone earthquake event. So it was a big exercise that spent an entire day where we went through the coordination procedures from the state level to the region level and then up to the national level. So those are the things that we do during the blue sky activities. During dark skies or gray skies, we also support the National Response Coordination Center that FEMA hosts. And then if need be, we will deploy down to the regional response coordination centers. And then in a really bad case, we'll deploy folks out to the state emergency operations centers to coordinate activities. One of the big things that we do during those meetings or during a disaster is what we call a cross-sector coordination call, where we bring together our communications industry providers, and then we'll bring in ESF1, Department of Transportation, we'll bring in ESF12, Department of Energy, and begin cross-sector coordination to ensure that, as our communications providers go out there to repair their networks, that the roads are open, that they don't have any access issues, that they don't have any debris issues on the roads themselves. With our ESF12 partners on Department of Energy, we ensure that we're doing that cross-sector coordination where as power goes out and restores the power lines, that our communication companies are following them right behind so they could restore their assets as well. So there is a lot of levels of coordination that's happening, all due to the COM-ISAC and the National Response Framework structure.
Awesome. So much good feedback already, and we just did introductions. So I think just understanding what each of our panelists are involved in, the concept of what is done during, after, before an incident. I think, Peter, I might want to toss it back to you and kind of focus more on how you and CISA encourage organizations to prepare before an event to make sure that they have effective communication. So, I don't know if you have something to share on that, and then we'll kind of come back down the line.
Definitely. Specifically for blue sky coordination, this is where all the work is being done. This is where that trust relationship is being built. And that's why we have so many different touch points within the ESF2 structure. I mentioned the Monday morning calls. I mean, every Monday at 9 o'clock, we're hosting a call with 100+ participants to go over what impacts we're seeing in the communications structure. And this is nationwide. We're diving down into the 10 different regions of FEMA and CISA to seeing what the actual impacts of a natural disaster, a hurricane, or a wildfire is. So that's one of those main mechanisms where we're, sharing information and building the trust with our industry partners within the COM-ISAC. So, and it's one of the main calls that we use with, our industry partners. T-Mobile is on that call, and we share that information back and forth of what their needs are and how the federal government can support their efforts in a response operation.
I think I might toss to Nicole, and we'll go back to Joe and Catherine here in the middle. Just keep referencing working with T-Mobile, which is amazing. So, what do you advise organizations to do today before, we're in a blue sky type of environment, right? So we're not under stress or under crisis. What should they be doing to ensure effective communications?
So that's a great question. Communication is a lifeline. It connects people to their loved ones following a disaster. It enables public safety and first responders to deliver critical services, and it helps businesses be able to reopen their doors, operate point of sale, and serve their communities. We heard a really interesting statistic in the previous panel just before us, and a very low percentage of small businesses are actually prepared for that. That said, it's absolutely imperative to have redundancy. Today, Devices with eSIMs make it easy to have multiple providers in one device for agencies and businesses. Failover. What are you using today for failover? Are you using 5G? Do you have Go kits with routers and long-range antennas so that you can have data connectivity? You can pop up a bubble of Wi-Fi. People who may not even have the provider with signal, they can get on that Wi-Fi bubble and be able to make a call. PACE planning. Having a primary, an alternate, a contingent, and an emergency communication plan is absolutely imperative. When one method fails, you move to the next, all the way down, and Peter's going to talk more on this, I'm sure, about possibly even having to resort to runners. A PACE plan's imperative. I think back to a wildfire last year in the Pacific Northwest. 6 miles of fiber burned, impacting communications and data connectivity, internet services to this county. Lifelines were affected, the lifelines you mentioned earlier. Food distribution, water, gas, groceries, hospital was impacted, public safety was impacted. Having that PACE plan, I cannot stress enough. And then you must exercise that plan. The time to learn about a plan is not under duress. It's before that event occurs. And exercise regularly. How many times do you put together a plan, put it up on a shelf, and forget about it until it becomes time? Exercising it routinely helps create that muscle memory. So when that event occurs, it's an automatic reaction to go to those different methods of communication. It is also a process for validating that plan that you have, and it instills confidence in the users to execute that plan.
Absolutely. I think knowing having everything set up, and then I think Tom earlier from FEMA talked about building flexibility into your ability to respond as well. So to your point, Nicole, having backups to backups to backups. Joe, I think you've...
Well, I'm gonna put my UPS hat on on this one. From an internal perspective, we have incident response teams that run scenarios every day. We have meteorologists who look at the weather and advise customers, and are constantly looking at all types of Plan A's and Plan B's. I would say that from helping small businesses get involved, that I'm really proud to have worked with the Chamber, worked with Rob and Inez Pierce to build the Resilience in a Box for small businesses. So communications is a key part of that. How do you, in a disaster, and if something happens, how do you not only communicate to your customers, but how do you communicate to your employees, and what systems do you have in place? How do you mitigate that? How do you plan for that? That's a key thing. UPS has also been involved in a lot of efforts with the UN supporting logistics capacity assessments, so we help them in at-risk countries around the world go in and actually look at all the capacities of that government, communication systems, fuel systems, and we document those things so when there's a disaster. And one thing I'm really proud of, I want to talk about, what Catherine and I have partnered with Google and UPS, actually worked together to develop something called the Emergency Flight System. It's a platform that allows humanitarian organizations to immediately see all of the Google flight information on flights that might be going in. So for example, when the Turkey earthquakes hit, immediately turning that on, 500 organizations within the first 3 days went in to look at that system and were able to quickly obtain cargo capacity on all the flights that were going into places near and in Turkey. And so that's been a communication system that has been really valuable for the humanitarian community.
Awesome. Catherine, you want to comment on the other side of that?
No, I just add that the ability to share best practices. I mean, this gap between thinking we're prepared and being prepared is both definitional and sharing of practices like the work at UPS that all organizations can benefit from.
I think
if I can go on about PACE planning, I don't want to turn this into a PACE planning session, but I do think it's very important that every company, every individual, every family has a PACE plan. So once again, primary, alternate, contingency, emergency. That is your PACE plan. So a backup to your backup to the backup. And the example I like to use, 7 years ago, I was deployed to the U.S. Virgin Islands, and this is after Hurricanes Irma and Maria hit and completely devastated the islands. All of the communications infrastructure was destroyed. So I show up, and the U.S. Virgin Islands have to figure out how to communicate. So we're looking at our primary lines of communications, which is landlines. All of the landlines were down. So then now we have to go to our alternate communications. What is that? And it was cellular communications. Unfortunately, those hurricane winds destroyed all the cell towers. So now our A is out of commission. So now we look at C, contingency. What's everybody's contingency plan for communications? Typically, it's satellite phones. Now, satellite phones have its own inherent problems as well. If you've got poor weather, or if you don't have a contract in place, or if you don't even have a device or a subscription or a plan in place, those are unavailable as well. So the U.S. Virgin Islands was left to the E. And for the U.S. Virgin Islands, it was using high-frequency radio, ham radio operators to provide life-saving and life-sustaining communications. It was the ham radio operators as a nonprofit group that were supporting the U.S. Virgin Islands Emergency Management Agency to conduct life-saving operations between St. John's, St. Thomas, and St. Croix. And that's why it's really critical to have a PACE plan and understand what your backups are and what your backups are, because it can and it will happen. So definitely, if you are interested in additional PACE planning, you can go to the CISA website and just type in PACE planning, and there is a whole catalog of information there that you could turn to better understand how to better prepare yourself in regards to PACE communications planning.
I'm thinking through what I have right now. I think my friends and family think I'm crazy sometimes because actually my colleague this morning just said to me, how many devices do you have in your bag today? And 2 cell phones, 2 laptops, generally 2 power cables, 2 cell phones on different networks. My primary is T-Mobile, so, but just thinking about like, where would I go? There we go. It's where would I go afterwards? But I think in terms of when an event occurs and there's an impact, and this is probably more for Nicole and Catherine, kind of coming from the private sector perspective, how have you worked to interface kind of with government, and how do you build trust in that relationship when you really kind of need to kind of give and take from more public sector entities? And Catherine, I might go to you, and then we'll come back over to Nicole here.
I was thinking about this. Imagine if our very best experience was with government was at the time we needed it the most. It's not a technology problem. It's a prioritization and a leadership question. In other words, when we have a crisis or a moment that brings us together where what we're trying to do is be helpful or to solve the moment, I'm sure we all have learnings from the pandemic and other moments of crisis. What I find is that the mission, particularly at Google, where we really have this culture of helpfulness, where our mission is to try to organize the world's information to have it be more usable and accessible. But that married with the mission of all of what we do together, it breaks down the barriers to allow us to do, I think, really incredible work. So for me, that lens has been really transformational in terms of what's possible. Nicole?
You said something about prioritization, and prioritization is really imperative in an emergency response. Government knowing that we're willing to listen and we're willing to work with them and prioritize where we can. Managing a disaster from behind the desk is not easy to do. You need to be in the room with stakeholders. When you have a mass tragedy, like unfortunately the Maui wildfires, which was one of the worst wildfires in U.S. history, we were there in the Emergency Operations Center in person, working with all of those stakeholders in person, identifying the areas in the community that needed to be restored first and foremost. Working with other ESFs, those emergency support functions, the transportation, power, healthcare, hearing the needs, and then being able to react quickly. identifying the JTOC, the Joint Task Force Operations Center, where a lot of the public safety operations were happening in Lahaina and being coordinated from. That was a priority to get restored. Being in that EOC, I'm able to get that information, feed that back to our network teams. And we're able to get them additional devices and load things like ATAC so that they can track, they can create geofencing and know who's going in and out of an area. Hearing healthcare clinics that are being stood up. When you go to a healthcare clinic, it requires data, doesn't it, to check in patients, to send prescriptions to the pharmacy. All of that requires communication. So we hear those things and we're able to get those solutions there. The Kapalua Airport, ticketing and baggage and other operations were not able to be processed. We hear of that need. Transportation is one of those emergency support functions. So again, being in that EOC, you identify that need. We can send our teams there to provide those solutions. They're bringing the kids back to school. It's important to get normalcy restored to children's lives. Maui County Schools needs communication. They need access to data to be able to coordinate those efforts and how they're going to bring those kids back into school, where they're going to bring them back, or are they going to be virtual? So we're able to send teams to set up connectivity for them supporting the schools. So, building that trust means being there in the thick with them, listening to them, and working them to identify their priorities, and then having our team support that.
Perfect. And I know, Joe, you at Red Lightning are kind of working with both public and private sector, and I guess tell me a little bit more about how Red Lightning kind of, what you do there and
well,
how you kind of bridge
again,
the gap.
I kind of highlighted it's skill-based volunteers, problem solvers, United Problem Solvers, so that's, it came from UPS, so we kind of picked that up, but again, playing on what Nicole said, during the pandemic, we literally went into countries where people were dying every day. We built trust with the governments. We showed and demonstrated Red Lightning on behalf of UPS, went in to demonstrate how to manage, contain, transport ultra cold chain, the Pfizer, Moderna vaccines to remote communities. And you just don't get acceptance unless you build that trust with those organizations. We tend to move into areas that don't, that don't get the high propensity of response. We've supported Hurricane Otis down in Acapulco. The Mexican government may or may not have done enough down there, but that was a low attention disaster and one where a lot of organizations didn't have a national presence, so they weren't there. They may not have had a presence in Mexico. So we sent our people in to work with the Salvation Army and enable them to stand up services for that community, which was just devastated. We had UPSers that were eating canned tuna fish for over a month. There was no, there's what we're used to here in the U.S. with all the collaboration and coordination we've seen over the last 13 years of this conference really providing that ability for us all to come together and close the gaps. We're not available down there. So, and I'll just say that, wherever we go, like on the border of Turkey, Syria, where, the largest concentration of refugees is in northern Syria from the Syrian migration of over a decade ago. And the Turkish government was primarily focused on Turkish citizens. So we're trying to get water systems across the border. Whatever it is, whether it's communication technology or systems or supply chain, that's what Red Lightning is trying to do, is really step in and solve that gap issue that is really caused by a broken supply chain. And really proud to kind of jump over the fence and support them.
It's awesome. No, I appreciate it. And I think, Peter, I just want to talk with what CISA does is a little, probably a little different from kind of the physical impacts we've been talking about. So think about, what should those that are joining us here and online today kind of think about from a cyber resilience perspective and what they can do. So if we take it a little differently, because that clearly can have an effect on communications.
Yeah, definitely. So if you are a communications company, I think that the most critical plan that you need to take a look at is the Communications Sector Risk Management Plan. Currently, it's undergoing a rewrite. There was the National Security Memorandum 22 that recently got published just a couple weeks ago on 30 April. That document has kind of reframed how the communications sector is going to be looking at risk management. But that is the first plan that if you are a communications company that you need to look at to understand strategic risk from a national level perspective, and then you'll be able to read that document and kind of drive down to how it really impacts your company of these different risks regarding, natural disasters, extreme weather, supply chain risks, and cyber risks. These are all things that as a company, especially a small business, you need to be aware of so that you're able to manage that risk more properly.
Awesome. We're going to do a speed round here as we wrap up at the end. I love Charles Green, the trust equation, as we tie back communications with trust. Basically, Charles Green says if you have credibility, reliability, and intimacy or warmth, those are your positives. Your detractor, your denominator is self-orientation in building trust. Speed round, start with you, Nicole, go down the line. How does trust help or hurt communication, and why is it important?
Well, trust really requires a partnership, and public-private partnerships are essential in emergency response and building resilient communities. We work to earn that trust throughout the year with those cross-sector coordination, the regional working groups, the supply chain working groups, developing those relationships, creating those networks, knowing the resources that are available. And then when that event happens, it's time to deliver on that trust. We now are working with government to ask them, hey, we're here to deliver now. What are those priorities? Let's work together to restore the community. Trust, though, is a two-way street. So we will also lean into government for assistance in mitigating our roadblocks to recovery. Peter and I were talking in the green room about, a refueling mission that we were trying to get to one of our towers. That tower was serving public safety. It needed to be refueled, but there was a roadblock, and the roadblock was not allowing our engineering teams to go through. So we trust that government is also in return going to help us mitigate those roadblocks. We're able to make those calls. They're able to get us the escort. They're able to get us the credentials and wherever we need in order to be able to get into those areas. They're able to help us escalate needs with cross-sector, whether it be with power or transportation. So like I said, trust is a two-way street. It definitely takes a lot of blue sky planning and working together to build that trust, but then you must deliver on that trust to keep that.
Awesome. Thank you, Nicole. Joe.
I think more than anything, we see it in disasters. You need to listen to what local people, engage local people and the solutions to those disasters and that communications gap. We see it time and time again. We've seen it in Hawaii. There's a distrust from outsiders coming in. You see it in disaster response where shady actors come in, and so whenever possible, coordination with local, whether it's government, local entities, agencies, is really critical to building that trust. And always at UPS we say, never promise more than you can deliver, and always deliver more than you promise. That's our mantra.
Love it. Catherine.
I think what the equation misses is time. It takes a long time to really build trust and can be lost in an instant. All of us working together, it's around defining those moments of truth that will define true resilience.
Love that. Thank you. And Peter.
So for trust, I think that the key thing to remember here is the federal government has been doing this for a good while. The COM-ISAC was initially formed in 1984. So that trusted public-private partnership has been ongoing and maintained through the decades. So I encourage you, if you are a communications industry company, to join the COM-ISAC or join an association that is a member of the COM-ISAC. That way you could join us during blue sky activities to gain in the information sharing, the training and exercises that we provide so that you are better prepared for those dark skies for when they do come.
Awesome. I want to please join me in thanking our panel. It's been a great discussion today. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon. I am so honored truly to be with you here today, but I want to begin talking to you today by telling you a story. The morning of March 25th was a typical for any New York City day. It was overcast and chilly, and though spring had just begun a few days ago, it was very cool. It was a Saturday. Yet that morning, hundreds of workers converged on a building near Washington Square Park, where they began their usual shift in a garment factory. The factory employed mostly young women and a few men, nearly all of them immigrants to New York. The day was unremarkable, except for the high spirits of the team. It was the end of their work week, and many of them looked forward to their Sunday off, as well as collecting their paycheck. On one floor, the women sang songs together. On another floor, they played craps on a break. The fire broke out on one of the top floors of the building. It lasted only 18 minutes. And in that time, claimed 146 lives, some perishing in the flames, others as they leapt to their death. The youngest victims of what's called the Triangle Shirtwaist Factory fire were only teenagers. Others were parents. 146 families lost a part of themselves that day. So why am I telling this story? Because we actually need to remember not just what happened on March 25th, but also what happened on March 24th, 1911, when the managers of the Triangle factory locked the doors to the stairwell, as they did every day, to prevent theft and to prevent stolen brakes from their team. And it was nothing more than just a routine action. Everyone went home that night, greeted their families, slept in their beds, and they woke up again the next day and locked the workers on their floors. And on March the 25th, that routine action led to tragedy. I want to spend today talking to you a little bit about how we can work together to stop tomorrow's tragedies from ever happening in the first place, and I know together we can. Because while much has changed and improved over the last century, the stakes of not being prepared for an unexpected safety event are truly the same. Someone not going home at night. Before I go further, I'd like to ask if anybody in the room is familiar with the National Safety Council. Oh, I got a few hands, thank you. I'm going to spend 2 seconds just talking about us, and then I'm going to get to some of my messages today. We are the oldest national safety advocate organization, nonprofit in the nation, and we were born out of the Triangle Shirtwaist Factory event. And we've been dedicated to saving lives from the workplace to any place from 1913. And with over 13,000 member companies representing 41,000 work sites, we're dedicated to eliminating preventable death and injury so that everyone can live their fullest life. And as America's leading nonprofit advocate, we provide training, education, consulting, resources, and if you need anything, just come find us at nsc.org. But you probably have heard about our work. Our name might not be familiar to you, but we, back in 1962, led the first national education campaign on seatbelt use. 2 years later, we pioneered the nation's first defensive driving course, and if you'd like to know about our defensive driving, ask Mark from the foundation, because he has a neat story to tell there. And in the 70s, we advocated for the formation of OSHA. At NSC, our mission is really simple. It's to save lives from the workplace to any place. Yet achieving that mission is anything but simple, because safety is anything but simple. And safety is something that involves everyone, everywhere, every second, every day, at home, in our communities, on the road, and at work. We all want to feel safe to be able to do the things that bring us joy. Unfortunately, safety fails us every day. And we can come to think of these consequences of that failures as potentially inevitable. They will be if we don't take action. Our focus today is going to be guided by the data. I want to talk to you about two crises unfolding in our country, one on our roadways and the other impacting every aspect of our society. So let's start with the data. And the trends have not been going in the right direction. Last year, we lost more than 44,000 people to vehicle crashes, 44,000. Using our roadways, whether you're driving, biking, or walking, is the most dangerous thing everyone in this room does every day. It's also the most dangerous thing we do at work. So nearly 40% of all workplace deaths were transportation-related incidents, 40%. So the data guides us even more. In 2022, we lost almost 100,000 lives, 100,000 lives to preventable drug overdoses. Overdoses at work have risen 600% at work since 2011, and now make up nearly 10% of all fatalities in the workplace, and in California, it's over 20%. So let me put these numbers in perspective. If you take together the number of people dying every year from overdoses and from traffic crashes, that number would surpass the population of New Haven, Connecticut, or Dayton, Ohio, or Midland, Texas. The number of people dying on our roads today is the equivalent of a regional airplane carrying 100 souls crashing every single day. And the overdose rate is double that. It's hard to imagine a world in which we would tolerate fatal plane crashes, one or two or any, every single day, isn't it? Yet that's exactly how many people are dying on our roads and from overdoses. And it's even harder to imagine tolerating those two planes to be crashing. Yet that's exactly how many what I would call preventable deaths we are having from both roadway and overdose risks. We often use the word disaster, and I know you're talking here quite a bit about disasters and being able to be resilient in them. When a tragedy has borders, it has specific areas that have been impacted. It has a clear beginning and hopefully a clear end. Hurricanes, fires, derailments, collapses. These things have a hard before, after, here, and there. The things I'm talking about don't. And that sometimes makes it really hard to feel the magnitude of their impact. They happen every day. They happen every hour. But tens of thousands of roadway deaths and overdose, in my mind, these are disasters. And I believe the people in this room, which is why I'm talking today, can help us address and curb them. So that brings me to the question I'm sure is on your mind. If the National Safety Council's primary constituents are employers and workplaces, why is Lorraine up here talking to us about these crises? Very much so, they are a workplace-related issue, because at NSC we provide tools, resources, and training to employees to make them as safe as possible. And this includes things like safe driving policies, first aid training, the ability to order naloxone, which is the overdose reversal medication, directly from our website in bulk at a discount, and to make sure you're trained to use it. As I said earlier, safety isn't simple. And at NSC, we worry about these complexities so that employers and organizations like yourself don't have to. Our goal is to make safety as easy as possible because we value, above all else, saving lives. And here's the thing. When someone learns how to be safe at work, that knowledge doesn't stop when their shift stops or when they leave the factory or their workplace. They carry it with them, creating a legion of lifesavers wherever they go. Whether they've taught them how to respond to an overdose or had them sign a pledge to not drive with their cell phone, they become not just safer workers, they become safer community members, and they bring it home and spread it. I know this is true because I actually changed my driving behavior when I came to the National Safety Council, and I stopped using drive time as a scheduling for meetings. my admin could schedule that time. I no longer do that. I know the data of distracted driving, and I know now what kind of risk I was taking. But I don't do that just on my work hours. I do that in my entire life, and I do that with my family members. I know Mark has a good story, as I said. Please go find him at some point. He recently took our defensive driving course and hopefully can share with you how he avoided a big risk. I know this is true, too, because the data proves it. When employers take initiative to help an employee get into treatment for a substance use disorder, it's actually more successful for that employee, and they get into recovery in a higher percent than if a family member or a friend was the one making the referral. And of course, all of us, government agencies, nonprofits, individuals in here, we also play a role in helping to end these preventable deaths. And perhaps no one knows that bigger than the part of what businesses can do and their leadership, and the company leadership and the safety leadership. I'm sure you've looked at things like the Edelman Barometer, which tells us that businesses once again are the most trusted institution in America. And that trust was not given freely. Many of you in this room represent organizations that have worked hard to build that trust and that credibility with our public. You know that that trust does also come with responsibility to lead safely and healthy well-being for all of the people that you support, always on top of mind. And we've worked hard to build that trust, to earn that responsibility, and are eager to uphold it. So let us help you. We do have some tools. Together we can create much stronger workplaces. And as I've said before, a stronger workplace, a safer workplace, is a more resilient community. And they will save lives. We will work with Mark and his team to get you some resources, however that's appropriately to do so. But together you can help us build safer workplaces, safer homes, and safer communities by addressing these national crises that I've just outlined. On March 25th, 1911, 146 people lost their lives because their workplace had made them unsafe. Our challenges are different today, for sure, than they were 100 years ago, but the stakes are exactly the same. Every death, every injury ripples outward, impacting families, changing communities, and living in those people for the rest of their life. On March 24th at the Triangle Factory, management had no idea that locking the doors, as they always did, would lead to the unthinkable loss of life. They had no idea that one simple action would change so many lives and alter history forever. Today is our March 24. Today is our chance, now is our time to take stock in making sure we have life-saving medication to prevent an overdose on hand, to enact safe driving policies, to make sure that we're driving safely, to support legislation that would help that, and raise awareness that just because something happens every day, just because it simmers in the background, it's still a public health crisis. To make sure that March 25th and every day after that are ordinary, beautiful days without tragedy. So thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now will begin a brief networking break. Our program will resume at 3:10.
Please take your seats. Our program will begin in 5 minutes.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. It's very nice to be here with you this afternoon. For those of you that I have not met, my name is Elena Clark. I'm the Assistant Director for Stakeholder Engagement at CISA. I know we've had a few CISA folks already join you here today. A huge thank you to the Chamber for having me. Really appreciate the opportunity. I think I spoke at this group about two years ago, and so just appreciate the opportunity to come back and talk about our new cyber public awareness program. And I think it's really important with the focus of the topic this year of building resilience, specifically as we start thinking about the threat that we are facing as it relates to cybersecurity on U.S. critical infrastructure and just the tie-in with building resilience. And I'm sure you heard from David Mussington earlier today, just the huge focus that CISA is having right now on resiliency, especially around the topic of cybersecurity, because it's not if or when, but we know that the PRC are on U.S. critical infrastructure with the intent to create societal chaos in the event of activity in the Indo-Pacific. And so resilience is something huge and that we are focused on with the business community right now. And we're taking a multi-pronged approach kind of in how we are working with our stakeholder community on this, whether it's direct with critical infrastructure owners and operators and helping them with different tools and resources that we have, whether it is the work that we have around secure by design, so shifting that burden from the end user and the consumer back to the technology vendors that are creating these products that are the backbone of your businesses and the tools that you are using, whether it's working with the international community as well. And then also it's public awareness. And you know this so much with the work that you do, that increasing public awareness around the various threats that we are facing, whether it's emergency preparedness or cybersecurity, is so important. So that is why we launched last September the new Cyber Public Awareness Program, Secure Our World. And I wanted to give you a little bit of a history of the program, the launch that we had, some of the partnerships that we've had to date, and where we're going in the future. So we started this conversation, I started it with Director Easterly when she came in, and I just said, you know, right now, we all know what to do when it comes to the physical side. We know if you see something, say something. You know what to do. But when it comes to cybersecurity, we don't have that same sense of empowerment. We don't necessarily know how to bring those basic cybersecurity steps and hygienes into our everyday. And we really need to create something that empowers individuals for behavioral change when it comes to cybersecurity. I think we can all relate that you might have that person in your family that's your go-to that you call, that's their on-call IT person, or you go to the folks within your businesses. But how do we get people to feel empowered that they can make these changes as well? And so that was the thought that we had going into this. So we took a very data-driven approach in developing this program. This wasn't something we just threw over the fence when we launched it in September. So we worked with a media firm and developed personas to understand how individuals receive information to then make behavioral changes. We worked with chief marketing officers. We worked with nonprofits and companies that sat on their boards to understand what would resonate. And this is down to the actual title of the campaign, Secure Our World, the logo that we created for it, which you can see is on the side here as well, down to kind of the look and feel. Again, we wanted it to be a very inviting program, and so we developed even a brand identity statement for it, so that every time we create content, that we work with a partner, that we are going back to that brand identity statement and making sure that, again, everything that we're doing is easy, accessible, and at the end of the day, empowering to individuals. The really nice thing, I would say, as we were going through this process is that we started to engage with some pretty big companies, and we had their major marketing offices actually validate what we were doing. And so that was great to see. And then they were asking us, wait, how did you do this? And what were you thinking? So it was really great to have that validation from major major companies as well, kind of the approach that we were taking. And then we also had Congress support us as well. So Congress did fund the program for 2 years. And so it was great, again, to have this idea, to work with the industry, work with the business community, and then have the support also from Congress from a funding perspective as well. One of the things I like to share too, just to kind of keep in mind of where we're going with this program, is just a personal story that happened only 2 weeks ago. And I shared it with folks that were at RSA last week, but we talk about cybersecurity as, buckling your seatbelt in the car. We just want it to become that. And so I was taking my son on the weekend, as many of us do, to an activity, and we were running late. And so I'm like, you gotta get in the car, you gotta buckle up, we gotta get going right away. And so we get in the car, I start to pull out very slowly from the driveway onto the street, and he is getting very upset with me because he's not buckled up. Was so angry with me after the activity. When we get back into the car, he started to lecture me that I was not allowed to move the car until he buckled up. And so that was a moment for me of like, this is where we need to get cybersecurity. We need to get it to a point where a 6-year-old child is, getting upset at their parents or, their family members because they're not following the basic steps that they've been taught to do. And if I can teach my 6-year-old son that the car doesn't move until he's buckled up, when he doesn't understand why, he has no idea why, we can do the same when it comes to cybersecurity. And so I'm extremely passionate about this, in that this is something we have got to do in just creating, again, a campaign, a program that empowers individual. And so all of this kind of passion from my end, from the team, and all of the work that we did went into it. And we think it's really important to kind of explain that background so that when you come into this program, you understand kind of where we're coming from as well. And so we launched Secure Our World last September. It was the last week of September, right before October Cybersecurity Awareness Month. And it was fantastic. We had some great partners with us there that launched it with us. We had Google, Microsoft, MasterCard, the National Cybersecurity Alliance, the Global Cybersecurity Alliance, IST, and then we had partners from across the board join us for the launch as well. And last fall, we ran ad buys throughout the country, so you might have seen it. Google actually partnered with us. You might have seen our logo on Google Ads. But then you might have seen this in airports. We have it in movie theaters. It was on TV. We had it running on the radio. I've only sadly heard it in the grocery store. I wish I have seen it on TV, but I have not seen it on TV yet, but it was regularly running in my local Safeway. And so it was just great to see that traction that we got. And I actually had a colleague of mine say that he saw it running on ESPN this past Saturday when he was watching TV in the afternoon. So it's continuing, the original PSA that we created is continuing to get traction out there on TV as well. And then we also had some great partnerships that came to fruition in the first few months of this year. So we partnered with the NFL at the Super Bowl. So we worked with them, and we were really excited to bring the program to them, and they said, we're gonna do this at the Super Bowl. And we honestly, this was a stretch goal for us for 25 or 26, and the fact that they partnered with us for the 2024 Super Bowl in Las Vegas was just unbelievable for us. And it was in the NFL experience that occurs the week leading up to the program, to the game. And then it was also in the stadium prior to the game starting. And so that was a great partnership, and they've committed to work with us in the off season so that we can try and work individually with the teams, with the 30-something teams, to try and partner with them within their individual stadiums. I had the opportunity to go to New York City and do a partnership with NASDAQ, so they actually put it on their NASDAQ tower in Times Square for us. And we have a collaboration running right now with Walmart as well. So if you're in the Walmart stores nationwide, you'll hear it on their radio. So we've had some folks validate it for us. So that's running, I think, for about another week or two in their stores. And so we're continuing to work with our critical infrastructure partners and looking for more opportunities as well with them. And as far as what does kind of the future hold and where are we going with this program? So we will be running additional ad buys this summer. We'll also be doing some additional ad buys in the late fall, kind of winter time period as well. And we're going to continue to work with our critical infrastructure owners and operators to partner with them, whether they want to use the content that we have created, whether they want to officially partner with us from a logo perspective, and kind of see what that entails. And I realized as I was getting to the end, I forgot to actually mention, and I do this sometimes, the actual messaging within the program is around 4 behaviors. Sorry, I'm looking at Marilyn from our EA team. She's probably wondering, why hasn't she mentioned this yet? So we've focused the Secure Our World program around 4 easy behaviors to remember, which is to update your software, have strong passwords, identify and report phishing, and multi-factor authentication. And so we've developed different fact sheets, and tip sheets, I should say, not fact sheets, tip sheets around those 4 behaviors. We have developed little videos around each one of the 4 behaviors. We also have content that is specific to families and individuals, small and medium businesses, as well as technology vendors as well. And then one of the things I wanted to show for you in the last 4 minutes that we have tee up is the 2 public service announcements that we created. And so we did this, we created 2 of them. The first one we launched in September. The second one we launched last week at RSA. I will say Director Easterly has definitely stretched my creative vision. And so the first one, she said, I love Wes Anderson and kind of the creations. I'd love it to be a Wes Anderson-like PSA. And so that's what we did with the first one. So we developed a 1-minute PSA. So I think when you see that, you'll kind of get that feel for it. Each one of the characters that's in the PSA, we have developed out personas for them. They have names, and you're going to continue to see those characters built out throughout content that we have. So again, that there's this constant and familiarity with the program as it's running as well. And you'll see the 4 behaviors through the PSA. The second one, the director said, I really like a 70s, 80s Schoolhouse Rock vibe. And so I was like, how am I going to tie this in with Wes Anderson? Because I was like, the one feedback we had from industry partners was make sure that as you create content that there's a continued tie so that there's a story and a message that you're telling. So you'll see the father, Kevin, and the son, Max, at the beginning of the video, and then it goes into a Schoolhouse Rock style. And again, we developed it for 60 seconds, but we have them for 30 seconds and 15. The first one, we've already translated into Spanish, and we'll be doing the same for the second as well. So trying to create content that at different time intervals that partners and the media can use depending on what they are looking for as well. So really proud of the 2 pieces, the 2 PSAs that we have developed, and really impressed with the team and kind of really executing on this vision that Director Easterly had. And so the one ask I would have for you is we are continually looking for ways to bring this program into communities, into your businesses. So if there are opportunities for us to partner with you or highlight this program within your community, please let us know. We would absolutely love to do it. So with that, we have 2 PSAs that each run a minute. So I think we'll be about 30 seconds over, but they're going to play each one. I think the Wes Anderson style one will be first, and then you'll get that as it goes into the Schoolhouse Rock one. All right, so with that, I will turn it over.
For more information on how to keep yourself and those you care about safe online, go to CISA.gov/secure our world.
Happy birthday, Max. Coach on the phone, here to show you 4 easy ways to stay safe online. Come on.
We can secure our world. When you choose your passwords, make them strong. Use a password manager to help you along. But don't just use a password alone. Get a call, get a text, or a code on your phone.
MFA really works.
We can secure our world. When it's time to update an app, don't you hesitate. Do it ASAP.
Just like that.
Watch out for offers too good to be true. What? It's probably someone trying to take advantage of you.
Hey, that's phishing.
Let's report it. Install updates. Make better passwords. Think before you click. Use multiple factors. That's how we can secure our world.
Learn more at CISA.gov/secure our world.
I just want to make sure that our friends from Hawaii are able to join us. Good afternoon, aloha, and welcome. We're going to have a conversation with our partners in Hawaii that not only addresses the aftermath of the calamity that occurred last August, but also paves the way for a future fortified against future threats. The Maui wildfires scorched the earth, but certainly not the resolve of Hawaiians. I think we will hear some stories of hope, not just for what was lost, but also fertile ground for growth and to the future for other opportunities. The panel is not just a forum for reflection, but also a testament to the spirit of Maui and the people of Hawaii. Today, we will hear from a diverse group of voices, each bringing a unique perspective on how to rebuild not just structures, but also lives and livelihoods with resilience at the forefront. We plan to explore strategies to learn from the past experiences, discuss how to integrate traditional knowledge and modern science to create a blueprint for recovery that ensures the island thrives for generations to come. But the goal is clear. To emerge from this disaster is not just about recovery, but also ensuring that Hawaii and Maui is more resilient than ever before. I'm joined virtually by Maui's Public Affairs Director, Mahina Martin, as well as our good partner at the Chamber of Commerce Hawaii, Sherry Minor McNamara, and then also Sneh Patel, who's the president of the Lahaina Town Action Committee. Now, just one other thing to share is that over the last couple of weeks, we've been fortunate to work with, in addition to Sneh and Sherry's team, also the Maui Chamber of Commerce, to launch an American Express-backed program to help 100 small businesses with both grants as well as coaching and other resources to help them recover from the wildfires in Maui as well. So I'm sure that will come up with American Express in a couple of minutes, but also in this conversation. So the first question is for Mahina and Sneh. We all witnessed, most of us from afar, the tragedy that struck Maui and the historic city of Lahaina. Once it was the royal city of Hawaii, the capital. You were there in August of 2023. Can you just share a little bit about your experience? Mahina, could we start with you, please?
Sure. Good morning and aloha from Maui. You know, one of the most challenging conditions that we face in a disaster this magnitude is the reality that Hawaii is the most populated remote islands in the world. And here we sit in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. You know, as a tight-knit community with families who have very long generational histories, so many of us have families, friends, coworkers who are survivors and may have tragically lost a loved one ourselves and could be facing financial impacts just from the aftermath. So these are extraordinarily challenging times for the people of Maui, and the sense of loss is quite profound. You know, we experienced the country's worst wildfire disaster in 100 years. And as the county's communications director, when the devastation happened, it was beyond what we all could imagine when a community faces the magnitude of 3 significant wildfires happening in different parts of our island and the tremendous losses that the town of Lahaina experienced. You know, even as someone myself who has faced family members whose home was lost in Lahaina's fire, and lifelong friends who are residents of Kula and Lahaina, the two areas greatly impacted. I was not able to find information on their whereabouts and well-being for quite some time, days and weeks, and in some cases weeks, mostly due to the loss of communications with West Maui and the intensity of the situation we're facing as government officials. I was able to see firsthand the burn zone in the immediate days after August 8th, and there are absolutely no words that can adequately describe the devastation and the overwhelming concern for people, as you take in the degree of the tragedy and the sadness and the grief. Over 70 of our own county employees lost their homes. Many showed up for work to help others, even soon after the fire took their own. And there are stories of first responders who are helping others unable to immediately locate their own families or watch their own homes become lost in the fire, as they work the emergency situation. And in the early months of the crisis, I came across this saying that the one thing you need to pack in your emergency disaster go kit is community. When I reflect on Maui's disaster, I can say that that is 100% outstanding advice. Because you see, while we as local government are working hard to bring together critical resources from state government and federal agencies, our community didn't just have a call to action, they took action. We saw supply hubs spring up in parks, neighborhoods, churches, parking lots. Supplies arrived by small boats to the shores of Lahaina. There were thousands being moved to emergency shelters in a short period of time. Our resource workers from the American Red Cross and others were still being mobilized, and some not even yet on airline flights. So we called on school faculty, community leaders, church members, and even our own deputy director of the county's Department of Agriculture stepped in and opened one of our essential shelter sites in the face of the dire circumstances that we were in. And that community action included the private sector. So many businesses across Maui, across the state of Hawaii, and throughout the nation and the world came forward. Their employees themselves in many business across the world led the way, offering support from boardrooms to employee locker rooms in all industries. We experienced such unwavering care, comfort, and support. And as the weeks unfolded and state and federal resources arrived here on Maui, at one point on any given day, nearly 1,000 federal and state employees were deployed and active on Maui. So 9 months have since passed, and these past 40 weeks continue to define so much of our recovery work and shape our future resiliency. I was listening to a panel a little earlier by the member of the administration with the Small Business Administration, SBA, and learned the perspective on the federal government and know firsthand how all of that helped our small businesses, the industry, and even just our residents alone through the work of many agencies. So I'm so grateful to be here. It is the backbone of our economy, not just tourism, but our small businesses. There is so much more work to do, and grateful to be able to share whatever perspective and insight I can offer today on this panel here with both Sneh and Sherry. Quite a team to have with all of us doing what we can in any way we can. So appreciate that, and aloha again from Maui.
Sneh, could you share some perspective as well?
Yeah, thank you. Aloha, everybody. Sneh Patel with Lahaina Town Action Committee. I was there in West Maui and in Lahaina the day of the fire. Mahina touched on a lot of those great points, so I won't elaborate and cross over. But one of the things that, I will say is immediately after the fire, the day, right after the fire, nobody was thinking about business, right? Like it wasn't, it was just about community coming together. It didn't matter the owner of this business or that business. You saw the businesses on the front lines, feeding people, housing people, many of the hotel partners, they let people just come in, right? There was no money being exchanged. It was just, let's get people the help that they need. And it was those businesses before those greater resources started coming in that were the main resource hubs and areas where people were finding support. So, it was an amazing thing to see. Of course, nobody wanted to see that and have this happen. And so for us in our organization, About a month after the fire, I think we started to get more calls from businesses starting to think about their business. And one of the things that we started to do is organize a meeting through the help of Sherry and the chamber, as well as through Senator Lynn DeCoy and, and the county, and kind of have some of those questions answered from the businesses that were impacted. And, we devised, I think one of the things was a format that was very efficient. We got all the questions from the businesses that they wanted answered. And then, they were distributed to the different department heads. And at the meeting, the goal was for those businesses to get the answer. So it was really efficient in that way. And so I think one of the things that we can all learn from is, how do we look at going forward and building that resiliency? Sharing data was going to be critical after the fires as well, and any disaster. And to create kind of a national format, intake form for businesses where, they can start to kind of have a template of, hey, this is after a disaster, this is sent out, so we can start to get the resources where they're needed and the right type of resources. So, but yeah, it was the first days and months is what nobody's thinking about business. It was just about the community coming together, and we persevered. Very extraordinary events that day, and being there physically, I can't, I still get emotional thinking about those early days. So.
Sneh, thanks for sharing that. And as we were talking about the word community, I'm looking at a couple of different maps. You can see these in the room, and true to most emergency managers, red is not good, right? So you have a tremendous amount of red on the map, and as response unfolded, every single one of those represents a home, a business, a life that's been changed. And so, Sherry, as we're thinking through the response, how did you see the businesses around the world support Maui and the business community of Maui? How were they able to lend a hand?
It was just incredible, the outpouring of support from around the world, even from Japan to other countries, nationally, as well as state and locally. And first, I will say that the first email I got the very next morning is from Suzanne Clark, the president and CEO of the U.S. Chamber. And it was a short email, but very impactful and powerful. And she said, what can we do to help? What can we do to help during this time? And so it was very emotional. I mean, just having, the U.S. Chamber come out and say what they could do to help. She copied Mark and his team from the U.S. Chamber Foundation. And from that time, almost on a daily basis, we're in contact with Scott, as well as Rob, as well as Mark. And so, I can't say enough how appreciative we are to the U.S. Chamber and the foundation for providing that kind of support that is so needed, that was so needed and continues to be needed. And because of that connection, the U.S. Chamber Foundation, in partnership with American Express, which we are so grateful to for the $500,000 grant program and coaching program, it will provide that much needed support. And as Nate mentioned, many of the small businesses focus on their employees and making sure that they are okay. And then subsequent to that, in the next few months, it was about, okay, pivoting to what do we need to do to restart our business, or what kind of resources do they need rather? And so, because of that, having this grant program from American Express is going to be a tremendous help, as well as in the immediate days, Amazon came out and donated a huge amount of money to us, $50,000 to our business relief fund. Target also donated funds, as well as foundations, providing matching grants to those businesses who will provide funding to our grant program. So we raised close to $400,000 right now. We continue to raise monies because at this pivotal time, the local businesses need all the financial support that they can get. Financial support as well as technical assistance. And what we saw was, while the Lahaina business got directly impacted, it was indirectly, the wildfires impacted the local business community, just because Maui is so reliant on the tourism industry that many of our local businesses rely on tourism. And so we saw an indirect and trickling impact on the local businesses. So I can't stress enough how helpful and these resources have been and will continue to be. And just wanted to thank everyone out there who donated and contributed to our relief fund. And that included, again, businesses from around the world, but also individuals, retired individuals, to local chambers. And so that support in itself will help rebuild our local business community on Maui.
Thanks, Sherry. Small businesses have been part of the discussion here, but also in Hawaii during this conversation, and they have been significantly impacted by the disaster. The SBA, Small Business Administration, is certainly part of the recovery process, but it takes many different kinds of resources for recovery. Sneh, I'm interested in your thoughts on where you see small businesses bouncing back or are in need of help, and who is helping. Can you give us some insight from your perspective?
Yeah, no, I think the SBA, they came out and they did a great job of getting in front of businesses, having multiple areas where people can go and, fill out applications and get support. One of the things though that we found early on, and this is where the communication really was, important in getting it from the ground and shifting it up, is that they already had COVID loans, many of them. And so, what was really critical at that time were grants. And I think quickly the county and state were able to start providing some just, grant monies to be able to get some of these businesses lifted up. And right now, one of the initiatives is now that we have the housing component, somewhat stabilized, because that's the other part of it is, with the businesses, the employees that they, have, they also need the support to be able to go back to work. And so now that's starting to happen, and you're starting to see businesses looking to shift and pivot. One of the things that our organization helped with is we had a lot of restaurants that wanted to shift and pivot their liquor license to another area and start, operating out of another area. And quickly we were able to get that information to the governor's office and to the Liquor Commission and be able to devise a fast tracking of temporary relocation licenses. And, that's helped many of the businesses in that sector, right? So that's just one example. So it's really about getting that information of what's really needed for your business to get back up and running, what support outside of just financial do you need, and then to be able to help that business restart or, pivot to something different.
And Sherry, what's your perspective from the small business, through a small business lens?
Yeah, it was, as Sneh mentioned, many of the small businesses were still paying back their pandemic loans. So at that time, what we heard was that they didn't want to take out more loans. So the grants definitely help, but it's going to be more than that. It's going to, such as the coaching program that the American Express grant provides, that will be helpful. And just partnerships. We're Sneh is part of it as well, as is the governor launched Economic Recovery Commission, which is a commission comprised of stakeholders from the unions to businesses, to government leaders, to community leaders, to individuals, just coming together to identify what areas do we need to focus on in terms to address economic recovery. And that commission started in January. We just met yesterday, very fruitful discussions, but we know it's going to be all hands on deck to help rebuild a more resilient Lahaina, but also the state, because we recognize that it's not if, it's when the next situation occurs. And so this working group, this commission will definitely be critical in setting that path for future situations. And I just wanted to highlight how partnerships is also important. One organization I'd like to highlight is the Council of Native Hawaiian Advancement. And what they did was put a one-stop center by bringing FEMA, SBA, other government agencies, as well as other stakeholders into one center so that business could come and get the information and the resources they need. So they immediately launched that. What they also did was get all the donations that many businesses around the world were donating, goods and supplies, and storing them at an old Safeway store. And those who are impacted could just go there and pick what they needed, the necessities. So it was this kind of partnerships and collaboration that really helped to address some of the challenges, but we know there's a long road ahead, and we will need to continue to have these partnerships, this collaboration with our government leaders on a federal, state, and local level, with different business organizations and community organizations.
And so, as you said, Sherry, this is going to be a long road, and so certainly your long-term recovery and rebuilding efforts are starting to take effect. Mahena, Mayor Bisson, is the mayor of Maui, shared that the deliberate and complicated recovery and rebuilding that takes place in Maui is, quote, the most complex disaster that EPA and FEMA has ever dealt with. Because of the historical, archaeological, and cultural considerations that are part of that, can you share a little bit about some of these partnerships and some of the work that's being done, and also the trust that's needed between the local community and the federal partners that Sherry just mentioned and other stakeholders, so recovery can be quick but also effective?
Yeah, absolutely. It is, as we're told by our partners in the responding federal agencies, of all the disasters they've responded to across the country and throughout the U.S. territories, this has been one of the most complex and complicated, not just because we are a remote community in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, but to consider in Kula, which is a rural community on the mountain slopes of Haleakala, where we lost about a little over 20 homes in that fire. It burned about 1,200 acres. Meanwhile, on the south side of our island, a little over 3,000 acres were burned, but no homes were lost. And in Lahaina town, on the western side of Maui, the wildfire burned over 2,200 acres. So in Lahaina, of course, as the world knows today, we lost 101 lives, and we had about a little over 4,000 parcels in Lahaina town, and 2,000 of those properties were impacted. And it's a historically designated town with layers of regulatory land use policies in place. But Lahaina town has a long history of different eras that help to make Lahaina very, very unique. There are parts of it that underscore when ruling Native Hawaiian royalty in the 1800s made Lahaina the capital of Hawaii under Kauikeaouli, or also known as King Kamehameha III. There was a time in Lahaina's history and Maui's history when missionaries arrived and dominated the lifestyles of residents. The whaling era has a place in our history books here. And of course, there was a time when the sugar plantation operations were the center of community life, and when tourism grew to become a key economic engine. So we have a community that truly celebrates, different waves of eras that have come through our time, and we celebrate the cultural diversity of so many ethnicities that have come with that, and acknowledge the place in our history and our future where Native Hawaiian values and traditions are embraced and practiced. But that also means that in the face of a disaster, our federal partners who came to respond and are helping us recover, they are experiencing different challenges that have not been seen or experienced through their established work practices and expectations when they worked on other disasters. For example, orientating emergency response personnel to our cultural values and practices became foundational, required work and orientations and sessions to ensure that place names were respected, that cultural practices were recognized. We acknowledged the spiritual practices of our indigenous culture, and it was made a routine for work crews deployed to the burn zone to demonstrate respect for those beliefs. And we have an extraordinarily high value for our elders in all interactions. So, even like we have weekly community meetings that range from 100 people to 500 people. And it's quite a joy to see our federal partners embrace the exchange through our community engagement, how to work with not just a rural community or a community with so many languages that even FEMA has come to us and said, we've never had to bring in so many translators in a disaster response compared to the Lahaina experience here that's going on. But, you know, when we remove the ash debris, or we started to remove the ash debris from Lahaina town, you know, it required a degree of cultural sensitivity and acknowledgement and appropriate care, because we were dealing with the tradition of caring for the bones of our ancestors, which included those lost in a fire. So the community and cultural practitioners of our island and in our state expected that cultural monitors be present, that the historical preservation community were continuing to ensure that a large number of the historical sites that existed from the different eras of Lahaina's history are carefully dealt with and preserved, not just through debris clearing activities, but for future planning as well. And as I'm sure everyone's familiar, trust in government is at an all-time low, and disasters generally see a community's trust in government erode even further as everyone struggles to find their way. So working closely with our federal partners and sharing the local knowledge and the cultural uniqueness of our community has been successful to this point. All of our federal agencies have been very adaptable into the practices and welcome all of the training. It was quite an experience to see, even from FEMA, Bob Fenton himself, you know, stepping forward and learning and ensuring his own team from FEMA, from the Army Corps of Engineers, as they go through each parcel clearing slower than, it's almost as if they need to go slow to accommodate the realities of our community and our culture and our traditions, but at the same time, move quick enough that we can continue with our rebuild and our move towards the recovery that, you know, we're all working towards for this small area in Lahaina. But it's quite a unique situation. We're learning so many lessons in working through all of it. And I hope that, you know, many of our partners become enriched by that experience, not just working with an indigenous culture or a remote community, but the learning experience of being integrated into the community.
Thanks, Mahena. And as we're looking towards that future that you just referenced, Sneh, the challenges in West Maui are profound. And so we talk for, you know, quite a bit, particularly at a conference like this, about community resilience and building resilience for businesses and communities. But what does that really mean for you and your community as you're now grappling with recovery from the wildfires?
Yes, I think, you know, thanks for that question. You know, of course, each disaster is different and each area is going to have its own special needs. You know, when it comes to Hawaii, you know, what was lost was, you know, Lahaina represented 20% of, you know, the economic revenue that's derived in the state, right? So when you look at that, it's you know, how do you replace that for, you know, the community, but also the greater sort of state, right? And one of the things that I know in talking to businesses right now is struggling to find that commercial space. And one of the things that, you know, Sherry had mentioned earlier is the Economic Recovery Commission. So this is something that I brought to the table, is to create a temporary commercial area, just as we have a temporary you know, housing area for those displaced residents, that we have that sort of area in, you know, I don't just mean pop-up tents, I mean something substantial to where businesses can go in and start to generate income and employ, you know, the community back. And so that's you know, one of the things that we're looking forward to is creating that area, and it's also going to have a resource center, you know, associated with it, so that those businesses can come in. Just as, you know, residents are getting resources, they're able to get information about, you know, perhaps pivoting their business, looking for any online support or creating websites, you know. So it's really making a centered area where businesses are able to pop back up, but also gain resources, and then for the community to start coming in there as well. And so we want to create sort of a mini Lahaina town somewhere in West Maui. That's the goal, and that's going to start that process of businesses getting back. In terms of that resiliency going forward, I think I had mentioned some sort of standardization or a resource hub for businesses to start to tap into. One of the things that we realized and still realize is how grossly underinsured the businesses were that were impacted. And that's one overlap that we saw in any of the data we collected across pretty much every type of business. And it's something that I don't know if it exists on the national level. I'd love to know, but maybe there's some best practices and guidelines for businesses that could come from this is, hey, maybe this is how to properly insure this type of business or business in the future, right? Because that's going to help. And like Sherry pointed out, this is, will be one of many crises that I foresee, not just our state and county having, but across the nation. And that's a pain point right now that's really real as individuals try to reinsure and start to look for coverage.
Sherry, as we're closing and you're thinking about the future, let's hear your thoughts, briefly about, what are things looking like from the state level, since we've heard from Maui and then Lahaina town, and then now from the state perspective as you're looking to the future.
Definitely partnerships, collaboration, as well as communication. I think the more coordinated the communication channels are, and the more resources are coordinated, the more resilient we can be or build towards a more resilient recovery. We need to look at the regulation process because we've been hearing a lot about stumbling blocks in that process. So how can we streamline the regulatory process and make it much more efficient? Looking at the workforce. That's something that we've seen out-migration from Hawaii before this happened, but now even more so. So what can we do to ensure that we can prepare a workforce that potentially lose their jobs and reskill them or retrain them for jobs that are available? So we see that as a long-term focus in terms of the workforce and also housing. How can we ensure that this happens, that we will have housing available? We're already seeing a shortage in housing. So these are critical areas that we need to really have all hands on deck, from the government to business to the community, to ensure that we are prepared for the next disaster. So those are key areas. In this past session, we introduced some bills to do just that. Fortunately, the legislature did support those bills, such as putting together a task force of business representatives, government agencies to look at different rules and regulations that are making it hard for businesses to do business, and how can we streamline that effort. So we look forward to working on that initiative. There are measures that address workforce as well as childcare. That's something that we heard as well, that there needs to be immediate solutions to the early child care situation. So there are a number of bills that were introduced this past session and that were supported by the legislature and championed by many of the legislators. So we're ready to roll up our sleeves and do the work so that we can help Maui to recover with our partners there, as well as create a much more resilient economy for our state of Hawaii.
Well, thanks, Sherry, Mahana, and Sneh for being here today. Thank all of you for your partnership. And then also, as that first email, we're here to help. So not just us at the Chamber Foundation, but I think all of us in this room. Thanks again. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
For Maui, it's a new beginning. With honor and deep respect, we're moving forward. We're planting the seeds for Maui's future. We're ready to get people back to work, ready to get our economy going again. It's our chance to start over, to envision and build an even better Maui. More resilient, more sustainable. We all have to do our part, and we'll make this happen, working together.
We're ready.
Ready.
We are ready to work.
Ready to serve.
We are ready to guide you. Ready.
Ready. We're ready. All ready.
Ready. Ready! We are ready.
For more information, visit makokomoe.com.
Well, hello, everyone. Thanks for hanging on for the last couple of sessions this afternoon. My name is Carolyn Cawley, and I'm president of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation. And I want to hit replay. I haven't been able to see that video yet. And as you'll hear us talk about in a couple of minutes, Lahaina, Maui is my own family's hometown. And it's quite an emotional and special place for me. So I'm really anxious to talk to people who have been there and people who can tell us more about the situation on the ground, particularly for small businesses. But listen, let's, get right to it. One of the favorite parts and things I love about my job is getting to talk to really committed and credible people who want to come and help solve problems together between business and government and all of us who can help small businesses through disaster preparation and recovery. So it's our treat today to be joined by SBA Administrator Isabel Guzman. She has been such a tremendous partner to all of us, our organizations, and particularly the U.S. Chamber of Commerce and the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation. Can we just start first? Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. It's great to be here.
Can we just start quickly with an audience poll, a quick one?
Sure.
Okay, raise your hand if you know and love a small business. Do you?
Better be
right?
everybody.
Who doesn't, right? So I think we're in the right room for this conversation, Administrator Guzman. I would love to hear about your travels. If you ever want to look at kind of a travel log, go on X, look at her feed. This woman is everywhere. She's opening plants. She's opening businesses. She's having, holding roundtables and talking to small business owners everywhere. So her handle is SBA Isabel, and I was joking that sounds like an action figure. Maybe we'll make one for her. But SBA Isabel, where have you been lately? And what are you hearing when you're out there talking to business owners?
Well, I mean, it's exactly right. I mean, what SBA does is on main streets, it's in manufacturing centers, it's in communities where small businesses have this outsized impact, and which then ripples and has an impact on our broader economy and global competitiveness. And so I am out there quite a bit on the road, meeting with our small businesses. I come from a small business family, that's my background. And so to be able to talk to them, constantly monitoring what the challenges and opportunities are for them as they navigate, of course, post-pandemic, those initial challenges that we had to deal with at the SBA when we scaled to help support millions. But, beyond that now, and taking advantage of opportunities and really participating in the marketplace. And so, of course, National Small Business Week just closed out. So I was somewhere every day. So I look busier than normal, but going from DC to New Hampshire to Milwaukee to Colorado and then Montana, just really seeing the best success stories across the country, across all of our programs, from trade to government contracting to some of our great lenders and our networks. And truly reflecting on the dynamism that we're starting to see again in this country with small business applications approaching 18 million now. I've been saying 17,
more than ever,
17 and a half, and now it's edging up
optimism,
to nearly 18 since the start of the administration. And truly, that is historic high. That is reflected across industries, across zip codes. And so it's a lot of seeing these incredibly hopeful, optimistic people jumping in to try to solve problems or serve their communities and navigating the challenges that we see in the marketplace.
You've done so many things in terms of top priorities. At the SBA, you're looking at access to capital, lots of the barriers that small business owners face. Why is disaster preparedness and recovery, just disaster in general, a priority? Like, what brings it into your top three?
Yeah, and this is something, I mean, it's over 6 decades, actually, longer than FEMA exists, SBA has been involved in disasters. And so we're right there across across the board, serving with our federal partners in responding to disaster, mainly on the recovery part, the tail end, the long end recovery for small businesses. And we don't just support the small businesses directly. From our perspective, small businesses are dependent on their local communities, and so healing the community through helping the renters and the homeowners, that means that we're helping their employees and their customers recover quickly. So SBA has been engaged in disaster response, filling the marketplace gaps where insurance or underinsurance exists, or where there's just massive devastation that requires government intervention to help us speed the recovery. And so truly, it's one of my favorite programs at the SBA because it gives us an opportunity to help communities rebuild. And now, with our shift in the Biden-Harris administration, it's been about leveraging the whole of SBA, because when those small businesses are facing these challenges and trying to rebuild quickly, their odds of success diminish rapidly. So making sure that they have all the technical assistance, the capital, including disaster relief, and contract opportunities even, and helping, rebuild, as we have in Hawaii, leaned in quite heavily to work with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to make sure small businesses were a part of that response.
With more than 1,000 small businesses destroyed in Lahaina, did you come in earlier in that process? Like, is there a number or a threshold where SBA becomes involved sooner, or is it more geared toward, as you said, the recovery?
Yeah, I mean, at any given moment, I might have half of my declarations presidential level and the other half just SBA sole. Plus, we do a lot of USDA specific, ag declarations to support with capital relief around our ag industry. But in this case, I went immediately with FEMA to visit Lahaina, obviously with Front Street devastated. Both Senator Hirono as well as Administrator Criswell reached out to make sure that SBA had a strong and immediate presence to try to support those businesses impacted as we saw that devastation. And it was an honor to be there immediately afterwards, touring with the governor and with the FEMA administrator and team, just to understand and immediately start to talk to small businesses. We typically, we're not response. There's an immediate need to protect people and lives, and we're not involved in that, so we try to minimize our footprint, but be there to answer any questions for people. Because somebody might immediately, within hours, need to replace all their belongings, need to get a car. And so those immediate supports for renters and homeowners to get that capital to get back to their lives is what we're there for.
And you've been back again since that initial trip.
Yes.
What did you see changed, and how would you characterize kind of how that? I haven't been back in several months, so I'm curious.
Right. Well, I went back again this past February to visit. It was a 6-month anniversary. So FEMA Administrator Criswell and I revisited again, along with United Way, to just make sure that the programs that we put into place on the ground, the people that we have on the ground, we have multiple centers embedded with disaster recovery centers, as well as our own business recovery centers, that the full resources were being made available. Because it's and in this case, this was pre a really significant rule change in how we do disasters between FEMA and SBA, where it used to be that you had to be denied from the SBA to then go get your grant from FEMA. That's a very demoralizing position to be in. It's always been the way that it is. We've now changed this, and so that's the good news going forward. We have a threshold that we know SBA will, that FEMA will definitely be able to serve, so you don't have to get denied first. Yes, that's a huge one. But under the circumstances of what our current rules were at FEMA, we had to make sure that we were aligned and really supporting people through these processes to give them the full support of whatever free grants and support that they could get. A loan from the SBA is wonderful. It's 30 years. It's anywhere between 3% to 4%, depending on the disaster. But truly, of course, a grant is ideal. And so we wanted to make sure that we were aligned and that we were helping people who we're also having trouble accessing the SBA because that's always a challenge too. I mean, you might not be capital ready, financial ready to be able to even qualify for a loan. So to be able to give people the financial support, the credit repair support to then come back and reapply. We wanted to be very holistic. My mantra is customer first, technology forward, and equitable in everything we do, and that's what we've embedded in our programs to help support businesses.
Wow, was that a hard change to make? I could ask you all day about making that change. I mean, thank you for doing that.
Yeah, I think the customer first philosophy really centered. That as I explained it to my team when I grew up working in my father's business, like every single person who walked in that door was the most valuable thing to our family, and they were the future to us. And so, we needed to treat our customers the same way, and our partners who are also our customers. And I do think that that's allowed us to put ourselves in the shoes of our customers to understand how our products should evolve. And with the historic scaling of the SBA, it gave us an opportunity to invest in technology, shift our approach. I actually completely overhauled our disaster function at the SBA, having experienced Paradise, California, as in California state government, and seeing how the SBA operated in states. I had some strong ideas of how I wanted to improve it, but we completely moved all of our capital programs from disaster to our capital access, the folks who work with our lending institutions to deploy our regular lending. That enabled us to streamline, invest in technology. Now we've cut down, the processing time from could be months to less than 30 days. I see approvals in Baltimore, within 24 hours. We had some. So it's just a completely different approach to processing, but as well taking into account what someone's experiencing in a disaster. So deferring payments and interest altogether, zero interest for the first 12 months while you even seek the opportunity to even start rebuilding, as well as increasing the limits. So really we've tried to overhaul the SBA to make it more user-friendly and help communities like those in Lahaina who have just been devastated and are focusing on rebuilding community.
Thank you for bringing such common sense to all of that. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I want to pick up on your note about technology, because it wouldn't be a conference this year without asking about AI. Whatever kind of technology, this seems such a place to do things better, faster, more efficiently. Disaster seems like the right space. What's the right marriage between what you do and what you offer, technologies that can do that better, faster, that can help small business owners? Like, looking into the future, what does that marriage look like?
Well, when we think about building resilience for small businesses and the communities they serve, technology is a key role. I mean, we saw during the pandemic the adoption of technology really enabling small businesses to survive. And many, as many of your members have done surveys show that a majority of businesses said they would not have survived with it if it weren't for technology. And so that adoption is great for future productivity gains and as well as market reach. And so we view technology as integral towards resilience building in the community. And I know that with the future of AI, we're seeing our small businesses adopt tools, whether immediately around social media and content creation, because writing those emails or whatever drafts you could get from ChatGPT was a benefit. And we have we've launched a technology, tools and resources made available through a Small Business Digital Alliance, and many great corporate technology partners providing those tools, including AI. And so I'm excited to see businesses leverage it for customer service, chatbot tools, and better efficiency gains within their management. And so I know that as we get into more AI tools to hopefully somewhat level the playing field, but at least give them the tools to more efficiently run their businesses.
Well, with customers first and technology forward, thank you so much for everything you do every day for small businesses. She loves small businesses. Apparently, we all love small businesses. The Chamber and Foundation sure do. So thank you again for being here. Will you come back again?
Oh, I'd love to.
Yeah.
It's been an incredible partnership and really making sure that we're working to support the marketplace and especially our small businesses.
Well, it's changing fast, and so maybe we can have another conversation about how all of us can help you make SBA's services and resources better known.
That's great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you
everyone.
all.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for bearing with us till almost the end of the day. I'm Madge Thomas. I'm the president of the American Express Foundation and the head of corporate sustainability. And I have the great honor of being able to weave together, I think, the threads from our last two sets of speakers with some of what I'm hoping to share with you today. So thank you to the US Chamber Foundation for having us. You all just heard from Administrator Guzman about the great power of small businesses in this country, the 33 million small businesses that are breaking the mold with dynamism, seeing the biggest set of applications we've had in recent history of new small businesses entering that pipeline. And what's exciting about this is that small businesses, as you all know, they grow economies, they unlock the power of people, they strengthen communities, and they can be the epicenter of innovation with the right tools at their disposal. But all of this requires businesses to be resilient and strengthened for the longer term. It's no wonder that 86% of adults in this country think that small businesses can have the most positive impact on the country. But despite all of that, one big barrier for small businesses, especially right now, is that they are often the hardest hit in times of crisis. One of the things that we found at American Express with the COVID pandemic and beyond is that small businesses are often the first hit, the last to recover, with great impact to the individuals at their center, who often blend personal and business finance to make ends meet in favor of shutting their doors. With that said, economic activities also play a role in this. With inflation being posited, we've seen the lowest rates of small business confidence most recently reported. What can we do about that was the question that we asked ourselves. Because for American Express, we've had a long history of supporting small businesses. Many of you may be familiar with our Shop Small campaigns. We're reaching the 15th year of Small Business Saturday this year, which I'm pretty proud of. Thank you. And so when it came to thinking about going beyond what we could do that was good for our business, it's where I was really proud and excited to step in from the philanthropy side and think about how we could give small businesses not just a hand out, but an unrestricted hand up. And I'll tell you why. Because in this country, when a natural disaster hits, and I'm going to quote the Chamber's own stat on this, which is pretty remarkable, 25% of small businesses will close their doors and never reopen. That is 1 in 4 small businesses, with the jobs, the individuals at the center of them, and the huge community impact that they bring gone with it, if you can imagine that for a second. So our question was, what do we do to address that? And I'll get in a minute to how we're gonna tackle it in partnership with the Chamber and others. But what I will say is this was built on a history of learning what small businesses need in times of crisis, some of that we learned during COVID. This year, in March, we celebrated the 4th year of the program that we created with the National Trust for Historic Preservation, our Backing Historic Small Restaurants program, which during the pandemic helped restaurants keep their doors open without foot traffic, when they had to move to online dining, when they had to think about things like building outdoor dining facilities with no income coming in the door. The program helped businesses keep the doors open and survive, but in the longer term, what we wanted to do is help them thrive. So this year we actually doubled the amount of investment we're putting in the program, and we're actually going to add 50 restaurants to the 75 we've already supported, doubling the number of grants available as well, because we've heard the stories of success, and you'll see in the background some of the businesses we've supported, and I'll share some of the stories with you in a minute that really bring this to life. But we know that this works, and it works for not just the business itself, but for the community around them. We also launched a program with the Main Streets America Foundation. And that program is our Backing Small Business program. That supports $10,000 grants, very simple application process for businesses that are in economically vulnerable areas and that are pillars of their community. We've supported thousands of businesses through this program this year, and we've had a record number of applications that actually has doubled over the last few years, just showing us what the need is as more businesses enter the economy in America, but also as more struggle to keep up. And with that said, I think one of the testaments of these programs is the partnerships that we've formed. It's not good enough to just have a grant program out there. You need to work with the right people who can get the word out and to make sure it spreads around the world and around the country. That's why we partner with folks like the US Chamber Foundation. You heard Sherry before, who I'll talk about in a minute, that we partnered with on the recent grants for Maui. It's important to have those at the table that have the deep network of small businesses that can tell them not only how to reach them, but what they want and how to give them agency around the funds that you deliver. I talked about our Backing Historic Small Restaurants program. What we've done as a result of that and what the learnings were is actually expand that around the world. We're now in 9 cities in 5 countries, just based on the model that we started here in the US. We've also added to these programs now this year with an amazing new initiative, and you heard a little bit of a snippet about it before, around small business resilience. We were able to think about more than just responding in the immediate aftermath of a disaster, when everyone comes out and there's a lot of energy, sure. What happens when the rebuilding begins? How do we help people build stronger when they come back? And how do we help businesses not shutter their doors when that happens? With that said, we announced $12.75 million as a first step of the investment to help businesses build resilience, grow sustainably, and recover stronger, especially in the aftermath of a crisis in December. And the grants that we just issued for Maui were the first of several grants that we're going to be putting out there. We'll be rewarding 100 businesses in Maui, as you heard, $5,000 grants, as well as working with the Hawaii Chamber and the Lahaina Town Action Committee to actually help them figure out where those funds would best be used and to help them decide how best to recover and reopen. With that said, the second objective is building the resilience too. It's not just about in the aftermath of a disaster, but how do you prepare for when the next disaster inevitably comes? And so we're also working with a group of partners to ensure that they have training, networks, coaching, and peer support as they build resilience preparedness plans, as they prepare for disaster risk mitigation strategies for the future, and as they onboard critical infrastructure that's going to help them when that happens. And lastly, I don't know if others know this, but 60 to 70% of all industrial emissions out there come from the small and medium enterprises in the value chain. There are huge expectations because of everyone's, climate commitments and sustainability targets going forward on those in the value chain. And unfortunately, some small businesses out there don't have the tools, the time, the capacity to meet what is going to be an expectation, not just an option in the future. So we're also going to give businesses the opportunity to grow sustainably, to import infrastructure that not just saves them money, but helps them meet their own and others' climate commitments, that helps them think about packaging and sustainability initiatives and programs in different ways. This is all extremely exciting stuff, but what is more exciting is the impact. And I want to share some of that with you because I think it's the stories that really bring to light why these programs are important as humans and as part of an economy. I'd like to start with the story of Jerry Tam, and you'll see a photo of Jerry in a minute on here. He's the owner of the oldest family-owned Chinese restaurant in the US. I don't know if anyone can guess where they think this restaurant would be. Oh, all right. You spoiled my little surprise and delight there. I was going to say people would have thought New York or San Francisco, but you're absolutely right. It's Butte, Montana. And Jerry is an amazing, he's a 5th generation of his family that's run this restaurant. His parents were, and his heritage was immigrants through San Francisco. They came through the immigration center there. They set up this restaurant in the Northwest to bring a new culinary delight to the community, and they've been there for years. But what happened during COVID was that the doors were about to shut. He was facing the idea of being the first in a series of the Tam family to have to shutter the doors. And with that said, what happened was Jerry got one of our grants, our historic small restaurants grant, because this is a restaurant that's been in the community since 1911. What he was able to do with that was keep the doors open, and keep going through payroll, support those who his restaurant supported in the community, switch to online deliveries and other things. And more importantly, because we've kept in touch with Jerry, what we heard most recently is that he's actually been able to preserve a little bit of that history of the Peking noodle parlor within the restaurant itself. With the remaining grant funds, he's actually put a mural in that preserves the legacy of his family and the first founders of the Peking noodle parlor in the restaurant. So anyone visiting Butte, Montana, please go and check out Peking noodle parlor. It's 113 years and still cooking. With that said, Jerry is one in a long line of grant recipients that have incredible stories of resilience and growth and change. Behind every grant, there's a story of that. And here's another one. Just here in Washington, D.C., you don't have to look any further than Ben's Chili Bowl. Basically, if anyone enjoys their half smoke, this is the original DC half smoke spot. Please go visit it if you haven't already. With that said, it opened in 1958, and it was the brainchild of Ben Ali and Virginia, his wife. I want to tell you their story because they met when Virginia was a teller at a local bank. Ben went in to make a deposit, and the rest is restaurant history. And they opened up Ben's Chili Bowl, and it's been serving us all mouth-watering treats for generations. The grant that we gave them helped that history keep going. It is not a story that's tucked in our history books. It's actually part of our future. And what they were able to do with that grant is actually import outdoor seating during COVID. They were able to switch to an online business presence, expand their customer base while keeping their doors open. And that helped them not just construct, but reconstruct for the future of their business. Elsewhere, I want to take you on a trip to Oak Park, Michigan, where Tylisa Gober is the owner of the Barbie Behavior Boutique. She did something really interesting, again, when her shop was forced to close its doors during the pandemic. She wanted to explore social media, and that's what she used her grant for, to hire a social media consultant and think about a social media expansion strategy. She went fully online. She created an advertising and marketing strategy, did social media ads, radio ads, and more. And through that, she actually grew her customer conversion rate by 28% in just 2 months. This was enormous. It was something more than she'd ever done in the record of having her shop on the main street open. And with that growth, when her business reopened on the main street, she wanted to give back to those customers that had come out and supported her and helped her grow her business during this really difficult time. So she held a community impact event, and this is where it gets really interesting. Not only when she did that and she invited everyone to come back in that had supported her online, she had nearly a 35% increase in day-to-day traffic to her store, but she also drove additional traffic to all the businesses around her. The pizza parlor next door, the gas station, all saw increased foot traffic as a result of her having brought members of the community back in and connected with them in new ways. I think this is a great story about why small businesses are not just there for themselves, they actually think about and strengthen the community around them. And when we invest in them, they give back. All that said, it's difficult when you're facing a future that's uncertain. It's difficult when a disaster hits that you cannot and have not planned for. And I want to take you to the winter of 2023, when Vermont was struck with terrible storms, severe flooding. In this case, and you'll see the Botanica florals right in the background there, which I'm just about to talk about, Sonia McGrath and Sarah McAllister, who are the founders of Botanica Florals, had to close their doors. Their cooler broke in the middle of a storm, no power, etc. Their business is flowers, so that was pretty detrimental to their bottom line. And they needed a new cooler pretty urgently, but they also needed to make sure that this didn't happen again, so that when the power went out, they had a way to reach their customers. They had a backup plan. So our grant helped them get a new cooler, but also plan for online communications and sales should this ever happen again. They were so happy with what they were able to do very quickly, because we get the money to them in record speed because the applications are simple and the dollars are unrestricted. They were able to not just replace their cooler, but get enough flowers in time for the holidays to actually decorate the whole of the local main street for the holiday season. That was their way of giving back to their community. And I want to remind us that that is what is the power of small businesses, is they bring people together. And these are just a few of the stories I want to share that demonstrate the importance of why meaningful investment in these businesses is so critical, but unrestricted investment, not protracted, long, hard applications that they have barely enough time to complete or the expertise and skills to meet. Simple, turnkey, rapid response options like our program with the US Chamber Foundation that let them get the funds quickly, have agency over where they go, and get the support, technical skills, coaching, and peer engagement to deploy those funds in a sustainable, responsible, and growth-fueled way. And I want to leave you with one thought, which is that we can all support small businesses. We do every day. Some of you are small businesses out there. I think what's most important is how we support them as consumers as well. Think about shopping small when you have a chance. Think about nominating your local small business for one of our grants or awards. We have an online nomination process. Think about telling their story in all the avenues that you have to do, because if we invest in them, they're going to stick around, make our communities, our country stronger in the future. Thank you.
Well, it's my honor to say that it's cocktail time. So before we do that, I just wanted to call your attention to a couple things. First, to our federal participating agencies and departments, and also all of our sponsors. Thanks for working with us to make it happen. And then today's been a great day, and tomorrow we've got some really good programming. There's going to be some international flavor to tomorrow. We'll have a discussion around how to strengthen humanitarian response, as well as hear from the head of MSB, which is Sweden's counterpart to FEMA. We'll hear from her tomorrow, as well as other panelists related to the Alliance, including some partners from Finland. And then we'll also have another round of some working lunches as well. One of which will be a roundtable focused on the NATO alliance. And so if you're interested in potentially participating in that, it is private sector only. So if you could just let me know during the reception, which will start here in a couple of minutes. Also, by way of reminders, the T-Mobile emergency management vehicle is still outside and will be here tomorrow as well. If you'd like to check that out, I encourage you to do so. And then lastly, the reception starts at 4:30 and ends at 5:30. So with that, thanks very much, and I look forward to seeing you tomorrow.